Section 1 of the Book of the Bush. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Magdalena Cook. The Book of the Bush by George Dunderdale. Section 1. Purging out the Old Leaven. Part 1. While the world was young, nations could be founded peaceably. There was plenty of unoccupied country, and when two neighbouring patriarchs found their flocks were becoming too numerous for the pasture, one said to the other, "Let there be no quarrel, I pray, between thee and me. The whole earth is between us, and the land is watered as the garden of paradise. If thou wilt go to the east, I will go to the west, or if thou wilt go to the west, I will go to the east." So they parted in peace. But when the human flood covered the whole earth, the surplus population was disposed by war, famine, or pestilence. Death is the effectual remedy for overpopulation. Heroes arose who had no conscientious scruples. They skinned their natives alive or crucified them. They were then adored as demigods and placed among the stars. Pius Aeneas was the pattern of a good emigrant in the early times. But with all his piety he did some things that ought to have made his favouring deities blush, if possible. America, when discovered for the last of many times, was assigned by the Pope to the Spaniards and Portuguese. The natives were not consulted, but they were not exterminated. Their descendants occupy the land to the present day. England claimed a share in the new continent, and it was parcelled out to merchant adventurers by royal charter. The adventures of these merchants were various, but they held on to the land. New England was given to the Puritans by no earthly potentate. Their title came direct from heaven. "Increase," Mather said. "The Lord God has given us for a rightful possession the land of the heathen people, amongst whom we dwell." And where are the heathen people now? Australia was not given to us either by the Pope or by the Lord. We took this land, as we have taken many other lands, for our own benefit, without asking leave of either heaven or earth. A continent, with its adjacent islands, was practically vacant, inhabited only by the unearthly animal the kangaroo, and by black savages, who had not even invented the bow and arrow, never built a hut, or cultivated a yard of land. Such people could show no valid claim to land or life, so we confiscated both. The British Islands were infested with criminals from the earliest times. Our ancestors were all pirates, and we have inherited from them a lurking taint in our blood, which is continually impelling us to steal something or kill somebody. How to get rid of this taint was a problem which our statesmen found it difficult to solve. In times of war they mitigated the evil by filling the ranks of our armies from the gaols, and manning our navies by the help of the press gang. But in times of peace the scum of society was always increasing. At last a great idea arose in the mind of England. Little was known of New Holland, except that it was large enough to harbour all the criminals of Great Britain and the rest of the population if necessary. Why not transport all convicts, separate the chaff from the wheat, and purge out all the old leaven? By expelling all the wicked, England would become the model of virtue to all nations. So the system was established. Old ships were chartered and filled with the contents of the gaols. If the ships were not quite seaworthy, it did not matter much. The voyage was sure to be a success. The passengers might never reach land, but in any case they would never return. On the vessels conveying male convicts, some soldiers and officers were embarked to keep order and put down mutiny. Order was kept with a lash, and mutiny was put down with a musket. On the ships conveying women there were no soldiers, but an extra half-crew was engaged. These men were called shilling-a-month men, because they had agreed to work for 1 shilling a month for the privilege of being allowed to remain in Sydney. If the voyage lasted 12 months, they would thus have the sum of 12 shillings with which to commence making their fortunes in the southern hemisphere. But the shilling-a-month man, as a matter of fact, was not worth 1 cent the day after he landed, and he had to begin life once more barefoot like a newborn babe. The seamen's food on board these transports was bad and scanty, consisting of live biscuit, salt horse, Yankee pork, and Scotch coffee. The Scotch coffee was made by steeping burnt biscuit in boiling water to make it strong. The convicts' breakfast consisted of oatmeal porridge, and the hungry seamen used to crowd around the galley every morning to steal some of it. It would be impossible for a nation ever to become virtuous and rich if its seamen and convicts were reared in luxury and encouraged in habits of extravagance. When the transport cast anchor in the beautiful harbour of Port Jackson, the ship's blacksmith was called out of his bunk at midnight. It was his duty to rivet chains on the legs of the second sentence men, the twice convicted. They had been told on the voyage that they would have an island all to themselves, where they would not be annoyed by the contemptuous looks and bitter gibes of better men. All night long the blacksmith plied his hammer, and made the ship resound with the rattling chains and ringing manacles as he fastened them well on the legs of the prisoners. At dawn of day, chained together in pairs, they were landed on Goat Island. That was the bright little isle, their promised land. Every morning they were taken over in boats to the town of Sydney, where they had to work as scavengers and road makers until 4 o'clock in the afternoon. They turned out their toes and shuffled their feet along the ground, dragging their chains after them. The police could always identify a man who had been a chain gang prisoner during the rest of his life by the way he dragged his feet after him. In their leisure hours these convicts were allowed to make cabbage tree hats. They sold them for about $1 each, and the shopkeepers resold them for $1. They were the best hats ever worn in the sunny south, and were nearly indestructible. One hat would last a lifetime, but for that reason they were bad for trade and became unfashionable. The rest of the transported were assigned as servants to those willing to give them food and clothing without wages. The free men were thus enabled to grow rich by the labours of the bondmen. Vice was punished and virtue rewarded. Until all the passengers had been disposed of, sentinels were posted on the deck of the transport with orders to shoot anyone who attempted to escape. But when all the convicts were gone, Jack was sorely tempted to follow the shilling-a-month men. He quietly slipped ashore, hurried off to Botany Bay, and lived in retirement until his ship had left Port Jackson. He then returned to Sydney, penniless and barefoot, and began to look for a berth. At the Rum Puncheon wharf he found a shilling-a-month man already installed as a cook on a colonial schooner. He was invited to breakfast, and was astonished and delighted with the luxuries lavished on the colonial seamen. He had fresh beef, fresh bread, good biscuit, tea, coffee, and vegetables, and £3 a month wages. There was a vacancy on the schooner for an able seaman, and Jack filled it. He then registered a solemn oath that he would never go back to England no more, and kept it. Some kind of government was necessary, and, as the first inhabitants were criminals, the colony was ruled like a jail, the governor being head jailer. His officers were mostly men who had been trained in the army and navy. They were all poor and needy, for no gentleman of wealth and position would ever have taken office in such a community. They came to make a living, and when free immigrants arrived and trade began to flourish, it was found that the one really valuable commodity was rum, and by rum the officers grew rich. In course of time the country was divided into districts, about 30 or 35 in number, over each of which an officer presided as police magistrate, with a clerk and staff of constables, one of whom was official flogger, always a convict promoted to the billet for merit and good behaviour. New Holland soon became an organised pandemonium, such as the world had never known since Sodom and Gomorrah disappeared in the Dead Sea, and the details of its history cannot be written. To mitigate its horrors, the worst of the criminals were transported to Norfolk Island. The governor there had not the power to inflict capital punishment, and the convicts began to murder one another in order to obtain a brief change of misery, and the pleasure of a sea voyage before they could be tried and hanged in Sydney. A branch pandemonium was also established in Van Diemen's Land. This system was upheld by England for about 50 years. The Britannia, a convict ship, the property of Messrs. Enderby and Sons, arrived at Sydney on October 14, 1791, and reported that vast numbers of sperm whales were seen after doubling the southwest cape of Van Diemen's Land. Whaling vessels were fitted out in Sydney, and it was found that money could be made by oil and whalebone as well as by rum. Sealing was also pursued in small vessels, which were often lost, and sealers lie buried in all the islands of the southern seas, many of them having a story to tell, but no storyteller. Whalers, runaway seamen, shilling-a-month men, and escaped convicts were the earliest settlers in New Zealand, and were the first to make peaceful intercourse with the Maoris possible. They built themselves houses with wooden frames, covered with reeds and rushes, learned to converse in the native language, and became family men. They were most of them English and Americans, with a few Frenchmen. They loved freedom and preferred Maori customs, and the risk of being eaten, to the odious supervision of the English government. The individual white men in those days were always welcome, especially if he brought with him guns, ammunition, tomahawks, and hoes. It was by these articles that he first won the respect and admiration of the native. If the visitor was a pakeha tutua, a poor European, he might receive hospitality for a time, in the hope that some profit might be made out of him. But the Maori was a poor man also, with a great appetite, and when it became evident that the guest was no better than a pauper, and could not otherwise pay for his board, the Maori sat on the ground, meditating and watching until his teeth watered, and at last he attached the body and baked it. In 1814 the Church Missionary Society sent labourers to the distant vineyard to introduce Christianity, and to instruct the natives in the rights of property. The first native protector of Christianity and letters was Hongi Hika, a great warrior of the Ngāpuhi nation, in the North Island. He was born in 1777, and voyaging to Sydney in 1814, he became the guest of the Reverend Mr. Marston. In 1819 the Reverend gentleman bought his settlement at Kerikeri from Hongi Hika, the price being 48 axes. The area of the settlement was 13,000 acres. The land was excellent, well watered, in a fine situation, and near a good harbour. Hongi next went to England with the Reverend Mr. Kendall to see King George, who was at that time in matrimonial trouble. Hongi was surprised to hear that the king had to ask permission of anyone to dispose of his wife Caroline. He said he had 5 wives at home, and he could clear off the whole of them if he liked without troubling anybody. He received valuable presents in London, which he brought back to Sydney, and sold for 300 muskets and ammunition. The year 1822 was the most glorious time of his life. He raised an army of 1,000 men, 300 of whom had been taught the use of his muskets. The neighbouring tribes had no guns. He went up the Tamar and the Tutara, slew 500 men, and baked and ate 300 of them. On the Waipa he killed 1,400 warriors out of a garrison of 4,000, and then returned home with crowds of slaves. The other tribes began to buy guns from the traders as fast as they were able to pay for them with flax, and in 1827 at Wangaroa a bullet went through Hongi's lungs, leaving a hole in his back through which he used to whistle to entertain his friends, but he died of the wound 15 months afterwards. Other men, both clerical and lay, followed the lead of the Reverend Mr. Marston. In 1821 Mr. Fairbairn bought 400 acres for £10 worth of trade. Baron de Fiery bought 40,000 acres on the Hokianga River for 36 axes. From 1825 to 1829 1,000,000 acres were bought by settlers and merchants. 25,000 acres were bought at the Bay of Islands and Hokianga in 5 years, 17,000 of which belonged to the missionaries. In 1835 the Reverend Henry Williams made a bold offer for the unsold country. He forwarded a deed of trust to the Governor of New South Wales, requesting that the missionaries should be appointed trustees for the natives for the remainder of their lands, to preserve them from the intrigues of designing men. Before the year 1839 20 millions of acres had been purchased by the clergy and the laity for a few guns, axes, and other trifles, and the Maoris were fast wasting their inheritance. But the titles were often imperfect. When a man had bought a few hundred of acres for 6 axes and a gun, and had paid the price agreed on to the owner, another owner would come and claim the land because his grandfather had been killed on it. He sat down before the settler's house and waited for payment, and whether he got any or not, he came at regular intervals during the rest of his life, and sat down before the door with his spear and mere by his side waiting for more purchase money. Footnote: a mere is axe made of greenstone. End of footnote. Some honest people in England heard of the good things to be had in New Zealand, formed a company, and landed near the mouth of the Hokianga River to form a settlement. The natives happened to be at war and were performing a war dance. The new company looked on while the natives danced, and then all desire for land in New Zealand faded from their hearts. They returned on board their ship and sailed away, having wasted £20,000. Such people should remain in their native country. Your true rover, lay or clerical, comes for something or other, and stays to get it, or dies. After 20 years of labour and an expenditure of £200,000, the missionaries claimed only 2,000 converts, and these were Christians merely in name. In 1825 the Rev. Henry Williams said the natives were as insensible to redemption as brutes, and in 1829 the Methodists in England contemplated withdrawing their establishment for want of success. The Catholic Bishop Pompallier, with 2 priests, landed at Hokianga on January 10, 1838, and took up his residence at the house of an Irish Catholic named Poynton, who was engaged in the timber trade. Poynton was a truly religious man, who had been living for some time among the Maoris. He was desirous of marrying the daughter of a chief, but he wished that she should be a Christian, and as there was no Catholic priest nearer than Sydney, he sailed to that port with the chief and his daughter, called on Bishop Polding, and informed him of the object of his visit. A course of instruction was given to the father and daughter, Poynton acting as interpreter. They were baptized, and the marriage took place. After the lapse of 60 years, their descendants were found to have retained the faith, and were living as good practical Catholics. Bishop Pompallier celebrated his first Mass on January 13, 1838, and the news of his arrival was soon noised abroad and discussed. The Methodist missionaries considered the action of the bishop as an unwarrantable intrusion on their domain, and being Protestants, they resolved to protest. This they did through the medium of 30 native warriors, who appeared before Poynton's house early in the morning of January 22nd, when the bishop was preparing to say Mass. The chief made a speech. He said the bishop and his priests were enemies to the Maoris. They were not traders, for they had brought no guns, no axes. They had been sent by a foreign chief, the Pope, to deprive the Maoris of their land, and make them change their old customs. Therefore he and his warriors had come to break the crucifix and the ornaments of the altar, and to take the bishop and his priests to the river. The bishop replied that although he was not a trader, he had come as a friend, and did not wish to deprive them of their country or anything belonging to them. He asked them to wait a while, and if they could find him doing the least injury to anyone, they could take him to the river. The warriors agreed to wait, and went away. Next day the bishop went further up the river to Werinaki, where Laming, a Pakeha Maori, resided. Laming was an Irish Protestant, who had great influence with his tribe, which was numerous and warlike. He was admired by the natives for his strength and courage. He was 6 feet 3 inches in height, as nimble and spry as a cat, and as long-winded as a coyote. His father-in-law was a famous warrior named Lizard Skin. His religion was that of Church of England, and he persuaded his tribe to profess it. He told them that the Protestant God was stronger than the Catholic God worshipped by his fellow countryman Poynton. In after years, when his converts made cartridges of their Bibles and rejected Christianity, he was forced to confess that their religion was of this world only. They prayed that they might be brave in battle, and that their enemies might be filled with fear. Laming's Christian zeal did not induce him to forget the duties of hospitality. He received the bishop as a friend, and the Europeans round Tatura and other places came regularly to Mass. During the first 6 years of the mission, 20,000 Maoris either had been baptized or were being prepared for baptism. End of section 1. Section 2 of the Book of the Bush. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Magdalena Cook. The Book of the Bush by George Dunderdale. Section 2. Purging Out the Old Leaven, Part 2. Previous to the year 1828, some flax had been brought to Sydney from New Zealand, and manufactured into every species of cordage except cables, and it was found to be stronger than Baltic hemp. On account of the ferocious character of the Maoris, the Sydney government sent several vessels to open communication with the tribes before permitting private individuals to embark in the trade. The ferocity attributed to the natives was not so much a part of their personal character as the result of their habits and beliefs. They were remarkable for great energy of mind and body, foresight and self-denial. Their average height was about 5 feet 6 inches, but men from 6 feet to 6 feet 6 inches were not uncommon. Their point of honour was revenge, and a man who remained quiet while the manes of his friends or relation were unappeased by the blood of the enemy would be dishonoured among his tribe. The Maoris were in reality loath to fight, and a war was never begun until after long talk. Their object was to exterminate or enslave their enemies, and they ate the slain. Before commencing hostilities, the warriors endeavoured to put fear into the hearts of their opponents by enumerating the names of their fathers, uncles, or brothers of those in the hostile tribe whom they had slain and eaten in former battles. When a fight was progressing, the women looked on from the rear. They were naked to the waist, and wore skirts of matting made from flax. As soon as the head was cut off, they ran forward and brought it away, leaving the body on the ground. If many were slain, it was sometimes difficult to discover to what body each head had belonged, whether it was that of a friend or a foe, and it was lawful to bake the bodies of enemies only. Notwithstanding their peculiar customs, one who knew the Maoris well described them as the most patient, equable, forgiving people in the world, but full of superstitious ideas which foreigners could not understand. They believed that everything found on their coast was sent to them by the sea god, Taniwa, and they therefore endeavoured to take possession of the blessings conferred on them by seizing the first ships that anchored in their rivers and harbours. This led to misunderstandings and fights with the officers and crews, who had no knowledge of the sea god Taniwa. It was found necessary to put netting all round the vessels as high as the tops to prevent surprise, and when trade began it was the rule to admit no more than 5 Maoris on board at once. The flax was found growing spontaneously in fields of inexhaustible extent along the more southerly shores of the islands. The fibre was separated by the females, who held the top of the leaf between their toes, and drew a shell through the whole length of the leaf. It took a good cleaner to scrape 15 pounds weight of it in a day. The average was about 10 pounds, for which the traders gave a fig of tobacco and a pipe, 2 sheets of cartridge paper, or 1 pound of lead. The price at which the flax was sold in Sydney varied from £20 to £45 per ton, according to quality, so there was a large margin of profit to the trader. In 1828, 60 tons of flax valued at £2,600 were exported from Sydney to England. The results of trading with the foreigners were fatal to the natives. At first the trade was in axes, knives, and other edge tools, beads, and ornaments, but in 1832 the Maoris would scarcely take anything but arms and ammunition, red woollen skirts, and tobacco. Every man in a native hapu had to procure a musket or die. If the warriors of the hapu had no guns, they would soon be all killed by some tribe that had them. The price of one gun, together with the requisite powder, was 1 ton of cleaned flax, prepared by the women and slaves in the sickly swamps. In the meantime the food crops were neglected. Hunger and hard labour killed many. Some fell victims to diseases introduced by the white man, and the children nearly all died. And the Maoris are still dying out of the land, blighted by our civilization. They were willing to learn and to be taught, and they began to work with the white men. In 1853 I saw nearly 100 of them, naked to the waist, sinking shafts for gold on Bendigo, and no cousin Jacks worked harder. We could not, of course, make them Englishmen. The true Briton is born, not made. But could we not have kept them alive if we had used reasonable means to do so? Or is it true that in our inmost souls we wanted them to die, that we might possess their land in peace? Besides flax, it was found that New Zealand produced most excellent timber, the kauri pine. The first visitors saw sea-going canoes beautifully carved by rude tools of stone, which had been hollowed out each from a single tree, and so large that they were manned by 100 warriors. The gum trees of New Holland are extremely hard, and their wood is so heavy that it sinks in water like iron. But the kauri, with a leaf like that of the gum tree, is the toughest of pines, though soft and easily worked, suitable for shipbuilding and for masts and spars. In 1830, 28 vessels made 56 voyages from Sydney to New Zealand, chiefly for flax, but they also left parties of men to prosecute the whale and seal fisheries, and to cut kauri pine logs. 2 vessels were built by English mechanics, one of 140 tons and the other 370 tons burden, and the natives began to assist the newcomers in all their labours. At this time most of the villages had at least one European resident, called a Pakeha Maori, under the protection of a chief of rank and influence, and married to a relative of his, either legally or by native custom. It was through the resident that all the trading of the tribe was carried on. He bought and paid for the flax, and employed men to cut the pine logs and float them down the rivers to the ships. Every whaling and trading vessel that returned to Sydney or Van Diemen's Land brought back accounts of the wonderful prospects which the islands afforded to men of enterprise, and New Zealand became the favourite refuge for criminals, runaway prisoners, and other lovers of freedom. When, therefore, the crew of the schooner Industry threw Captain Blogg overboard, it was a great comfort to them to know that they were going to an island in which there was no government. Captain Blogg had arrived from England with a bad character. He had been tried for murder. He had been ordered to pay £500 as damages to his mate, whom he had imprisoned at sea in a hen coop, and left to pick up his food with the fowls. He had been outlawed and forbidden to sail as officer in any British ship. These were facts made known to, and discussed by, all the whalers who entered the Tamar when the whaling season was over in the year 1835. And yet the notorious Blogg found no difficulty in buying the schooner Industry, taking in a cargo, and obtaining a clearance for Hokianga in New Zealand. He had shipped a crew consisting of a mate, 4 seamen, and a cook. Black Ned Tomlins, Jim Parrish, and a few other friends interviewed the crew when the Industry was getting ready for sea. Black Ned was a half-breed native of Kangaroo Island, and was looked upon as the best whaler in the colonies, and the smartest man ever seen in a boat. He was the principal speaker. He put the case to the crew in a friendly way, and asked them if they did not feel themselves to be a set of fools, to think of going to sea with a murdering villain like Blogg. Dick Secker replied mildly but firmly. He reckoned the crew were, in a general way, able to take care of themselves. They could do their duty, whatever it was, and they were not afraid of sailing with any man that ever trod a deck. After a few days at sea they were able to form a correct estimate of their master mariner. He never came on deck absolutely drunk, but he was saturated with rum to the very marrow of his bones. A devil of cruelty, hate, and murder glared from his eyes, and his blasphemies could come from no other place but the lowest depths of the bottomless pit. The mate was comparatively a gentle and inoffensive lamb. He did not curse and swear more than was considered decent and proper on board ship, did his duty, and avoided quarrels. One day Blogg was rating the cook in his usual style when the latter made some reply, and the captain knocked him down. He then called the mate, and with his help stripped the cook to the waist, and triced him up to the mast on the weather side. This gave the captain the advantage of a position in which he could deliver his blows downward with full effect. Then he selected a rope's end and began to flog the cook. At every blow he made a spring on his feet, swung the rope over his head, and brought it down on the bare back with the utmost force. It was evident that he was no prentice hand at the business, but a good master flogger. The cook writhed and screamed, as every stroke raised bloody ridges on his back, but Blogg enjoyed it. He was in no hurry. He was like the boy who had found a sweet morsel, and was turning it over in his mouth to enjoy it the longer. After each blow he looked at the 3 seamen standing near, and at the man at the helm, and made little speeches at them. "I'll show you who is master aboard this ship." Whack. "That's what every man jack of you will get if you give me any of your jaw." Whack. "Maybe you'd like to mutiny, wouldn't you?" Whack. The blows came down with deliberate regularity. The cook's back was blue, black, and bleeding, but the captain showed no sign of any intention to stay his hand. The suffering victim's cries seemed to inflame his cruelty. He was a wild beast in the semblance of a man. At last, in his extreme agony, the cook made a piteous appeal to the seamen. "Mates, are you men? Are you going to stand there all day and watch me being flogged to death for nothing?" Before the next stroke fell, the three men had seized the captain, but he fought with so much strength and fury that they found it difficult to hold him. The helmsman steadied the tiller with 2 turns of the rope, and ran forward to assist them. They laid Blogg flat on the deck, but he kept struggling, cursing, threatening, and calling on the mate to help him. But that officer took fright, ran to his cabin in the deck-house, and began to barricade the door. Then a difficulty arose. What was to be done with the prisoner? He was like a raving maniac. If they allowed him his liberty, he was sure to kill one or more of them. If they bound him, he would get loose in some way, probably through the mate. And after what had occurred, it would be safer to turn loose a Bengal tiger on deck than the infuriated captain. There was but one way out of the trouble, and they all knew it. They looked at one another. Nothing was wanting but the word, and it soon came. Secker had sailed from the Cove of Cork, and being an Irishman, he was by nature eloquent, first in speech and then in action. He reflected afterwards, when he had leisure to do so. "Short work is the best," he said. "Over he goes. Lift the devil." Each man seized an arm or leg, and Blogg was carried round the mast to the lee side. The men worked together from training and habit. They swung the body athwart the deck like a pendulum, and with a 1, 2, 3 it cleared the bulwark, and the devil went head foremost into the deep sea. The cook, looking on from behind the mast, gave a deep sigh of relief. Thus it was that a great breach of the peace was committed on the Pacific Ocean, and it was done too on a beautiful summer's evening, when the sun was low, a gentle breeze barely filled the sails, and everybody should have been happy and comfortable. Captain Blogg rose to the surface directly, and swam after his schooner. The fury of his soul did not abate all at once. He roared to the mate to bring the schooner to, but there was no responsive "Aye, aye, sir." He was now outside of his jurisdiction, and his power was gone. He swam with all his strength, and his bloated face still looked red as the foam passed by it. The helmsman had resumed his place, and steadied the tiller, keeping her full while the other men looked over the stern. Secker said, "The old man will have a long swim." But the old man swam a losing race. His vessel was gliding away from him. His face grew pale, and in an agony of fear and despair, he called to the men for God's sake to take him on board, and he would forgive everything. But his call came too late. He could find no sureties for his good behaviour in the future. He had never in his life shown any love for God or pity for man, and he found in his utmost need neither mercy nor pity now. He strained his eyes in vain over the crests of the restless billows, calling for help that did not come. The receding sails never shivered. No land was near, no vessel in sight. The sun went down, and the hopeless sinner was left struggling alone on the black waste of waters. The men released the cook, and held a consultation about troublesome point of law. Had they committed mutiny and murder, or only justifiable homicide? They felt that the point was a very important one to them, a matter of life and death, and they stood in a group near the tiller to discuss the difficulty, speaking low, while the cook was shivering in the forecastle, trying to ease the pain. The conclusion of the seamen was that they had done what was right, both in law and conscience. They had thrown Blogg overboard to prevent him from murdering the cook, and also for their own safety. After they had done their duty by seizing him, he would have killed them if he could. He was a drunken sweep. He was an outlaw, and the law would not protect him. Anybody could kill an outlaw without fear or consequence, so they had heard. But still there was some doubt about it, and there was nobody there to put the case for the captain. The law was, at that time, a terrible thing, especially in Van Diemen's Land under Colonel Arthur. He governed by the gallows, to make everything orderly and peaceable, and men were peaceable enough after they were hanged. So Secker and his mates decided that, although they had done nothing but what was right in throwing Blogg over the side, it would be extremely imprudent to trust their innocence to the uncertainty of the law and to the impartiality of Colonel Arthur. Their first idea was to take the vessel to South America, but after some further discussion they decided to continue the voyage to Hokianga, and to settle among the Maoris. Nobody had actually seen them throw Blogg overboard except the cook. and him they looked upon as a friend, because they had saved him from being flogged to death. They had some doubts about the best course to take with the mate, but as he was the only man on board who was able to take the schooner to port, they were obliged to make use of his services for the present, and at the end of the voyage they could deal with him in any way prudence might require, and they did not mean to run any unnecessary risks. They went to the house on deck, and Secker called the mate, informing him that the captain had lost his balance and had fallen overboard, and that it was his duty to take charge of the Industry, and navigate her to Hokianga. But the mate had been thoroughly frightened. He was loath to leave his entrenchment. He could not tell what might happen if he opened his cabin door. He might find himself in the sea in another minute. The men who had thrown the master overboard would not have much scruple about sending an inferior officer after him. If the mate resolved to show fight, it would be necessary for him to kill every man on board, even the cook, before he could feel safe, and then he would be left alone in mid-ocean with nobody to help him to navigate the vessel. A master and crew under one hat, at the mercy of the winds and the waves, with 6 murdered men on his conscience, and he had a conscience too, as was soon to be proved. The seamen swore most solemnly that they did not intend to do him the least harm, and at last the mate opened his door. While in his cabin he had been spending what he believed to be the last minute of his life in preparing for death. He did his best to make peace with heaven, and tried to pray. But his mouth was dry with fear, his tongue clave to the roof of his mouth, his memory of sacred things failed him, and he could not pray for want of practice. He could remember only one short prayer, and he was unable to utter even that audibly. And how could a prayer ever reach heaven in time to be of any use to him, when he could not make it heard outside the deck-house? In his desperate straits he took a piece of chalk and began to write it. So when at last he opened the door of his cabin, the 4 seamen observed that he had nearly covered the boards with writing. It looked like a litany, but it was a litany of only 3 words, "Lord, have mercy," which were repeated in lines one above the other. That litany was never erased or touched by any man who subsequently sailed on board the Industry. She was the first vessel that was piloted up the Channel to Port Albert in Gippsland, to take in a cargo of fat cattle, and when she arrived there on August 3rd, 1842, the litany of the mate was still distinctly legible. Nothing exalts a man so quickly in the estimation of his fellow creatures as killing them. Emperors and kings caught the alliance of the conquering hero returning from fields of slaughter. Ladies in Melbourne forgot for a time the demands of fashion in their struggles to obtain an ecstatic glimpse of our modern Bluebeard, Deeming, and nobody was prouder than the belle of the ball when she danced down the middle with the man who shot Sandy McGee. And the reverence of the mate for his murdering crew was unfathomable. Their lightest word was a law to him. He wrote up their log in their presence, stating that Captain Blogg had been washed into the sea in a sudden squall on a dark night. Vessel hove to, boat lowered, searched for captain all night, could see nothing of him. Mate took charge and bore away for Hokianga next morning. When these untruthful particulars had been entered and read over to the 4 seamen, they were satisfied for the present. They would settle among the Maoris and lead a free and happy life. They could do what they liked with the schooner and her cargo, having disposed of the master and owner, and as for the mate, they would dispose of him too, if he made himself in any way troublesome. What a wonderful piece of good luck it was that they were going to a new country in which there was no government. The Industry arrived off the bar at Hokianga on November 30th, 1835, and was boarded by a Captain Young, who had settled 7 miles up the estuary, at One Tree Point, and acted as pilot of the nascent port. He inquired how much water the schooner drew, noted the state of the tide, and said he would remain on board all night and go over the bar next morning with the first flood. The mate had a secret and wanted to get rid of it. While looking around at the shore and apparently talking about indifferent subjects, he said to the pilot, "Don't look at the men, and don't take any notice of them. They threw Blogg, the master, overboard when he was flogging the cook, and they would murder me too if they knew I told you, so you must pretend not to take any notice of them. What their plans may be I don't know, but you may be sure they won't go back to the Tamar if they can help it." If the pilot felt any surprise, he did not show it. After a short pause he said, "You go about your business, and don't speak to me again, except when the men can hear you. I will think about what is best to be done." End of section 2. Section 3 of the Book of the Bush. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Magdalena Cook. The Book of the Bush by George Dunderdale. Section 3. Purging Out the Old Leaven, Part 3. During the night Captain Young thought about it to some purpose. Being a master mariner himself, he could imagine no circumstances which would justify a crew in throwing a master mariner overboard. It was the one crime which could not be pardoned either afloat or ashore. Next day he took the vessel up the estuary, and anchored her within 200 yards of the shore, opposite the residence of Captain MacDonnell. It is true there was no government at that time at Hokianga, nor anywhere else in New Zealand. There were no judges, no magistrates, no courts, and no police. But the British angel of annexation was already hovering over the land, although she had not as yet alighted on it. At this time the shores of New Zealand were infested with captains. There was a Captain Busby, who was called British Resident, and, unfortunately for our seamen, Captain MacDonnell had been appointed additional British Resident at Hokianga a few weeks previously. So far he had been officially idle. There was no business to do, no chance of his displaying his zeal and patriotism. Moreover, he had no pay, and apparently no power and no duties. He was neither a governor nor a government, but a kind of forerunner of approaching empire, one of those harmless and far-reaching tentacles which the British octopus extends into the recesses of ocean, searching for prey to satisfy the demands of her imperial appetite. MacDonnell was a naval lieutenant, had served under the East India Company, had smuggled opium to China, had explored the coast of New Zealand, and on March 31st, 1831, had arrived at Hokianga from Sydney in the Sir George Murray, a vessel which he had purchased for £1,300. He brought with him his wife, 2 children, and a servant, but took them back on the return voyage. He was now engaged in the flax and kauri pine trade. The Industry had scarcely dropped her anchor before the additional resident boarded her. The pilot spoke to him, and in a few words informed him that Blogg, the master, had been pitched into the sea, and explained in what manner he proposed to arrest the 4 seamen. MacDonnell understood and agreed to the plan at once. He called to the mate in a loud voice and said, "I am sorry to hear that you've lost the master of this vessel. I live at that house you see on the rising ground, and I keep a list in a book of all vessels that come into the river, and the names of the crews. It is a mere formality, and won't take more than 5 minutes. So you will oblige me, mate, by coming ashore with your men at once, as I am in a hurry, and have other business to attend to." He then went ashore in his boat. The mate and seamen followed in the ship's boat, and waited in front of the additional resident's house. He had a visitor that morning, the Pakeha Maori, Laming. The men had not to wait long, as it was not advisable to give them much time to think and grow suspicious. MacDonnell came to the front door and called the mate, who went inside, signed his name, reappeared directly, called Secker, and entered the house with him. The additional resident was sitting at a table with a signature book before him. He rose from the chair, told Secker to sit down, gave him a pen, and pointed out the place where his name was to be signed. Laming was sitting near the table. While Secker was signing his name, MacDonnell suddenly put a twisted handkerchief under his chin and tightened it around his neck. Laming presented a horse pistol and said he would blow his brains out if he uttered a word, and the mate slipped a pair of handcuffs on his wrists. He was then bundled out at the back door and put into a bullet-proof building at the rear. The other 3 seamen were then called in, one after the other, garroted, handcuffed, and imprisoned in the same way. The little formality of signing names was finished in a few minutes, according to promise. If such things could be done in New Zealand, where there was neither law nor government, what might happen in Van Diemen's Land? where one man was both law and government, and that man was Colonel Arthur. The prisoners had plenty of time to make a forecast of their fate, while the mate engaged a fresh crew and took in a cargo of flax and timber. When he was ready to sail, he reshipped his old crew in irons, returned with them to the Tamar, and delivered them to the police to be dealt with according to law. For a long time the law was in a state of chaos. Major Abbott was sent from England in 1814 as the first judge. The proceedings in his court were conducted in the style of a drumhead court-martial, the accusation, sentences, and execution following one another with military precision and rapidity. He adjudicated in petty sessions as a magistrate, and dealt in a summary manner with capital offences, which were very numerous. To imprison a man who was already a prisoner for life was no punishment. The Major's powers were, therefore, limited to the cat and the gallows. And, as the first gallows had been built to carry only 8 passengers, his daily death sentences were also limited to that number. For 20 years torture was used to extort confession. Even women were flogged if they refused to give evidence, and an order of the governor was held to be equal to the law. Major Abbott died in 1832. In 1835 the court consisted of the judge-advocate and 2 of the inhabitants selected by the governor. Colonel Arthur, who came out in the year 1824, and had been for 11 years a terror to evildoers. His rule was as despotic as he could possibly make it. If any officer appointed by the home government disagreed with his policy, he suspended him from his office, and left him to seek redress from his friends in England, a tedious process which lasted for years. Disagreeable common people he suspended also, by the neck. If a farmer, squatter, or merchant was insubordinate, he stopped his supply of convict labour, and cruelly left him to do his own work. He brooked no discussion of his measures by any pestilent editor. He filled all places of profit with his friends, relatives, and dependents. Everything was referred to his royal will and pleasure. His manners were stiff and formal, his tastes moral, his habits on Sundays religious, and his temper vindictive. Next to the Articles of War, the 39 Articles claimed his obedience. When his term of office was drawing to a close, he went to church on a certain Sunday to receive the Lord's Supper. While studying his prayer book, he observed that it was his duty, if his brother had anything against him, to seek a reconciliation before offering his gift. The ex-Attorney General, Gellibrand, was present, a brother Christian who had had many things against him for many years. He had other enemies, some living and some dead, but they were absent. To be reconciled to all of them was an impossibility. He could not ask the minister to suspend the service while he went round Hobart Town looking for his enemies and shaking hands with them. But he did what was possible. He rose from his knees, marched over to Gellibrand, and held out his hand. Gellibrand was puzzled. He looked at the hand and could see nothing in it. By way of explanation, Colonel Arthur pointed out the passage in the prayer book which had troubled his sensitive conscience. Gellibrand read it, and then shook hands. With a soul washed whiter than snow, the colonel approached the table. Amongst the convicts every grade of society was represented, from King Jorgensen to the beggar. One governor had a convict private secretary. Officers of the army and navy, merchants, doctors, and clergymen consorted with costermongers, poachers, and pickpockets. The law, it is sad to relate, had even sent out lawyers who practised their profession under a cloud, and sometimes pleaded by permission of the court. But their ancient pride had been trodden in the dust. The aureole which once encircled their wigs was gone, and they were often snubbed and silenced by ignorant justices. The punishment for being found out is lifelong and terrible. Their clients paid the fees partly in small change and partly in rum. The defence of the seaman accused of murdering Captain Blogg was undertaken by Mr. Nicholas. He had formerly been employed by the firm of eminent solicitors in London, who conducted the defence of Queen Caroline, when the first gentleman in Europe tried to get rid of her. And he told me that his misfortunes, forgeries, had deprived him of the honour of sharing with Lord Brougham the credit of her acquittal. Many years had passed since that celebrated trial when I made the acquaintance of Nicholas. He had by this time lost all social distinction. He had grown old and very shabby, and was so mean that even his old friends, the convicts who had crossed the straits, looked down on him with contempt. He came to me for an elector's right, as a vote in our electorate, the 4 counties, was sometimes worth as much as 40 shillings, besides unlimited grog. We were Conservatives then, true patriots, and we imitated, feebly, it is true, but earnestly, the time-honoured customs of old England. Mr. Nicholas had been a man of many employments, and of many religions. He was never troubled with the scruples of conscience, but guided his conduct wholly by enlightened self-interest. He was a broad churchman, very broad. As tutor in various families, he had instructed his pupils in the tenets of the Church of England, of the Catholics, of the Presbyterians, and of the Baptists. He always professed the religion of his employer for the time being, and he found that the 4 religions were sufficient for his spiritual and temporal wants. There were many other sects, but the labour of learning all their peculiar views would not pay, so he neglected them. The Wesleyans were at one time all-powerful in our road district, and Nicholas, foreseeing a chance of filling an office of profit under the board, threw away all his sins and obtained grace and a billet as a toll-collector or pikeman. In England the pikeman was always a surly brute, who collected his fees with the help of a bludgeon and a bulldog. But Nicholas performed his duties in the disguise of a saint. He waited for passengers in his little wooden office, sitting at a table with a huge Bible before him, absorbed in spiritual reading. He wore spectacles on his Roman nose, had a long grey beard, quoted scripture to chance passengers, and was very earnest for their salvation. He was atoning for the sins of his youth by leading the life of a hermit by praying and cheating. He has had many followers. He made mistakes in his cash, which for a while were overlooked in so good a man, but they became at length so serious that he lost his billet. He had for some time been spoken of by his friends and admirers as Mr. Nicholas, but after his last mistakes had been discovered, he began to be known merely as Old Nick the lawyer, or Old Nick the liar, which some ignorant people look upon as convertible terms. I think Lizard Skin, the cannibal, was a better Christian than Old Nick the lawyer, as he was brave and honest, and scorned to tell a lie. The convict counsel for the 4 seamen defended them at a great expenditure of learning and lies. He argued at great length that there was no evidence that a master mariner named Blogg ever existed, that he was an outlaw, and, as such, every British subject had an inchoate right to kill him at sight, and, therefore, that the seamen, supposing for the sake of argument that they did kill him, acted strictly within their legal rights, that Blogg drowned himself in a fit of delirium tremens after being drunk on rum 3 days and nights consecutively, that he fell overboard accidentally and was drowned, that the cook and mate threw him overboard, and then laid blame on the innocent seamen. That Blogg swam ashore and was now living on an uncharted island, that, if he was murdered, his body had not been found, there could be no murder without a corpse, and finally he would respectfully submit to the honourable court that the case bristled with ineradicable difficulties. The seamen would have been sent to the gallows in any case, but Nicholas's speech made their fate inevitable. The court brushed aside the legal bristles, and hanged the 4 seamen on the evidence of the mate and the cook. The tragedy of the gallows was followed by a short afterpiece. Jim Parrish, Ned Tomlins, and every whaler and foremast man in Hobart Town and on the Tamar discussed the evidence both drunk and sober, and the opinion was universal that the cook ought to have sworn an oath strong enough to go through a 3-inch slab of hardwood that he had seen Captain Blogg carried up to heaven by angels, instead of swearing away the lives of men who had taken his part when he was triced up to the mast. The cook was in this manner tried by his peers and condemned to die, and he knew it. He tried to escape by shipping on board a schooner bound to Portland Bay with whalers. The captain took on board a keg of rum holding 15 gallons, usually called a big pup, and invited the mate to share the liquor with him. The result was that the two officers soon became incapable of rational navigation. Off King's Island the schooner was hove to in a gale of wind, and for 14 days stood off and on, 5 or 6 hours one way, 5 or 6 hours the other, while the master and mate were down below nursing the big pup. The seamen were all strangers to the coast, and did not know any cove into which they could run for refuge. The cook was pitched overboard one dark night during that gale of King's Island, and his loss was a piece of ancient history by the time the master and mate had consumed the rum, and were able to enter up the log. Ex-Attorney-General Gellibrand sailed to Port Phillip to look for country in Australia Felix, and he found it. He was last seen on a rounded hill, gazing over the rich and beautiful land which borders Lake Colac, land which he was not fated to occupy, for he wandered away and was lost, and his bones lay unburied by the stream which now bears his name. When Colonel Arthur's term of office expired, he departed with the utmost ceremony. The 21st Fusiliers escorted him to the wharf. As he entered his barge his friends cheered, and his enemies groaned, and then went home and illuminated the town, to testify their joy at getting rid of a tyrant. He was the model governor of a crown colony, and the crown rewarded him for his services. He was made a baronet, appointed governor of Canada and of Bombay, was a member of Her Majesty's Privy Council, a colonel of the Queen's Own Regiment, and he died on September 19th, 1854, full of years and honours, and worth £70,000. Laming was left an orphan by the death of Lizard Skin. The chief had grown old and sick, and he sat every day for 2 years on a fallen prairie near the white man's pa, but he never entered it. His spear was always sticking up beside him. He had a gun, but was never known to use it. He was often humming some ditty about old times, before the white man brought guns and powder, but he spoke to no one. He was pondering over the future of his tribe, but the problem was too much for him. The white men were strong and were overrunning his land. His last injunction to his warriors was, that they should listen to the words of his pakeha, and that they should be brave that they might live. When the British government took possession of New Zealand without paying for it, they established a land court to investigate the titles to lands formerly bought from the natives, and it was decided in most cases that a few axes and hoes were an insufficient price to pay for the pick of the country. The purchasers were swindles. Laming had possession of 300 or 400 acres, and to the surprise of the court it was found that he had paid a fair price for them, and his title was allowed. Moreover, his knowledge of the language and customs of the Maoris was found to be so useful that he was appointed a judge of the land court. The men who laid the foundations of empire in the great South Land were men of action. They did not stand idle in the shade, waiting for someone to come and hire them. They dug a vineyard and planted it. The vines now bring forth fruit, the winepress is full, the must is fermenting. When the wine has been drawn off from the lees, and time has matured it, of what kind will it be? And will the lord of the vineyard commend it? End of section 3.
Section 4 of the Book of the Bush. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jesse. The Book of the Bush by George Dunderdale. Section 4. First Settlers. The first white settler in Victoria was the escaped convict Buckley, but he did not cultivate the country nor civilize the natives. The natives, on the contrary, uncivilized him. When white men saw him again, he had forgotten even his mother tongue, and could give them little information. For more than 30 years he had managed to live like a savage. But for any good he had ever done, he might as well have died with the other convicts who ran away with him. He never gave any clear account of his companions, and many people were of opinion that he kept himself alive by eating them until he was found and fed by the blacks, who thought he was one of their dead friends and had jumped up a white fellow. While Buckley was still living with the blacks about Corio Bay in 1827, Gellibrand and Batman applied for a grant of land at Western Port, where the whalers used to strip wattle bark when whales were out of season. But they did not get it. Englishmen have no business to live anywhere without being governed, and Colonel Arthur had no money to spend in governing a settlement at Western Port. So Australia Felix was unsettled for 8 years longer. Griffiths and Co. of Launceston were trading with Sydney in 1833. Their cargo outward was principally wheat, the price of which varied very much. Sometimes it was 2 6 a bushel in Launceston, and 18 shillings in Sydney. The return cargo from Port Jackson was principally coal, freestone, and cedar. Griffiths and Co. were engaged in whaling in Portland Bay. They sent their 2 schooners, the Henry and the Elizabeth, in June 1834. They erected huts on shore for the whalers. The Henry was wrecked, but the whales were plentiful and yielded more oil than the casks would hold, so the men dug clay pits on shore and poured the oil into them. The oil from 45 whales was put into the pits, but the clay absorbed every spoonful of it, and nothing but bones was gained from so much slaughter. Before the Elizabeth left Portland Bay, the Hentys, the first permanent settlers in Victoria, arrived in the schooner Thistle on November the 4th, 1834. When the whalers of the Elizabeth had been paid off and had spent their money, they were engaged to strip wattle bark at Western Port, and were taken across in the schooner with provisions, tools, 6 bullocks, and a dray. During that season they stripped 300 tons of bark and chopped it ready for bagging. John Toms went over to weigh and ship the bark, and brought it back together with the men in the bark Andrew Mac. End of section 4. Section 5 of the Book of the Bush. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jesse. The Book of the Bush by George Dunderdale. Section 5. Wreck of the convict ship Neva on King's Island. She sailed from Cork on January the 8th, 1835. B.H. Peck, master, Dr. Stevenson, R.N., surgeon. She had on board 150 female prisoners and 33 of their children, 9 free women and their 22 children, and a crew of 26. Several ships had been wrecked on King's Island, and when a vessel approached it, the mate of the watch warned his men to keep a bright look-out. He said, "King's Island is inhabited by anthropophagi, the bloodiest man-eaters ever known, and if you don't want to go to pot, you had better keep your eyes skinned." So the lookout men did not go to sleep. Nevertheless, the Neva went ashore on the Harbinger Reef on May the 13th, unshipped her rudder, and parted into 4 pieces. Only 9 men and 13 women reached the island. They were nearly naked and had nothing to eat, and they wandered along the beach during the night, searching amongst the wreckage. At last they found a puncheon of rum, upended it, stove in the head, and drank. The 13 women then lay down on the sand close together and slept. The night was very cold, and Robinson, an apprentice, covered the women as well as he could with some pieces of sail and blankets soaked with salt water. The men walked about the beach all night to keep themselves warm, being afraid to go inland for fear of the cannibal blackfellows. In the morning they went to rouse the women, and found that 7 of the 13 were dead. The surviving men were the master, B.H. Peck, Joseph Bennett, Thomas Sharp, John Watson, Edward Calhope, Thomas Hines, Robert Ballard, John Robinson, and William Kindery. The women were Ellen Galvin, Mary Stating, Anne Cullen, Rosa Helland, Rose Dunn, and Margaret Drury. For 3 weeks these people lived almost entirely on shellfish. They threw up a barricade on the shore, above high water mark, to protect themselves against the cannibals. The only chest that came ashore unbroken was that of Robinson the apprentice, and in it there was a canister of powder. A flint musket was also found among the wreckage, and with the flint and steel they struck a light and made a fire. When they went down to the beach in search of shellfish, one man kept guard at the barricade and looked out for the blackfellows. His musket was loaded with powder and pebbles. 3 weeks passed away before any of the natives appeared, but at last they were seen approaching along the shore from the south. At the first alarm all the shipwrecked people ran to the barricade for shelter, and the men armed themselves with anything in the shape of weapons they could find. But their main hope of victory was the musket. They could not expect to kill many cannibals with one shot, but the flash and report would be sure to strike them with terror and put them to flight. By this time their diet of shellfish had left them all weak and emaciated, skeletons only just alive. The anthropophagi would have nothing but bones to pick. Still, the little life left in them was precious, and they resolved to sell it as dear as they could. They watched the savages approaching. At length they could count their number. They were only 11 all told, and were advancing slowly. Now they saw that 7 of the 11 were small, only pickaninnies. When they came nearer, 3 out of the other 4 were seen to be lubras, and the 11th individual then resolved himself into a white savage, who roared out, "Mates, ahoy!" The white man was Scott the sealer, who had taken up his abode on the island with his harem, 3 Tasmanian gins, and 7 children. They were the only permanent inhabitants. The cannibal blacks had disappeared and continued to exist only in the fancies of the mariners. Scott's residence was opposite New Year's Island, not far from the shore. There he had built a hut and planted a garden with potatoes and other vegetables. Flesh meat he obtained from the kangaroos and seals. Their skins he took to Launceston in his boat, and in it he brought back supplies of flour and groceries. He had observed dead bodies of women and men, and pieces of a wrecked vessel cast up by the sea, and had travelled along the shore with his family looking for anything useful or valuable which the wreck might yield. After hearing the story and seeing the miserable plight of the castaways, he invited them to his home. On arriving at the hut, Scott and his lubras prepared for their guests a beautiful meal of kangaroo and potatoes. This was their only food as long as they remained on King's Island, for Scott's only boat had got adrift, and his flour, tea, and sugar had been all consumed. But kangaroo beef and potatoes seemed the most luxurious diet to the men and women who had been kept alive for 3 weeks on nothing but shellfish. Scott and his hounds hunted the kangaroo and supplied the colony with meat. The liver of the kangaroo, when boiled and left to grow cold, is a dry substance, which, with the help of hunger and a little imagination, is said to be as good as bread. In the month of July 1835, heavy gales were blowing over King's Island. For 14 days the schooner Elizabeth, with whalers for Port Fairy, was hove to off the coast, standing off and on, 6 hours one way and 6 hours the other. Akers, the captain, and his mate got drunk on rum and water daily. The cook of the Industry was on board the Elizabeth, the man whom Captain Blogg was flogging when his crew seized him and threw him overboard. The cook also was now pitched overboard for having given evidence against the 4 men who had saved him from further flogging. At this time also Captain Friend, of the whaling cutter Sarah Ann, took shelter under the lee of New Year's Island, and he pulled ashore to visit Scott the sealer. There he found the shipwrecked men and women, whom he took on board his cutter and conveyed to Launceston, except one woman and 2 men. It was then too late in the season to take the whalers to Port Fairy. Captain Friend was appointed Chief District Constable at Launceston. All the constables under him were prisoners of the Crown, receiving $50 a day. He was afterwards Collector of Customs at the Mersey. In November 1835 the schooner Elizabeth returned to Launceston with 270 tons of oil. The share of the crew of a whaling vessel was 1/50th of the value of the oil and bone. The boat steerer received 1/30th, and of the headmen some had 1/25th, others 1/15th. In this same year, 1835, Batman went to Port Phillip with a few friends and 7 Sydney blackfellows. On June the 14th he returned to Van Diemen's Land, and by the 25th of the same month he had compiled a report of his expedition, which he sent to Governor Arthur, together with a copy of the grant of land executed by the black chiefs. He had obtained 3 copies of the grant signed by 3 brothers Jagga Jagga, by Bungaree, Yen Yen, Moorwhip, and Marmarella. The area of the land bought by Batman was not surveyed with precision, but it was of great extent, like infinite space, whose centre is everywhere and circumference nowhere. And in addition he took up a small patch of 100,000 acres between the bay and the Barwon, including the insignificant site of Geelong, a place of small account even to this day. Batman was a long-limbed Sydney native, and he bestrode his real estate like a colossus. But King William was a bigger colossus than Batman. He claimed both the land and the blacks, and ignored the Crown grant. Next, John Fawkner and his friends chartered the schooner Enterprise for a voyage across the Straits to Australia Felix. He afterwards claimed to be the founder of Melbourne. He could write and talk everlastingly, but he had not the robur and ass triplex suitable for a sea robber. Seasickness nearly killed him, so he stayed behind while the other adventurers went and laid the foundation. They first examined the shores of Western Port, then went to Port Phillip Bay and entered the River Yarra. They disembarked on its banks, ploughed some land, sowed maize and wheat, and planted 2,000 fruit trees. They were not so grasping as Batman, and each man pegged out a farm of only 100 acres. These farms were very valuable in the days of the late boom, and are called the City of Melbourne. Batman wanted to oust the newcomers. He claimed the farms under his grant from the Jagga Jaggas. He squatted on Batman's Hill and looked down with evil eyes on the rival immigrants. He saw them clearing away the scrub along Flinders Street and splitting posts and rails all over the city from Spencer Street to Spring Street, regardless of the fact that the ground under their feet would be, in the days of their grandchildren, worth £3,000 per foot. Their bullock drays were often bogged in Elizabeth Street, and they made a corduroy crossing over it with red gum logs. Some of these logs were dislodged quite sound 50 years afterwards by the Tramway Company's workmen. End of section 5.
Section 6 of the Book of the Bush. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Book of the Bush by George Dunderdale. Section 6. Discovery of the River Hopkins. Know ye not that lovely river? Know ye not that smiling river, whose gentle flood by cliff and wood with wildering sound goes winding ever? In January 1836, Captain Smith who was in charge of the whaling station at Port Fairy, went with two men named Wilson and Gibbs in a whale boat to the islands near Warrnambool to look for seal. They could find no seal, and then they went across the bay and found the mouth of the River Hopkins. In trying to land there, their boat capsized in the surf, and Smith was drowned. The other two men succeeded in reaching the shore naked, and they travelled back along the coast to Port Fairy, carrying sticks on their shoulders to look like guns, in order to frighten away the natives, who were very numerous on that part of the coast. On this journey they found the wreck of a vessel, supposed to be a Spanish one, which has since been covered by the drifting sand. When Captain Mills was afterwards harbour master at Belfast, he took the bearings of it, and reported them to the Harbour Department in Melbourne. Vain search was made for it many years afterwards, in the hope that it was a Spanish galleon laden with doubloons. Davy was in the Sydney trade in the Elizabeth until March 1836. He then left her and joined the cutter Sarah Ann, under J.B. Mills, to go whaling at Port Fairy. In the month of May, Captain Mills was short of boats, and went to the Hopkins to look for the boat lost by Smith. He took with him two boats, with all their whaling gear, in case he should see a whale. David Fermaner was in one of the boats, which carried a supply of provisions for the two crews. In the other boat there was only what was styled a nose bag, or snack, a mouthful for each man. On arriving off the Hopkins, they found a nasty sea on, and Captain Mills said it would be dangerous to attempt to land, but his brother Charles said he would try, and in doing so his boat capsized in the breakers. All the men clung to the boat, but the off sea prevented them from getting on shore. When Captain Mills saw what had happened, he at once pushed on his boat through the surf, and succeeded in reaching the shore inside the point on the eastern side of the entrance. He then walked round towards the other boat with a lance warp, waded out in the water as far as he could, and then threw the warp to the men, who hauled on it until their boat came ashore, and they were able to land. All the provisions were lost. The water was bailed out of the boat that had been capsized, and she was taken over to the West Head. All the food for 12 men was in the nose bag, and it was very little. Each man had a mere nibble for supper. In those days wombats were plentiful near the river, but the men could not catch or kill one of them. Captain Mills had a gun in his boat which happened to be loaded, and he gave it to Davy to try if he could shoot anything for breakfast next morning. There was only one charge, all the rest of the ammunition having been lost in the breakers. Davy walked up the banks of the river early in the morning, and saw plenty of ducks, but they were so wild he could not get near them. At last he was so fortunate as to shoot a musk duck, which he brought back to the camp, stuck up before the fire, and roasted. He then divided it into 12 portions, and gave one portion to each of the 12 men for breakfast. But it was a mockery of a meal, as unsubstantial as an echo smell, and nothing else. The two boats were launched, and an attempt was made to pass out to sea through the surf, but the wind was far down south, and the men had to return and beach the boats. The sails were taken ashore and used as tents. In the evening they again endeavoured to catch a wombat, but failed. On the next day they tried again to get out of the river, but the surf half filled the boats with water, and they were glad to reach the camp again. Captain Mills was a native of Australia, and a good bushman. He told the men that sow thistles were good to eat, so they went about looking for them, and having found a quantity, ate them. On the third day they tried once more to get out of the river, but without success. On the fourth day Mills decided to carry the boats and whaling gear overland to a bight in the bay to the west. The gear was divided into lots among the men, and consisted of 10 oars, 2 steer oars, 2 tubs of whale line, each 120 fathoms in length, 2 50-pound anchors, 4 harpoons, 6 lances, 6 lance warps, 2 tomahawks, 2 water kegs, 2 piggins for bailers, 2 sheath knives, and 2 oil stones for touching up the lances when they became dull. These were carried for about a quarter of a mile, and then put down for a rest, and the men went back to the camp. The boats were much lighter than the gear, being made of only half-inch plank. One boat was capsized bottom up, and the men took it on their shoulders, 6 on each side, the tallest men being placed in the middle on account of the sheer of the boat, and it was carried about half a mile past the gear. They then returned for the other boat, and in this way brought everything to the bight close to the spot where the bathing house at Warrnambool has since been erected. There they launched the boats, and got out to sea, pulling against a strong westerly breeze. The men were very weak, having had nothing to eat for 4 days but some sow thistles and a musk duck, and the pull to Port Fairy was hard and long. They landed about 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and Captain Mills told them not to eat anything, saying he would give them something better. At that time there was a liquor called black strap, brought out in the convict ships for the use of the prisoners, and it was sold with the ship's surplus stores in Sydney and Hobarton. Mills had some of it at Port Fairy. He now put a kettle full of it on the fire, and when it was warmed gave each man a half a pint to begin with. He then told them to go and get supper, and afterwards he gave each of them another half pint. Rum was in those days a very profitable article of commerce, and the trade in it was monopolised by the government officers, civil and military. Like flour in the back settlements of the United States, it was reckoned equal to cash, and was made to do the office of the pagoda tree in India, which rained dollars at every shake. The boat that was lost by Smith at the Hopkins was found in good condition, half filled with sand. Joe Wilson went for it afterwards, and brought it back to Port Fairy. He was a native of Sydney, and nephew of Raby of Launceston, and was murdered not long afterwards at the White Hills. He was sent by Raby on the horseback to Hobarton to buy the revenue cutter Charlotte, which had been advertised for sale. He was shot by a man who was waiting for him behind a tree. He fell from his horse, and although he begged hard for his life, the man beat out his brains with the gun. The murderer took all the money Wilson had, which was only 1 5-pound note, the number of which Raby knew. A woman tried to pass it in Launceston. Her statements led to the discovery and conviction of the murderer, who was hanged in chains at the White Hills, and the gibbet remained there for many years. End of section 6.
Section 7 of the Book of the Bush. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by May Lowe. The Book of the Bush by George Dunderdale. Section 7. Whaling. I wish I were in Portland Bay, oh yes, oh, harpooning whales on a 30th lay 100 years ago. In the year 1837, J.B. Mills had charge of the Portland fishery, and Davy went with him in the Thistle schooner as mate and navigator, and they were over a month on the passage. Charles Mills was second in command at the station at Portland, and Peter Coakley, an Irishman, was third. The remainder of the crew required for whaling was on board the Thistle. Among them was one named McCann, a Sydney native, a stonemason by trade, and father of the McCann who was afterwards Member of Parliament for Geelong. During a westerly gale, the schooner ran to Western Port for shelter. In sailing through the Rip, McCann, who was acting as steward, while going aft to the cabin, had to cross over a colonial sofa which was lashed on deck. Instead of stepping over it gently, he made a jump, and the vessel lurching at the same time, he went clean overboard. Davy, who was standing by the man at the helm, told him to put the helm down and let the vessel come to. He then ran forward and got a steer oar from underneath the boots and threw it overboard. McCann, being an expert swimmer, swam to the oar. A boat was launched, 4 men got into it, picked him up and brought him aboard again none the worse. There was too much sea on to hoist in the boat, as there were no davits, and while she was being towed in, she ran ahead of the vessel, which went over her and filled her with water. On arriving in Western Port, the boat was found to have been not much damaged. There was on board the Thistle an apprentice whom Davy had stolen in Sydney after he had served 4 years of his time to a boat builder named Green. This apprentice repaired the boat, which afterwards proved to be the fastest out of 41 boats that went out whaling in Portland Bay every morning. There were in 1837 8 parties of whalers in Portland Bay, and so many whales were killed that the business from that year declined and became unprofitable. Mills's party in the Thistle schooner, of which Davy was mate and navigator, or nurse to Mills, who was not a trained seaman, had their station at Single Corner. Kelly's party was stationed at the neck of land where the breakwater has been constructed. Then there were Dutton's party, with the bark African, Nicholson's with the bark Cheviot, from Hobarton, Chamberlain's with the bark William IV of Hobarton, the Hope bark, and a brig, both from Sydney. The Hentys also had a whaling station at Double Corner, and by offering to supply their men with fresh meat 3 times a week, obtained the pick of the whalers. Their head men were Johnny Brennan, John Moles, and Jim Long, natives of Sydney or Tasmania, and all 3 good whalers. When the Thistle arrived at Portland Bay, every other party had got nearly 100 tons of oil each, and Mills's party had none. He started out next morning, choosing the boat which had picked up McCann at Western Port, and killed 1 whale, which turned out 6 tons of oil. He did not get any more for 3 weeks, being very unlucky. After getting the schooner ready for cutting in, Davy went to steer the boat for Charles Mills, and always got in a mess among the whales, either being capsized or stove in among so many boats. At the end of 3 weeks, Captain Mills got a whale off the Second River, halfway round towards Port Fairy. She was taken in tow with the 3 boats, and after 2 days' towing, she was anchored within half a mile of the schooner in Portland Bay, and the men went ashore. During the night, a gale of wind came on from the southwest, and the whale, being a bit stale and high out of the water, drove ashore at the bluff a little way past Henty's house. In the morning, Mills said he would go and see what he could get from her on the beach, and ordered his brother, Charles Mills, and Coakley to go out looking for whales. All the boats used to go out before daylight, and dodge one another round the bay for miles. It was cold work sitting in the boats. The men stayed out until 10 or 11 o'clock, and went ashore that day on the Convincing Ground, which was so called because the whalers used to go down there to fight and convince one another who was the best man. In the afternoon, about 2 o'clock, it was Davy's turn to go up a tree to look for whales. In looking round the bay towards the bluff, he saw a boat with a whiff on. He jumped down and told Charles Mills, who said, "Come on." There was a great rush of all the boats, but Mills's boat kept well forward of the lot. When they arrived off the bluff, they found Captain Mills had fastened to a whale, 2 other loose whales being near. They pulled up alongside him, and he pointed out a loose whale, to which they fastened. Mansfield, of the Hobarton party, fastened to the 3rd whale. Davy came aft to the steer oar, and Charles Mills went forward to kill his whale. He had hardly got the lance in his hand when the whale threw herself right athwart the nose of the boat. He then sent the lance right into her and killed her stone dead. Mansfield, in hauling up his whale, got on top of Captain Mills's whale, which stove in Mansfield's boat, and sent all his men flying in the air. There was a rush then to pick up the men. Charles Mills, finding his whale dead, struck a whiff in the lance hole he had made when he killed her, cut the line that was fast to her, and bent it on another spare iron. Mansfield's whale then milled round and came right on to Charles Mills's boat, and he fastened to her. This gave him a claim of 1/2 of her, so that Mills and his men got 2½ out of the 3 whales. The men were all picked up. Mills's whales were anchored about 1/2 a mile from the schooner, and the boats went out next morning and took them in tow. The whales tow very easily when fresh killed, but if they are allowed to get stiff, their fins stand out and hinder the towing. When the 2 whales were brought alongside the schooner, the boats of Kelly's party were seen fast to a whale off Blacknose Point. Charles Mills pulled over, and when he arrived he found a loose whale, Mansfield and Chase being fast to 2 other whales. Mills fastened to the loose whale, and then the 3 whales fouled the 3 lines, and rolled them all together like a warp, which made it difficult to kill them. After the men had pulled up on them for some time with the oars, 2 of them began spouting blood and sickened, and Chase's boat got on to them and capsized. Then the whales took to running, and Mansfield cut his line to pick up Chase and his crew. Mansfield's whale, being sick, went in a flurry and died. Mills's whale and Chase's worked together until Mills killed his whale. He then whiffed her and fastened to Chase's whale, which gave him a claim for 1/2, and he killed her, so that his party got 1½ out of the 3 whales. Chase and his crew were all picked up. From that day the luck of Mills and his party turned, and they could not try out fast enough. In 4 months from the time the Thistle left Launceston, she had on board 240 tons of oil. In the year 1836, the Hentys had a few cattle running behind the bluff, when Major Mitchell arrived overland from Sydney, and reported good country in the north. They then brought over more cattle from Launceston, and stocked a station. The first beast killed by the Hentys for their whalers was a heifer, and the carcass, divided into 2 parts, was suspended from the flagstaff at their house. It could be seen from afar by the men who were pulling across the bay in their boats, and they knew that Henty's men were going to feed on fresh meat, while all the rest were eating such awful stuff as Yankee pork and salt horse. The very sight of the 2 sides of the heifer suspended at the flagstaff was an unendurable insult and mockery to the carnivorous whalers, and an incitement to larceny. Davy Fermaner was steering one of the boats, and he exclaimed, "There! They are flashing the fresh meat to us. They would look foolish if they lost it tonight." There was feasting and revelry that night at Single Corner. Hungry men were sharpening their sheath knives with steel and cutting up a side of beef. A large fire was burning, and on the glowing coals and in every frying pan, rich steaks were fizzing and hissing. It was like a feast of heroes, and lasted long through the night. They sang responsively like gentle shepherds, shepherds of the ocean fields whose flocks were mighty whales. Mother the butcher's brought the meat, what shall I do with it? Fry the flesh and broil the bones, and make a pudding of the suet. Next morning the Hentys looked for the missing beef up the Flagstaff, and along the shore of the ever-sounding ocean, but their search was in vain. They suspected that the men of Kelly's party were the thieves, but these all looked as stupid, ignorant, and innocent as the adverse circumstances would permit. There was no evidence against them to be found. The beef was eaten, and the bones were burned and buried. Mills's men were the beef lifters, and some of Kelly's men helped them to eat it. The whales killed at the Portland fishery were of two kinds, the right or black whale, and the sperm whale. The right whale has an immense tongue, and lives by suction, the food being a kind of small shrimp. When in a flurry, that is, when she has received her death stroke with the lance, she goes round in a circle, working with her head and flukes. The sperm whale feeds on squid, which they bite, and when in a flurry, they work with the head and flukes and with the mouth open, and often crush the boats. After the crew of the Thistle had spent their money, they were taken back to Port Fairy for the purpose of stripping bark, a large quantity of wattle trees having been found in the neighbouring country. Sheep were also taken there, in charge of Mr. J. Murphy, who intended to form a station. John Griffiths also sent over his father, Jonathan, who had been a carpenter on board the first man of war that had arrived at Port Jackson, 3 old men who had been prisoners, 4 bullocks, a plough, and some seed potatoes. A cargo of the previous season's bark was put into the Thistle, and on her return to Launceston was transferred to the Rhoda brig, Captain Rolls, bound for London. More sheep and provisions were then taken in the Thistle, and after they were landed at Port Fairy, another cargo of bark was put on board. For 3 days there was no wind, and a tremendous sea setting in from the south-east, the schooner could not leave the bay. On the night of December 24th, a gale of wind came on from the south-east. One chain parted, and after riding until 3 o'clock in the morning of Christmas Day, the other chain also parted. The vessel drew 8 feet, and was lying in between 3 and 4 fathoms of water. As soon as the second chain broke, Davy went up on the foreyard and cut the gaskets of the foresail. The schooner grounded in the trough of sea, but when she rose the foresail was down, and she paid off before the wind. The shore was about a mile or a mile and a half distant, and she took the beach right abreast of a sheep-yard, where her wreck now lies. The men got ashore in safety, but all the cargo was lost. A tent was pitched on shore near the wreck, but as there was no vessel in the bay by which they could return to Launceston, the 4 men, Captain Mills, D. Fermaner, Charles Ferris, and Richard Jennings, on December 31st, 1837, set sail in a whaleboat for Port Phillip. Davy had stolen Jennings from the Rhoda brig at Launceston when seamen were scarce. He was afterwards a pilot at Port Phillip, and was buried at Williamstown. The whaleboat reached Port Phillip on January 3rd, 1838, having got through the Rip on the night of the 2nd. Ferris was the only man of the crew who had been in before, he having gone in with Batman in the Rebecca cutter, Captain Baldwin. Baldwin was afterwards before the mast in the Elizabeth schooner. He was a clever man, but fond of drink. The whaleboat anchored off Portsea, but the men did not land for fear of the blacks. At daylight Davy landed to look for water, but could not find any, and there were only 3 pints in the water bag. The wind being from the north, the boat was pulled over to Mud Island, and the men went ashore to make tea with the 3 pints of water. Davy walked about the island, and found a rookery of small mackerel gulls, and a great quantity of their eggs in the sand. He broke a number of them, and found that the light-coloured eggs were good, and that the dark ones had birds in them. He took off his shirt, tied the sleeves together, bagged a lot of the eggs, and carried them back to the camp. Mills broke the best of them into the great pot, and the eggs and water mixed together and boiled made about a quart for each man. After breakfast, the wind shifted to the southward, and in the Henry brig from Launceston, Captain Whiting, ran in, bound to Port Henry with sheep. But before Mills and his men could get away from Mud Island, the brig had passed. They pulled and sailed after her, but did not overtake her until she arrived off the point where Batman first settled, now called Port Arlington. At that time they called the place Indented Heads. When the whaleboat came near the brig to ask for water, 2 or 3 muskets were levelled at the men over the bulwarks, and they were told to keep off or they would be shot. At that time a boat's crew of prisoners had escaped from Melbourne in a whaleboat, and the shipwrecked men were suspected as the runaways. But one of the crew of the Henry, named Jack MacDonald, looked over the side, and seeing Davy in the boat, asked him what they had done with the schooner Thistle, and they told him they had lost her at Port Fairy. Captain Whiting asked MacDonald if he knew them, and on being informed that they were the captain and crew of the schooner Thistle, he invited them on board and supplied them with a good dinner. They went on to Port Henry in the brig, and assisted in landing the sheep. Batman was at that time in Melbourne. Davy had seen him before in Launceston. After discharging the sheep, the brig proceeded to Gellibrand's Point, and as Captain Whiting wanted to go up to Melbourne, the men pulled him up the Yarra in their whaleboat. Faulkner's Hotel at that time was above the site of the present Customs House, and was built with broad paling. Mills and Whiting stayed there that night, Davy and the other 2 men being invited to a small public house kept by a man named Burke, a little way down Little Flinders Street, where they were made very comfortable. Next day they went back to the brig Henry and started for Launceston. In May 1838, Davy was made master of the schooner Elizabeth, and took in her a cargo of sheep, and landed them at Port Fairy. The 3 old convicts whom Griffiths had sent there along with his father Jonathan had planted 4 or 5 acres of potatoes at a place called Goose Lagoon, about 2 miles behind the township. The crop was a very large one, from 15 to 20 tons to the acre, and Davy had received orders to take in 50 tons of the potatoes, and to sell them in South Australia. He did so, and after 4 days' passage went ashore at the port, offered the potatoes for sale, and sold 20 tons at £22 10s. per ton. On going ashore again next morning, he was offered £20 per ton for the remainder, and he sold them at that price. On the same day, the Nelson brig from Hobarton arrived with 100 tons of potatoes, but she could not sell them, as Davy had fully stocked the market. He was paid for the potatoes in gold by the 2 men who bought them. He went up to the new city of Adelaide. All the buildings were of the earliest style of architecture, and were made of tea tree and sods, or of reeds dabbed together with mud. The hotels had no signboards, but it was easy to find them by the heaps of bottles outside. Kangaroo flesh was 1 shilling 6d. a pound, but grog was cheap. Davy was looking for a shipmate named Richard Ralph, who was then the principal architect and builder in the city. He found him erecting homes for the immigrants out of reeds and mud. He was paid £10 or £12 for each building. He was also hunting kangaroo and selling meat. He was married to a lady immigrant, and, on the whole, appeared to be very comfortable and prosperous. Davy gave the lady a 5-shilling piece to go and fetch a bottle of gin, and was surprised when she came back bringing 2 bottles of gin and 3 shillings change. In the settlement, the necessities of life were dear, but the luxuries were cheap. If a man could not afford to buy kangaroo beef and potatoes, he could live sumptuously on gin. Davy walked back to the port the same evening, and next day took in ballast, which was mud dug out among the mangroves. He arrived at Launceston in 4 days, and then went as coasting pilot of the barque Belinda, bound to Port Fairy to take in oil for London. The barque took in 100 head of cattle, the first that were landed at Port Fairy. He then went to Port Phillip, and was employed in lightering cargo up the Yarra, and in ferrying between Williamstown and the beach now called Port Melbourne. He took out the first boatman's licence issued, and has the brass badge No. 1 still. Vessels at that time had to be warped up the Yarra from below Humbug Reach, as no wind could get at the topsails on account of the high tea trees on the banks. End of section 7.
Section 8 of the Book of the Bush. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Linda Dodge. The Book of the Bush by George Dunderdale. Section 8. Out West in 1849. Part 1. I did not travel as a capitalist. Far from it. I went up the Mississippi as a deck passenger, sleeping at night sometimes on planks, at other times on bags of oats piled on the deck about 6 feet high. The mate of a Mississippi boat is always a bully, and every now and then he came along with a deckhand carrying a lamp and requested us to come down. He said it was again the rules of the boat to sleep on oats, but we kept on breaking the rules as much as possible. Above the mouth of the Ohio, the river bank on the Missouri side is high, rocky, and picturesque. I longed to be the owner of a farm up there, and of a modest cottage overlooking the Father of Waters. I said, if there's peace and plenty to be had in this world, the heart that is humble might hope for it here. And then the very first village visible was called the Ville de Poche. It is now a suburb of St. Louis. I took a passage on another boat up the Illinois River. There was a very lordly man on the lower deck who was frequently trailing his coat. He had, in fact, no coat at all, only a gray flannel shirt and nankeen trousers, but he was remarkably in want of a fight, and anxious to find a man willing to be licked. He was a desperado of the great river. We had heard and read of such men, of their reckless daring and deadly fights, but we were peaceful people. We had come out west to make a living, and therefore did not want to be killed. When the desperado came near, we looked the other way. There was a party of 5 immigrant Englishmen sitting on their luggage. One of them was very strongly built, a likely match for the bully, and a deckhand pointing to him said, "Jack, do you know what that Englishman says about you?" "No, what does he say?" "He says he don't think you are much account, with all your brag. Reckons he could lick you in a couple of minutes." Uttering imprecations, Jack approached the Englishman, and, dancing about the deck, cleared the ring for the coming combat. "Come on, you greenhorn, and take your gruel. Here's the best man on the river for you. You'll find him real grit." The stranger sat still, said he was not a fighting man, and did not want to quarrel with anybody. Jack grew more ferocious than ever, and aimed a blow at the peaceful man to persuade him to come on. He came on suddenly. The 2 men were soon writhing together on the guard deck, and I was pleased to observe the desperado was undermost. The Englishman was full of fear, and was fighting for his life. He was doing it with great earnestness. He was grasping the throat of his enemy tightly with both hands, and pressing his thumbs on the windpipe. We could see he was going to win in his own simple way, without any recourse to science, and he would have done so very soon had he not been interrupted. But as Jack was growing black in the face, the other Englishmen began to pull at their mate, and tried to unlock his grip on Jack's throat. It was not easy to do so. He held on to his man to the very last, crying out, "Leave me alone till I do for him. Man alive, don't you know the villain wants to murder me?" The desperado lay for a while, gulping and gasping on his bed of glory, unable to rise. I observed patches of bloody skin hanging loose on both sides of his neck, when he staggered along the deck toward the starboard sponson. There was peace for a quarter of an hour. Then Jack's voice was heard again. He had lost prestige, and was coming to recover it with a bowie knife. He said, "Where's that Britisher? I'm going to cut his liver out." The Englishman heard the threat, and said to him mates, "I told you so. He means to murder me. Why didn't you leave me alone when I had the fine holt of him?" He then hurried away, and ran upstairs to the saloon. Jack followed to the foot of the ladder, and one wild-eyed young lady said, "Look at that Englishman." He was sitting on a chair a few feet distant. "Ain't he pale? Oh, the coward!" She wanted to witness a real lively fight, and was disappointed. The smell of blood seems grateful to the nostrils of both ladies and gentlemen in the States. A butcher from St. Louis explained it thus: "It's in the liver. 9 out of 10 of the beasts I kill have liver complaint. I am morally sartain I'd find the human livers just the same if I examined them in any considerable quantity." The captain came to the head of the stairs, and descended to the deck. He was tall and lanky and mild of speech. He said, "Now, Jack, what are you going to do with that knife?" "I'm waiting to cut the liver out of that Englishman. Send him down, Captain, till I finish the job." Yes, I see. He's been peeling your neck pretty bad, ain't he? Powerful claws, I reckon. Jack, you'll be getting into trouble some day with your weepons." He took a small knife out of his pocket. "Look here, Jack, I've been going up and down this river more'n 20 years, and never carried a weepon bigger'n that, and never had a muss with nobody. A man who draws his bowie sometimes gets shot. Let's look at your knife." He examined it closely, deciphered the brand, drew his thumb over the edge, and observed, "Why, blame me, if that ain't one of them British bowies, a free trade Brummagem. I reckon you can't carve anyone with a thing like this." He made a dig at the handrail with the point, and it actually curled up like the ring in a hog's snout. "You see, Jack, a knife like that is mean, unbecoming a gentleman, and a disgrace to a respectable boat." He pitched the British article into the river, and went up into the saloon. As Jack had not yet recovered his prestige, he went away, and returned with a dinner knife in one hand and a shingling hammer in the other. He waited for his adversary until the sun was low, and the deck passengers were preparing their evening meal. 2 of the Englishmen came along towards the stairs, and ascended to the saloon. Presently they began to descend with their mate in the middle. Jack looked at them, and for some reason or other he did not want any more prestige. He sauntered away along the guard deck, and remained in retirement during the rest of the voyage. He was not, after all, a very desperate desperado. During the next night our boat was racing with a rival craft, and one of her engines was damaged. She had then to hop on one leg, as it were, as far as Peoria. The Illinois River had here spread out into a broad lake. The bank was low. There were no buildings of any kind near the water. Some of the passengers landed, and nobody came to offer them welcome. I stood near an English immigrant who had just brought his luggage ashore, and was sitting on it with his wife and 3 children. They looked around at the low land and wide water, and became full of misery. The wife said, "What are we bound to do now, Samuel? Where are me and the childer to go in this miserable looking place?" Samuel: "I'm sure, Betsy, I don't know. I've nobbut $half left of my money. They said Peoria was a good place for us to stop at, but I don't see any signs of farming round here. And if I go away to look for a job, where am I to put thee and the chiller, and the luggage and the bedding?" "Oh," said Betsy, beginning to cry, I'm sorry we ever left out England, but thou would come, Samuel, thou knows, and this is the end on it. Here we are in this wild country without a house or home, and with nothing to eat. I allus thought that war a fool, Samuel, and now I'm sure and sartin on it." Samuel could not deny it. His spirit was completely broken. He hung down his head, and tears began to trickle down his eyes. The three children, two sturdy little boys and a fair-haired little girl, seeing their dad and ma shedding tears, thought the whole world must be coming to an end, and they began howling out aloud without any reserve. It was the best thing they could have done, as it called public attention to their misery and drew a crowd around them. A tall stranger came near, looked at the group, and said, "My good man, what in thunder are you crying for?" "I was told Peoria was a good place for farming," Samuel said, "and now I don't know where to go, and I've got no money." "Well, you are a soft un," replied the stranger. "Just dry up, and wait here till I come back." He walked away with long strides. Peoria was then a dreary-looking city, of which we could see nothing but the end of a broad road, a few frame buildings, 2 or 3 wagons, and some horses hitched to the posts of the piazzas. The stranger soon returned with a farmer in a wagon drawn by 2 fine upstanding horses, fit for a royal carriage. The farmer at once hired the immigrant at $10 a month, with board for himself and his family. He put the luggage into his wagon, patted the boys on the head and told them to be men, kissed the little girl as he lifted her into the wagon, and said, "Now, Sissy, you are a nice little lady, and you are to come along with me, and we'll be good friends." Never was sorrow so quickly turned into joy. The man, his wife, and children actually began smiling before the tears on their cheeks were dry. Men on every western prairie were preparing their wagons for the great rush to California. New hands were wanted on the lands, and the immigrants who were then arriving in thousands took the place of the other thousands who went westward across the plains. There was employment for everybody, and during my 3 years' residence on the prairies I only saw one beggar. He was an Italian patriot who said he had fought for Italy and was now begging for it in English, badly broken. So I said, "You are a strong, healthy man. Why don't you go to work? You could earn $8 or $10 a month with board anywhere in these parts." But the Italian patriot was a high-class beggar. He was collecting funds, and had no idea of wasting his time in hard work. He gave me to understand that I had insulted him. Besides this patriot, there were a few horse thieves and hog duffers on the prairies, but these, when identified, were either stretched under a tree or sent to Texas. In those days the prairie farmers were all gentlemen, high-minded, truthful, honorable, and hospitable. There were no poorhouses, no asylums. All orphans were adopted and treated as members of some family in the neighborhood. I am informed that things are quite different now. The march of empire has been rapid. Many men have grown rich, to use a novel expression, beyond the dreams of avarice, and 10 times as many have grown poor and discontented. The great question for statesmen now is, what is to be done for the relief of the masses? And the answer to it is as difficult to find as ever. But I have to proceed up the Illinois River. The steamboat stopped at La Salle, the head of navigation, and we had then to travel on the Illinois and Michigan Canal. We went on board a narrow passenger boat towed by 2 horses, and followed by 2 freight barges. We did not go at breakneck pace, and had plenty of time for conversation and to look at the scenery, which consisted of prairies, sloughs, woods, and rivers. The picture lacked background, as there is nothing in Illinois deserving the name of hill. But we passed an ancient monument, a tall pillar rising out of the bed of the Illinois River. It is called Starved Rock. Once a number of Indian warriors, pursued by white men, climbed up the almost perpendicular sides of the pillar. They had no food, and though the stream was flowing beneath them, they could not obtain a drink of water without danger of death from rifle bullets. The white men instituted a blockade of the pillar, and the red men all perished of starvation on the top of it. The conversation was conducted by the captain of the canal boat, as he walked on the deck to and fro. He was full of information. He said that he was a native of Kentucky, and had come down the Ohio River from Louisville, and was taking freight to Chicago. Reckoned he was bound to rake in the dollars on the canal. Was no doggone abolitionist. Niggers were made to work for white folk. They had no souls any more than a horse. He'd like to see the man who would argue the point. Mrs. Beecher Stowe was then writing Uncle Tom's Cabin, at too great a distance to hear the challenge, but a greenhorn ventured to argue the point. What about the mulatto, half black, half white? His father, being a white man, had a whole soul. His mother, being black, had no soul. Has the mulatto a whole soul, a half a soul, or no soul at all? The captain paused in his walk, with both hands in his pockets, gazed at the argumentative greenhorn, turned his quid, spat across the canal, went away whistling Old Dan Tucker, and left the question of the mulatto's soul unsolved. When I arrived at Joliet, there was a land boom at Chicago. The canal company had cut up their alternate sections, and were offering them at the usual alarming sacrifice. A land boom is a dream of celestial bliss. While it lasts, the wisest men and the greatest fools walk with ecstatic steps through the golden streets of a New Jerusalem. I have been there 3 times. It is dreadful to wake up and to find that all the gold in the street is nothing but moonshine. I proceeded to the Lake City to lay the foundation of my fortune by buying town lots. I laid the foundation on a 5-acre block in West Joliet, but had to borrow $7 from my nearest friend to pay the first deposit. Chicago was then a small but busy wooden town, with slushy streets, plank sidewalks, verandas full of rats, and bedrooms humming with mosquitoes. I left it penniless but proud, an owner of real estate. While returning to Joliet on the canal boat, my nearest friend, from whom I had borrowed the $7, kindly gave me his views on the subject of greenhorns. The Australian equivalent of greenhorn is new chum. I had the advantage of serving my time in both capacities. No greenhorn, he observed, ever begins to get along in the States until he has parted with his bottom dollar. That puts a keen edge on his mind, and he grows smart in business. A smart man don't strain his back with hard work for any considerable time. He takes out a patent for something, a mowing machine, or one for sowing corn and pumpkins, a new churn or wash tub, pills for the shakes, or, best of all, a new religion. Anything, in fact, that will catch on and fetch the public. I had parted with my bottom dollar, was also in debt, and therefore in the best position for getting along, but I could not all at once think of anything to patent, and had to earn my daily bread in some way or another. I began to do it by hammering sheets of iron into the proper curves for an undershot water wheel. After I had worked 2 days, my boss suggested that I should seek other employment. In a school, for instance, a new teacher was wanted in the common school of West Joliet. I said I should prefer something higher. A teacher was of no more earthly account than a tailor. The boss said, "That might be so in benighted Britain, but in the great United States our prominent citizens begin life as teachers in the common schools, and gradually rise to the highest positions in the Republic." I concluded to rise, but a certificate of competency was required, and I presented myself for examination to the proper official, the editor and proprietor of the True Democrat, whose office was across the bridge, nearly opposite Matheson's woolen factory. I found the editor and his compositor laboring over the next edition of the paper. The editor began the examination with the alphabet. I said in England we use 26 letters, and I named all of them correctly, except the last. I called it Z, but the editor said it was Z, and I did not argue the point. He then asked me to pick out the vowels, the consonants, and the flats, the sharps, the aspirates, the labials, the palatals, the dentals, and the mutes. I was struck dumb. I could feel the very foundation of all learning sinking beneath me, and had to confess that I did not know my letters. Then he went on to spelling and writing. My writing was barely passable, and my spelling was quite out of date. I used superfluous letters, which had been very properly abolished by Webster's dictionary. At last the editor remarked, with becoming modesty, that he himself was no account at figures, but Mr. Sims would put me through the arithmetic. Mr. Sims was the compositor, and an Englishman, and he put me through tenderly. When the examination was finished, I felt like a convicted impostor, and was prepared to resume work on the undershot water wheel. But the two professors took pity on me, and certified in writing that I was qualified to keep school. Then the editor remarked that the retiring teacher, Mr. Randall, had advertised in the True Democrat his ability to teach the Latin language, but unfortunately Father Ingoldsby had offered himself as a first pupil. Mr. Randall never got another, and all his Latin oozed out. On this timely hint I advertised my ability to teach the citizens of Joliet not only Latin, but Greek, French, Spanish, and Portuguese. My advertisement will be found among the files of the True Democrat of the year 1849 by anyone taking the trouble to look for it. I had carelessly omitted to mention the English language, but we sometimes get what we don't ask for, and no less than 16 Germans came out to night school to study our tongue. They were all masons and quarrymen engaged in exporting steps and window sills to the rising city of Chicago. When Goldsmith tried to earn his bread by teaching English in Holland, he overlooked the fact that it was first necessary for him to learn Low Dutch. I overlooked the same fact, but it gave me no trouble whatever. There was no united Germany then, and my pupils disagreed continually about the pronunciation of their own language, which seemed like that of Babel, intelligible to nobody. I composed their quarrels by confining their minds to English solely, and harmony was restored each night by song. The schoolhouse was a one-story frame building on the second plateau in West Joliet, and was attended by about 100 scholars. In the rear was a shallow lagoon, fenced on one side by a wall of loose rocks, infested with snakes. The track to the cemetery was near, and it soon began to be in very frequent use. One day during recess the boys had a snake hunt, and they tied their game in one bunch by the heads with string, and suspended them by the wayside. I counted them, and there were 27 snakes in the bunch. The year '49 was the annus mirabilis of the great rush for gold across the plains, and it was also an annus miserabilis on account of the cholera. In 3 weeks, 1,400 wagons bound for California crossed one of the bridges over the canal. I was desirous of joining the rush, but was as usual short of cash, and I had to stay at Joliet to earn my salary. I met the editor of the True Democrat nearly every day, carrying home a bucket of water from the Aux Plains River. He did his own chores. He sent 2 young men who wished to become teachers to my school to graduate. One was named O'Reilly, lately from Ireland. I gave him his degree in a few weeks, and he kept school somewhere out on the prairie. The other did not graduate before the cholera came. He was a native of Vermont, and he played the clarionet in our church choir. The instrumental music came from the clarionet, from a violin and a flute. The choir came from France and Germany, Old England and New England, Ireland, Alsace, and Belgium. It was divided into 2 hostile camps, and the party which first took possession of the gallery took precedence in the music for that day only. There was a want of harmony. One morning, when the priest was chanting the first words of the Gloria, the head of a little French bugler appeared at the top of the gallery stairs, and at once started a plain chant, Gloria, we had never rehearsed or heard before. He sang his solo to the end. He was thirsting for glory, and he took a full draught. I don't think there was ever a choir like ours but one, and that was conducted by a butcher from Dolphinholm in the Anglican church at Garstang. One Sunday he started a hymn with a new tune. 3 times his men broke down, and 3 times they were heard by the whole congregation whispering ferociously at one another. At length the parson tried to proceed with the service, and said, "Let us pray." But the bold butcher retorted, "Pray be hanged! Let us try again, lads. I know we can do it." He then started the hymn for the 4th time, and they did it. After the service the parson demanded satisfaction of the butcher, and got it in a neighbouring pasture. End of section 8. Section 9 of Book of the Bush. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Linda Dodge. The Book of the Bush by George Dunderdale. Section 9. Out West in 1849. Part 2. The cholera came, and we soon grew very serious. The young man from Vermont walked with me after school hours, and we tried to be cheerful, but it was of no use. Our talk always reverted to the plague, and the best way to cure it or to avoid it. The doctors disagreed. Every theory was soon contradicted by facts. All kinds of people were attacked and died, the young and the old, the weak and the strong, the drunken and the sober. Every man adopted a special diet or a favorite liquor: brandy, whiskey, bitters, cherry bounce, sarsaparilla. My own particular preventative was hot tea, sweetened with molasses and seasoned with cayenne pepper. I survived, but that does not prove anything in particular. The 2 papers, the Joliet Signal and the True Democrat, scarcely ever mentioned the cholera. It would have been bad policy, tending to scare away the citizens and to injure trade. Many men suddenly found that they had urgent business to look after elsewhere, and sneaked away, leaving their wives and families behind them. On Sunday, Father Ingoldsby advised his people to prepare their souls for the visit of the angel of death, who was every night knocking at their doors. There were many, he said, whose faces he had not seen at the rails since he came to Joliet, and what answer would they give to the summons which called them to appear without delay before the judgment seat of God? What doom could they expect but that of damnation and eternal death? The sermon needed no translation for the men of many nations who were present. Irishmen, Englishmen, Highlanders and Belgians, French and Germans, Mexicans and Canadians, who could interpret the meaning of the flashing eye which roamed to every corner of the church, singling out each miserable sinner, the fierce frown, the threatening gesture, the finger first pointing to the heaven above, and then down to the depths of hell. Some stayed to pray and to confess their sins. Others hardened their hearts and went home unrepentant. Michael Mangan went to Bell's grocery near the canal. He said he felt pains in his interior, and drank a jigger of whiskey. Then he bought half a gallon of the same remedy to take home with him. It was a cheap prescription, costing only 12.5 cents, but it proved very effective. Old Bells put the stuff into an earthenware bottle, which he corked with a corn cob. Michael started for home by the zigzag path which led up the steep limestone bluff, but his steps were slow and unsteady. He sat down on a rock and took another dose out of his bottle. He never went any further of his own motion, and we buried him the next day. We were of different opinions about the cause of his death. Some thought it was the cholera, others the pangs of conscience, some the whiskey, and others a mixture of all three. At any rate, he died without speaking to the priest. Next day another neighbor died, Mr. Harrigan. He had lost one arm, but with the other he wrote a good hand, and registered deeds in the county court. I called to see him. He was in bed, lying on his back, his one arm outside the coverlet. His heaving chest was bare, and his face was ghastly pale. There were 6 men in the room, one of whom said, "Do you know me, Mr. Harrigan?" "Sure devil a dog in Lockport but knows you, Barney," said the dying man. Barney lived in Lockport, and in an audible whisper said to us, "Ain't he getting on finely? He'll be all right tomorrow, please God." "And didn't the doctor say I'd be dead before 12 this day?" asked Harrigan. I looked at the clock on the mantel shelf. It was past 10. He died an hour later. One day the young man from Vermont rose from his seat and looked at me across the schoolroom. I thought he was going to say something. He took down his hat, went to the door, turned and looked at me again, but did not speak or make any sign. Next morning his place was vacant, and I asked one of the boys if he had seen the young man. The boy said, "He ain't a comin' to school no more, I calculate. He was buried this morning before school hours." That year, '49, was a dismal year in Joliet. Mr. Rogers, one of the school managers, came and sat on a bench near the door. He was a New Englander, a carpenter, round-shouldered, tall, and bony. He said, "I called in to tell you that I can't vote for appointing you to this school next term. Fact is, the ladies are dead against you. Don't see you at meeting on the Sabbath. Say you go to the Catholic Church with the Irish and Dutch. I ain't a word to say agin you myself. This is a free country. Every man can go, for aught I care, whichever way he darn well chooses, to heaven or hell or any other place. But I want to be peaceable, and I can't get no peace about voting for you next term. So I thought I'd let you know that you mightn't be disappointed." In that way Mr. Rogers washed his hands of me. I said I was sorry that I did not please the ladies, but I liked to hear a man who spoke his mind freely. Soon afterwards the Germans brought me word that the Yankees were calling a meeting about me. I was aware by this time that when a special gathering of citizens takes place to discuss the demerits of any individual, it is advisable for that individual to be absent if possible. But curiosity was strong within me. Hitherto I had never been honored with any public notice whatever, and I attended the meeting uninvited. The Yankees are excellent orators. They are born without bashfulness. They are taught to speak pieces in school from their childhood. They pronounce each word distinctly. They use correctly the rising inflection and the falling inflection. Moreover, they are always in deadly earnest. There is another miserable world awaiting their arrival. Their humorists are the most unhappy of men. You may smile when you read their jokes, but when you see the jokers, you are more inclined to weep. With pain and sorrow they grind like Samson at the joker's mill all the days of their lives. The meeting was held at the new two-story schoolhouse. Deacon Beaumont took the chair, my chair, and Mr. Curtis was appointed secretary. I began to hate Deacon Beaumont, and also Mr. Curtis, who was the only other teacher present. It was evident they were going to put him in my place. Each speaker on rising put his left hand in the side pocket of his pants. I was not mentioned by name, but nevertheless I was given clearly to understand that I had been reared in a land whose people are under the dominion of a tyrannical monarch and a bloated aristocracy, and therefore I had never breathed the pure air of freedom, and was unfitted to teach the children of the great republic. Mr. Tucker, an influential citizen, moved finally that the school managers be instructed to engage a Mr. Sellers, of Dresden, as the teacher at the West Joliet School. He said Mr. Sellers was a young man from New England who had been teaching for a term at Dresden, and had given great satisfaction. He had the best testimony to the character and ability of the young man from his own daughter, Miss Priscilla Tucker, who had been schoolmarm in the same school, and was now home on a visit. She could give from her own personal knowledge any information the managers might require. Mr. Tucker's motion was seconded. There was no amendment proposed, and all in favor of the motion were requested by Deacon Beaumont to stand up. The Yankees all rose to their feet. The others sat still. All but old Gorges, a Prussian, who with his 2 sons had come to vote for me. But the old man did not understand English. His son John pulled him down, but Deacon Beaumont had counted his vote, and the motion was carried by a majority of 1. So I was, in fact, put out of the school by my best friend, old Gorges. I went away in a dudgeon, and marked off a cellar on my real estate, 30 feet by 18 feet, on the top of the bluff near the edge of the western prairie. The ground was a mixture of stiff clay and limestone rock, and I dug at it all through the month of September. Curious people came along and made various remarks. Some said nothing, but went away whistling. One day Mr. Jackson and Paul Duffendorf were passing by, and I wanted them to pass, but they stopped like the rest. Mr. Jackson was reckoned one of the smartest men in Will County. He had a large farm, well stocked, but he was never known to do any work except with his brains. He was one of those men who increased the income of the state of Illinois by ability. Duffendorf was a huge Dutchman, nearly 7 feet in height. He was a great friend of mine, great every way, but very stupid, He had no sense of refinement. He said, "Wie geht's, schoolmeester? By golly, here Mr. Shackson is our schoolmeester of werken mit spade and brick. How vas you like that kind of work, Mr. Shackson?" "Never could be such a darn fool, sooner'd steal," answered Jackson. Duffendorf laughed until he nearly fell into the cellar. Now this talk was very offensive. I knew Mr. Jackson was defendant in a case then pending. He had been charged with conspiring to defraud, having stolen 3 horses, with illegally detaining $75, and on other counts which I cannot remember just now. The thing was originally very simple. Even Duffendorf could understand it. Mr. Jackson was in want of some ready money, so he directed his hired hand to steal 3 of the horses in the dead of night, take them to Chicago, sell them to the highest bidder, find out where the highest bidder lived, and then return with the cash to Joliet. The hired man did his part of the business faithfully, returned and reported to his employer. Then Mr. Jackson set out in search of his stolen horses, found them, and brought them home. The man expected to receive half the profits of the enterprise. The boss demurred, and only offered 1/3, and said if that was not satisfactory, he would bring a charge of horse stealing. The case went into court, and under the treatment of learned counsel grew very complicated. It was remarkable as being the only one on record in Will County in which a man had made money by stealing his own horses. It is, I fancy, still sub judice. Both the old school and the new school remained closed, even after the cholera ceased to thin out the citizens, but I felt no further interest in the education of youth. When winter came, I tramped 3 miles into the forest, and began to fell trees and split rails in order to fence in my suburban estate. For some time I carried a rifle, and besides various small game I shot 2 deer, but neither of them would wait for me to come up with them, even after I had shot them. They took my 2 bullets away with them, and left me only a few drops of blood on the snow. Then I left the rifle at home. For about 4 months the ground was covered with snow, and the cold was intense, but I continued splitting until the snakes came out to bask in the sun and warm themselves. I saw near a dead log 8 coiled together, and I killed them all. The juice of the sugar maples began to run. I cut notches in the bark in the shape of a broad arrow, bored a hole at the point, inserted a short spout of bark, and on sunny mornings the juice flowed in a regular stream, clear and sparkling. On cloudy days it only dropped. One evening, as I was plodding my weary way homeward, I looked up and saw in the distance a man inspecting my cellar. I said, "Here's another disgusting fool who ain't seen it before." It certainly was a peculiar cellar, but not worth looking at so much. I hated the sight of it. It had no building over it, never was roofed in, and sometimes full of snow. The other fool proved to be Mr. Curtis, the teacher who had written the resolution of the meeting which voted me out of the school. He held out his hand, and I took it, but reluctantly, and under secret protest. I thought to myself, this mine enemy has an axe to grind, or he would not be here. I'll be on my guard. "I have been waiting for you some time," said Mr. Curtis. "I was told you were splitting rails in the forest and would be home about sundown. I wanted to see you about opening school again. Mr. Rogers won't have anything to say to it, but the other 2 managers, Mr. Strong and Mr. Demond, want to engage you and me, one to teach in the upper story of the school, the other down below, and I came up to ask you to see them about it." "How does it happen that Mr. Sellers has not come over from Dresden?" I said. Joliet is about the last place on earth that Mr. Sellers will come to. Didn't you hear about him and Priscilla? Asked Mr. Curtis. No, I heard nothing since that meeting. Only saw the school doors were closed every time I passed that way. Well, I am surprised. I thought everybody knew by this time, though we did not like to say much about it. I began to feel interested. Mr. Curtis had something pleasant to tell me about the misfortunes of my enemies, so I listened attentively. It was a tale of Western love, and its course was no smoother in Illinois than in any less enlightened country of old Europe. Miss Priscilla reckoned she could hoe her own row. She and Mr. Sellers conducted the common school at Dresden with great success and harmony. All went merry as a marriage bell, and the marriage was to come off by and by, so hoped Miss Priscilla. During recess she took the teacher's arm, and they walked to and fro lovingly. All Dresden said it was to be a match, but at the end of the term Miss Priscilla returned to Joliet. The match was not yet made. It was at this time that the dissatisfaction with the new British teacher became extreme. Miss Priscilla fanned the flame of discontent. She did not let concealment like a worm in the bud feed on her damask cheek, but boldly proposed that Mr. Sellers, a true-born native of New England, a good young man, always seen at meetings on the Sabbath, should be requested to take charge of the West Joliet School. So the meeting was held. I was voted out. Mr. Sellers was voted in, and the daughters of the Puritans triumphed. Miss Priscilla wrote to Dresden, announcing to her beloved the success of her diplomacy, requesting him to come to Joliet without delay and assume direction of the new school. This letter fell into the hands of another lady who had just arrived at Dresden from New England in search of her husband, who happened to be Mr. Sellers. The letter which that other lady wrote to Miss Priscilla I did not see, but it was said to be a masterpiece of composition, and it emptied 2 schools. Mr. Tucker went over to Dresden and looked around for Mr. Sellers, but that gentleman had gone out west and was never heard of again. The West was a very wide, unfenced space, without railways. "The fact is," said Mr. Curtis, "we were all kinder shamed the way things turned out, and we just let 'em rip. But people are now stirring about the school being closed so long, so Mr. Strong and Mr. Denman have concluded to engage you and me to conduct the school. We were engaged that night, and I went rail splitting no more. But I fenced my estate, and while running the line on the western boundary, I found the grave of Highland Mary. It was in the middle of a grove of oak and hickory saplings, and was nearly hidden by hazel bushes. The tombstone was a slab about 2 feet high, roughly hewn. Her epitaph was, 'Mary Campbell, age 7, 1827. That was all. Poor little Mary. The common schools of Illinois were maintained principally from the revenue derived from grants of land. When the country was first surveyed, one section of 640 acres in each township of 6 miles square was reserved for school purposes. There was a state law on education, but the management was entirely local, and was in the hands of a treasurer and 3 directors, elected biennially by the citizens of each school district. The revenue derived from the school section was sometimes not sufficient to defray the salary of the teacher, and then the deficiency was supplied by the parents of the children who had attended at the school. Those citizens whose children did not attend were not taxed by the state for the common schools. They did not pay for that which they did not receive. In some instances, only one school was maintained by the revenue of 2 school sections. When the attendance in the school was numerous, a young lady, called the schoolmarm, assisted in the teaching. Sometimes, as in the case of Miss Priscilla, she fell into trouble. The books were provided by the enterprise of private citizens, and an occasional change of readers was agreeable both to teachers and scholars. The best of old stories grow tiresome when repeated too often. One day a traveler from Cincinnati brought me samples of a new series of readers, offering, on my approval, to substitute the next day a new volume for every old one produced. I approved, and he presented each scholar with copies of the new series for nothing. The teaching was secular, but certain virtues were inculcated either directly or indirectly. Truth and patriotism were recommended by the example of George Washington, who never told a lie, and who won with his sword the freedom of his country. There were lessons on history, in which the tyranny of the English government was denounced. Kings, lords, and bishops, especially Bishop Laud, were held up to eternal abhorrence, as was also England's greed of gain, her intolerance, bigotry, taxation, her penal and navigation laws. The glorious War of Independence was related at length. The children of the Puritans, of the Irish, and the Germans did not in those days imbibe much prejudice in favor of England or her institutions. And the English teacher, desirous of arriving at the truth, had the advantage of having heard both sides of many historical questions, of listening, as it were, to the scream of the American eagle as well as to the roar of the British lion. Mr. Curtis was a good teacher, systematic, patient, persevering, and ingenious. I ceased to hate him. Miss Priscilla's downfall cemented our friendship. We kept order in the school by moral suasion, but the task was sometimes difficult. My private feelings were in favor of the occasional use of the hickory stick, the American substitute for the rod of Solomon, and the birch of England. The geography we taught was principally that of the United States and her territories, spacious maps of which were suspended round the school, continually reminding the scholars of their glorious inheritance. It was then full of vacant lots, over which roamed the Indian and the buffalo, species of animals now nearly extinct. We did not pay much attention to the rest of the world. Elocution was inculcated assiduously, and at regular intervals each boy and girl had to come forth and speak a piece in the presence of scholars, teachers, and visitors. Mental arithmetic and the use of fractions were taught daily. The use of the decimal in the American coinage is of great advantage. It is easier and more intelligible to children than the clumsy old system of pounds, shillings, pence, and farthings. It is a system which would no doubt have been long ago adopted by England, if it had not been humiliating to our national pride to take even a good thing from rebellious Yankees and inferior Latin races. We cling fondly to absurdities because they are our own. In Australia, wild rabbits are vermin. In England, they are private property. And if one of the 3 millions of her miserable paupers is found with a rabbit in each of his coat pockets, he is fined 10 shillings or sent to jail. Pope Gregory VIII demonstrated the error of the calendar then in use, and all Catholic nations adopted this correction. But when the adoption of the calendar was proposed in Parliament, John Bull put his big foot down at once. He would receive no truth, not even a mathematical one, from the Pope of Rome. And it was only after the lapse of nearly 200 years, when the memory of Gregory and his calendar had almost faded away from the sensitive mind of Protestantism, that an act was passed, equalizing the style in Great Britain and Ireland with that used in the other countries of Europe. A fugitive slave with his wife and daughter came to Joliet. One day he was seized by 3 slave hunters, who took him towards the canal. A number of abolitionists assembled to rescue the slave, but the three men drew their revolvers, and no abolitionist had the courage to fire the first shot. The slave was put in a canal boat and went south. His wife remained in Joliet, and earned her bread by weaving drugget. The daughter came to my school. She was of pure Negro blood, but was taught with the white girls. The abolitionists were increasing in number, and during the war with the South the slaves were freed. They are now like Israel in Egypt. They increase too rapidly. If Father Abraham had sent them back to Africa when they were only 4 millions, he would have earned the gratitude of his country. Now they number more than 8 millions. The sunny South agrees with their constitution. They work as little and steal as much as possible. In the days of their bondage they were addicted to petty larceny. Now they have votes, and when they achieve place and power they are addicted to grand larceny, and they loot the public treasury as unblushingly as the white politicians. The nigger question has doubled in magnitude during the last 30 years, and there will have to be another abolition campaign of some kind. The blacks are incapable of ruling the whites. No time was given to educate them for their new duties, if teaching them was possible. The Declaration of Independence was in their case a mockery from the beginning. When all the old abolitionists and slaveholders are dead, another generation of men grown wiser by the failure of the policy of their forefathers may solve the black problem. End of section 9. Section 10 of Book of the Bush. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Linda Dodge. The Book of the Bush by George Dunderdale. Section 10. Out West in 1849, Part 3. Complaint is made that the American education of today is in a chaotic condition, due to the want of any definite idea of what education is aiming at. There is evidence that the ancients of New England used to birch their boys, but after independence had been fought for and won, higher aims prevailed. The Puritan then believed that his children were born to a destiny far grander than of any other children on the face of the earth. The treatment accorded to them was therefore to be different. The fundamental idea of American life was to be freedom, and the definition of freedom by a learned American is the power which necessarily belongs to the self-conscious being of determining his actions in view of the highest, the universal good, and thereby of gradually realizing in himself the eternal divine perfection. The definition seems a little hazy, but the workings of great minds are often unintelligible to common people. The American citizen must be morally autonomous, regarding all institutions as servants, not as masters. So far, man has been for the most part a thrall. The true American must worship the inner God, recognized as his own deepest and eternal self, not an outer God regarded as something different from himself. Lucifer is said to have entertained a similar idea. He would not be a thrall, and the result, as described by the Republican Milton, was truly disastrous. Him the almighty power hurled headlong down to bottomless perdition, region of sorrow, doleful shades, where peace and rest can never dwell. The manner in which the American citizen is to be made morally autonomous and placed beyond the control of current opinion will require much money. His parents must therefore be rich. They must already have inherited wealth, or have obtained it by ability or labor. The course of training to be given to youth includes traveling for 6 years in foreign countries under private tutors, studying human history, ethnic, social, political, industrial, aesthetic, religious, gems of poetry, the elements of geometry, mechanics, art, plastic and graphic, reading Confucius, Sakyamuni, Themistocles, Socrates, Julius Caesar, Paul, Mohammed, Charlemagne, Alfred, Gregory VII, St. Bernard, St. Francis, Savonarola, Luther, Queen Elizabeth, Columbus, Washington, Lincoln, Homer, Virgil, Dante, Tennyson, and Lowell. The boys on the prairies had to earn their bread. They could not spend 6 years traveling around and studying all the writers above mentioned, making themselves morally autonomous and worshiping their own deepest and eternal selves. The best men America has produced were reared at home and did chores out of school hours. When I was expelled from school by the Yankees, Mr. McAvoy, the leading Irish politician, called me aside and said, "Whisper, you just hang around until the next election, and we'll turn out the Yankee managers and put you in the school again." The Germans were slow in acquiring political knowledge, as well as in learning the English language. But language, politics, and law itself are the birthright of the Irish. By force of circumstances, and through the otherwise deplorable failure of Miss Priscilla, I resumed work in the school before the election. But Mr. McAvoy, true to his promise, organized the opposition. It is always the opposition, and ejected the Yankee managers. But in the fall of 1850 I resigned, and went a long way south. When I returned, Joliet was a city, and Mr. Rendell, one of my German night scholars, was city marshal. I met him walking the streets and carrying his staff of office with great dignity. I took up my abode in an upper apartment of the jail, then in charge of Sheriff Cunningham, who had a farm in West Joliet, near a plank road leading on to the prairie. I had known the sheriff 2 years before, but did not see much of him at this time, though I was in daily communication with his son Silas, the deputy sheriff. It was under these favorable circumstances that I was enabled to witness a general jail delivery of all the prisoners in Joliet. One charged with killing his third man was out on bail. I saw him in Matheson's boarding house making love to one of the hired girls, and she seemed quite pleased with his polite attentions. Matheson was elected governor of the state of Illinois, and became a millionaire by dealing in railways. He was a native of Missouri and a man of ability. In '49 I saw him at work in a machine shop. The prisoners did not regain their freedom all at once, but in the space of 3 weeks they trickled out one by one. The deputy sheriff, Silas, had been one of my pupils. He was now about 17 years of age, and a model son of the prairies. His features were exceedingly thin, his eyes keen, his speech and movement slow, his mind cool and calculating. He never injured his constitution by any violent exertion. In fact, he seemed to have taken leave of active life and all its worries, and to have settled down to an existence of ease and contemplation. If he had any anxiety about the safe custody of his prisoners, he never showed it. He had finished his education, so I did not attempt to control him by moral suasion, or by anything else. But by degrees I succeeded in eliciting from him all the particulars he could impart about the criminals under his care. There was no fence around the jail, and Silas kept 2 of them always locked in. He calculated they were kinder unsafe. They belonged to a society of horse thieves, whose members were distributed at regular intervals along the prairies, and who forwarded their stolen animals by night to Chicago. The 2 gentlemen in jail were of an untrustworthy character, and would be likely to slip away. About a week after my arrival I met Silas coming out of the jail, and he said, "They're gone, by gosh!" Silas never wasted words. "Who is gone?" I inquired. "Why, them two horse thieves. Just look here." We went round to the east side of the jail, and there was a hole about 2 feet deep, and just wide enough to let a man through. The ground underneath the wall was rocky, but the two prisoners had been industrious, had picked a hole under the wall, and had gone through. "Where's the sheriff?" I asked. "Won't Mr. Cunningham go after the men?" "He's away at Bourbonnais' Grove about something or other, among the Bluenoses. Can't say when he'll be back. Don't matter anyhow. He might just as well try to go to hell backwards as catch them two horse thieves now." Silas had still 2 other prisoners under his care, and he let them go outside as usual to enjoy the fresh air. They had both been committed for murder, but their crime was reckoned a respectable one compared to the mean one of horse stealing, so Silas gave them honorable treatment. One of the prisoners was a widow lady, who had killed another lady with an axe, at a hut near the canal on the road to Lockport. She seemed crazy, and when outside the jail walked here and there in a helpless kind of way, muttering to herself. But sometimes an idea seemed to strike her that she had something to do Lockport way, and she started in that direction, forgetting very likely that she had done it already. But whenever Silas called her back, she returned without giving any trouble. One day, however, when Silas was asleep, she went clean out of sight, and I did not see her any more. The sheriff was still absent among the Bluenoses. The 4th prisoner was an Englishman named Wilkins, who owned a farm on the prairie, in the direction of Bourbonnais' Grove. A few weeks before, returning home from Joliet with his wagon and team of horses, he halted for a short time at a distillery, situated at the foot of the low bluff which bounded the bottom, through which ran the Aux Plains River. It was a place at which the farmers often called to discuss politics, the prices of produce, and other matters, and also, if so disposed, to take in a supply of liquor. The corn whiskey of Illinois was an article of commerce which found its way to many markets. Although it was sold at a low price at home, it became much more valuable after it had been exported to England or France, and had undergone scientific treatment by men of ability. The corn used in its manufacture was exceedingly cheap, as may be imagined when corn-fed pork was, in the winter of '49, offered for sale in Joliet at 1 cent per pound. After the poison of the prairies had been exported to Europe, a new flavor was imparted to it, and it became cognac, or the best Irish or Scotch whiskey. Wilkins halted his team and went into the whiskey mill, where the owner, Robinson, was throwing charcoal into the furnace under the broiler with a long-handled shovel. He was an enterprising Englishman who was wooing the smiles of fortune with better prospects of success than the slow, hard-working farmer. I had seen him first in West Joliet in '49, when he was traveling around buying corn for his distillery. He was a handsome man, about 30 years of age, 5 foot 10 inches in height, and had been well educated, and was quite able to hold his own among the men of the West, and accommodated himself to their manners and habits. There were 3 other farmers present, and their talk drifted from one thing to another, until at last settled on the question of relative advantages of life in England and in the States. Robinson took the part of England. Wilkins stuck to the States. He said, "A poor man has no chance at home. He is kept down by landlords, and can never get a farm on his own. In Illinois I am a free man, and have no one to lord it over me. If I had lived enslaved in England for 100 years, I should never have been any better off. And now I have a farm as good as any in Will County, and I am just as good a man as e'er another in it." Now Wilkins was only a small man, shorter by 4 inches than Robinson, who towered above him, and at once resented the claim to equality. He said, "You as good as any other man, are you? Why, there ain't a more miserable little skunk within 20 miles round Joliet." Robinson was forgetting the etiquette of the West. No man, except perhaps in speaking to a nigger, ever assumed a tone of insolent superiority to any other man. If he did so, it was at the risk of sudden death. Even a hired man was habitually treated with civility. The titles of colonel, judge, mayor, captain, and squire were in constant use both in public and private. There was plenty of humorous chaff, but not insult. Colonels, judges, mayors, captains, and squires were civil both to each other and to the rest of the citizens. Robinson, in speaking to his fellow countrymen, forgot for a moment that he was not in dear old England, where he could settle a little difference with his fists. But little Wilkins did not forget, and he was not the kind of man to be pounded with impunity. He had in his pocket a hunting knife, with which he could kill a hog or a man. When Robinson called him a skunk, he felt in his pocket for the knife, and put his thumb on the spring at the back of the buckhorn handle, playing with it gently. It was not a British Brummagem article, made for the foreign or colonial market, but a genuine weapon that could be relied upon in a pinch. "Oh, I dare say you were a great man at home, weren't you?" he said. "A lord, maybe, or a landlord. But we don't have sich great men here, and I am as good a man as you any day, skunk though I be." Robinson had just thrown another shovelful of coal into the furnace under his broiler, and he held up his shovel as if ready to strike Williams, but it was never known whether he really intended to strike or not. The 3 other men standing near were quite amused with the dispute of the 2 Englishmen, and were smiling pleasantly at their foolishness. But little Wilkins did not smile, nor did he wait for the shovel to come down on his head. He darted under it with his open knife in the same manner as the Roman soldier went underneath the dense spears of the Pyrrhic phalanx, and set to work. Robinson tried to parry the blows with the handle of the shovel, but he made only a poor fight. The knife was driven to the hilt into his body 7 times. Then he threw down his shovel and tried to save himself behind his boiler, but it was too late. The dispute about England and the States was settled. Wilkins took his team home, then returned to Joliet and gave himself into the custody of the squire, Hoosier Smith. At the inquest he was committed to take his trial for murder, and did not get bail. His wife left the farm, and with her 2 little boys lived in an old log hut near the jail. She brought with her 2 cows, which Wilkins milked each morning as soon as Silas let him out of prison. I could see him every day from the window of my room, and I often passed by the hut when he was doing chores, chopping wood, or fetching water, but I never spoke to him. He did not look happy or sociable, and I could not think of anything pleasant to say, by way of making his acquaintance. After much observation and thought, I came to the conclusion that Sheriff Cunningham wanted his prisoner to go away. He would not like to hang the man. The citizens would not take Wilkins off his hands. If 2 fools chose to get up a little difficulty and one was killed, it was their own lookout, and anyway they were only foreigners. The fact was, Wilkins was waiting for someone to purchase his farm. The courthouse for Will County was within view of the jail, at the other side of the street, and one day I went over to look at it. The judge was hearing a civil case, and I sat down to listen to the proceedings. A learned counsel was addressing the jury. He talked at great length in a nasal tone, slowly and deliberately. He had one foot on a form, one hand in a pocket of his pants, and the other hand rested gracefully on a volume of the statutes of the state of Illinois. He had much to say about various horses running on the prairie, and particularly about one animal which he called the Skellahorn horse. I tried to follow his argument, but the Skellahorn horse was so mixed up with the other horses that I could not spot him. Semicircular seats of unpainted pine for the accommodation of the public rose tier above tier, but most of them were empty. There were present several gentlemen of the legal profession, but they kept silence, and never interrupted the counsel's address. Nor did the judge utter a word. He sat at his desk sideways, with his boots resting on a chair. He wore neither wig nor gown, and had not even put on his Sunday go-to-meeting clothes. Neither had the lawyers. If there was a court crier or constable present, he was indistinguishable from the rest of the audience. Near the judge's desk there was a bucket of water and 3 tumblers on a small table. It was a hot day. The counsel paused in his speech, went to the table, and took a drink. A juryman left the box and drank. The judge also came down from his seat, dipped a tumbler in the bucket, and quenched his thirst. One spectator after another went to the bucket. There was equality and fraternity in the court of law. The speech about the Skellahorn horse went on with the utmost gravity and decorum, until the nasal drawl of the learned counsel put me to sleep. On awakening, I went into another hall in which dealings in real estate were registered. Shelves fixed against the walls held huge volumes lettered on the back. One of these volumes was on a table in the center of the hall, and in it the registrar was copying a deed. Before him lay a pile of deeds with a lead weight on the top. A farmer came in with a paper on which the registrar endorsed a number and placed at the bottom of the pile. There was no parchment used. Each document was half-sheet foolscap size, partly printed and partly written. Another farmer came in, took up the pile, and examined the numbers to see how soon his deed was likely to be copied, and if it was in its proper place according to the number endorsed. The registrar was not fenced off from the public by a wide counter. He was the servant of the citizens, and had to satisfy those who paid him for his labors. His pay was a fixed number of cents per folio, not dollars nor pounds. When I went back to the jail, I found it deserted. Wilkins had sold his farm and disappeared. His wife remained in the hut. Sheriff Cunningham was still away among the Bluenoses, and Silas was functus officio, having accomplished a general jail delivery. He did not pine away on account of the loss of his prisoners, nor grow any thinner. That was impossible. I remained 4 days longer, expecting something would happen. But nothing did happen. Then I left the jail. I wrote out 2 notices informing the public that I was willing to sell my real estate. One of these I pasted up at the post office, the other on the bridge over the Aux Plaines River. Next day a German from Chicago agreed to pay the price asked, and we called on Colonel Smith, the squire. The colonel filled in a brief form of transfer, witnessed the payment of the money, which was in $20 gold pieces, and he charged $1 as his fee. The German would have to pay about 35 cents for its registration. If the deed was lost or stolen, he would insert in a local journal a notice of his intention to apply for a copy, which would make the original of as little value to anybody as a provincial and suburban banknote. In Illinois, transfers of land were registered in each county town. To buy or sell a farm was as easy as horse stealing, and safer. Usually no legal help was necessary for either transaction. By this time California had a rival. Gold had been found in Australia. I was fond of gold. I jingled the $20 gold pieces in my pocket, and resolved to look for more at the fountainhead, by way of my native land. A railway from Chicago had just reached Joliet, and had been opened 3 days before. It was the invitation to start, and I accepted it. Nobody ever loved his native land better than I do when I am away from it. I can call to mind its innumerable beauties, and in a fancy saunter once more through the summer woods, among the bracken, the bluebells, and the foxglove. I can wander by the banks of the Brock, where the sullen trout hide in the clear depths of the pools. I can walk along the path to paradise, still lined with the blue-eyed speedwell and red campion. I know where the copse is carpeted with the bluebell and ragged robin, where grow the alders, and the hazels rich with brown nuts, the beeches and the oaks, where the flower of the yellow broom blazes like gold in the noontide sun, where the stock-dove coos overhead in the ivy, where the kingfisher darts past like a shaft of sapphire, and the water-eagle flies upstream, where the pheasant glides out from his home in the wood to feed on the headland of the wheat-field, where the partridge broods in the dust with her young, where the green lane is bordered by the guelder rose or wayfaring tree, the raspberry, strawberry, and cherry, the wild garlic of star-like flowers, the woodruff fragrant as new-mown hay, the yellow pimpernel on the hedge-side. I see in the fields and meadows the bird's-foot trefoil, the ox-eye daisy, the lady smocks, sweet hemlock, butterbur, the stitchwort, and the orchis, the long-purpled of Shakespeare. By the margin of the pond the yellow iris hangs out its golden banners, over which the dragonfly skims. The hedgerows are gay with the full-blown dog-roses. The bells of the bilberries droop down along the wood-side, and the red-hipped bumblebees hum over them. Out of the woodland and up Snapper-Rake Lane I rise to the moorland, and then the sea-coast comes in sight, and the longing to know what lies beyond it. I have been twice to see what lies beyond it, and when I return once more, my own land does not know me. There is another sea-coast in sight now, and when I sail away from it, I hope to land on some one of the Isles of the Blest. I call on my oldest living love. She looked, I thought, even younger than when we last parted. She was sitting before the fire, alone, pale and calm, but she gave me no greeting. She had forgotten me. I took a chair, sat down beside her, and waited. A strange lass with a fair face and strong bare arms came in, and stared at me steadily for a minute or two, but went away without saying a word. I looked around the old house-room that I knew so well, with its floor of flags from Buckley Delph, scoured white with sandstone. There stood, large and solid, the meal-ark of black oak, with the date 1644 carved just below the heavy lid, more than 200 years old, and as sound as ever. The sloping mirror over the chest of drawers was still supported by the 4 seasons, one at each corner. Above it was Queen Caroline, with the crown on her head and the scepter in her hand, seated in a magnificent Roman chariot, drawn by the lion and the unicorn. That team had tortured my young soul for years. I could never understand why that savage lion had not long ago devoured both Queen and the unicorn. My old love was looking at me, and at last she put one hand on my knee and said, "It's George." "Yes," I said, "it's George." She gazed a while into the fire and said, "Alice is dead." "Yes, Alice is dead." "And Jenny is dead." Yes, and Jenny, they are at the bottom of the sea. In that way she counted a long list of the dead, which she closed by saying, "They are all gone but Joe." She had been a widow more than 25 years. She was a young woman, tall and strong, before Bonaparte, Wellington, the United States, or Australia had ever been heard of in Lancashire, and from the top of a stile she had counted every windmill and chimney in Preston before it was covered with the black pall of smoke from the cotton mills. End of section 10.
Section 11 of the Book of the Bush. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Book of the Bush by George Dunderdale. Section 11. Among the Diggers, 1853, Part 1. I lost a summer in 1853 and had 2 winters instead, one in England, the other in Australia. It was cold in the month of May as we neared Bendigo. We were a mixed party of English, Irish, and Scotch, 12 in number, and accompanied by 3 horse teams carrying tubs, tents, and provisions. We also had plenty of arms wherewith to fight the bushrangers, but I did not carry any myself. I left the fighting department to my mate Philip and to the others who were fond of war. Philip was by nature and training as gentle and amiable as a lamb, but he was a young islander, and therefore a fighter on principle. O'Connell had tried moral suasion on the English government long enough and to no purpose, so Philip and his fiery young friends were prepared to have recourse to arms. The arms he was now carrying consisted of a gleaming bowie knife and 2 pistols stuck in his belt. The pistols were good ones. Philip had tried them on a friend in the Phoenix Park the morning after a ball at the Rotunda, and had pinked his man, shot him in the arm. It is needless to say that there was a young lady in the case. I don't know what became of her, but during the rest of her life she could boast of having been the fair demoiselle on whose account the very last duel was fought in Ireland. Then the age of chivalry went out. The bowie knife was the British article bought in Liverpool. It would neither kill a man nor cut a beefsteak, as was proved by experience. We met parties of men from Bendigo, unlucky diggers who offered to sell their 30-shilling licences. By this time my cash was low, my $20 gold pieces were all consumed. While voyaging to the new Ophir, where gold was growing underfoot, I could not see any sound sense in being niggardly. But when I saw a regular stream of disappointed men with empty pockets offering their monthly licences for 5 shillings each within sight of the goldfield, I had misgivings, and bought a licence that had 3 weeks to run from William Matthews. 10 other men bought licences, but William Patterson, a canny Scotchman, said he would chance it. It was about midday when we halted near Bendigo Creek, opposite a refreshment tent. Standing in front of it was a man who had passed us on the road and lit his pipe at our fire. When he stooped to pick up a fire stick, I saw the barrel of a revolver under his coat. He was accompanied by a lady on horseback wearing a black riding habit. Our teamsters called him Captain Sullivan. He was even then a man well known to the convicts and the police, and was supposed to be doing a thriving business as keeper of a sly grog shop. But in the course of time it was discovered that his main source of profit was murder and robbery. He was afterwards known as the New Zealand murderer, who turned Queen's evidence, sent his mates to the gallows, but himself died unhanged. While we stood on the track, gazing hopelessly over the endless heaps of clay and gravel covering the flat, a little man came up and spoke to Philip, in whom he recognised a fellow countryman. He said, "You want a place of camp, don't you?" "Yes," replied Philip, "we have only just come up from Melbourne." "Well, come along with me," said the stranger. He was a civil fellow, and said his name was Jack Moore. We went with him in the direction of the first White Hill, but before reaching it we turned to the left up a low bluff and halted in a gully where many men were at work puddling clay in tubs. After we had put up our tent, Philip went down the gully to study the art of gold digging. He watched the men at work. Some were digging holes, some were dissolving clay in tubs of water by stirring it rapidly with spades, and a few were stooping at the edge of water holes, washing off the sand mixed with the gold in milk pans. Philip tried to enter into conversation with the diggers. He stopped near one man and said, "Good day, mate, how are you getting along?" The man gazed at him steadily and replied, "Go you to hell." So Philip moved on. The next man he addressed sent him in the same direction, adding a few blessings. The third man was panning off, and there was a little gold visible in his pan. He was grey, grim, and hairy. Philip said, "Not very lucky today, mate." The hairy man stood up, straightened his back, and looked at Philip from head to foot. "Lucky be blowed, I wish I'd never seen this blasted place. Here I have been sinking holes and puddling for 5 months, and not made enough to pay my tucker and the government licence, 30 bob a month. I am a mason, and threw up 28 bob a day to come to this miserable hole. Wherever you come from, young man, I advise you to go back there again. There's 20,000 men on Bendigo, and I don't believe 19,000 of 'em are earning their grub." "I can't well go back 15,000 miles, even if I had money to take me back," answered Philip. "Well, you might walk as far as Melbourne," said the hairy man, "and there you could get 14 bob a day as a hodman, or you might take a job at stone breaking. The government are giving 7 and 6 a yard for road metal. Ain't you got any trade to work at?" "No, I never learnt a trade. I am only a gentleman." He felt mean enough to cry. "Well, that's bad. If you were a scholar you might keep school, but I don't believe there's half a dozen kids on the diggings. They'd be of no use except to tumble down shafts. Fact is, if you are really hard up, you can be a peeler. Up at the camp they'll take on any useless loafers what's able to carry a carbine, and they'll give you tucker, and you can keep your shirt clean. But mind, if you do join the Joeys, I hope you'd be shot. I'd shoot the whole blessed lot of them if I had my way. They are nothing but a pack of robbers." The hairy man knew something of current history and statistics, but he had not a pleasant way of imparting his knowledge. Picaninny Gully ended in a flat, thinly timbered, where there were only a few diggers. Turning to the left, Philip found 2 men near a waterhole, hard at work puddling. When he bade them good day, they did not swear at him, which was some comfort. They were brothers, and were willing to talk, but they did not stop work for a minute. They had a large pile of dirt, and were making hay while the sun shone, that is, washing their dirt as fast as they could while the water lasted. During the preceding summer they had carted their wash dirt from the gully till rain came and filled the waterhole. They said they had not found any rich ground, but they could now make at least £1 a day each by constant work. Philip thought they were making more, as they seemed inclined to think small. In those days to brag of your good luck might be the death of you. While Philip was away interviewing the diggers, Jack showed me where he had worked his first claim, and had made £400 in a few days. "You might mark off a claim here and try it," he said. "I think I took out the best gold, but there may be a little left still hereabout." I pegged off 2 claims, one for Philip and one for myself, and stuck a pick in the centre of each. Then we sat down on a log. 6 men came up the gully carrying their swags. One of them was unusually tall. Jack said, "Do you see that big fella there? His name is McKean. He comes from my part of Ireland. He is a lawyer. The last time I saw him he was in court defending a prisoner, and now the whole 6'7" of him is nothing but a dirty digger." "What made you leave Ireland, Jack?" I asked. "I left it, I guess, same as you did, because I couldn't live in it. My father was a fisherman and he was drowned. Mother was left with 8 children, and we were as poor as church mice. I was the oldest, so I went to Belfast and got a billet on board ship as a cabin boy. I made 3 voyages from Liverpool to America, and was boxed about pretty badly, but I learnt to handle the ropes. My last port there was Boston, and I ran away and lived with a Yankee farmer named Small. He was a nigger driver, he was, working the soul out of him early and late. He had a boat, and I used to take farm produce in it across the bay to Boston, where the old man's eldest son kept a boarding house. There was a daughter at home, a regular high flyer. She used to talk to me as if I was a nigger. One day when we were having dinner she was asking me questions about Ireland and about my mother, sisters and brothers. Then I got mad, thinking how poor they were there, and I could not help them. Miss Small, I said, my mother is 40 years old and she has 8 children and she looks younger than you and has not lost a tooth. Miss Small, although quite young, was nearly toothless, so she was mad enough to kill me. But her brother Jonathan was at table, and he took my part, saying, "Serves you right, Sue. Why can't you leave Jack alone?" But Sue made things most unpleasant, and I told Jonathan I couldn't stay on the farm and would rather go to sea again. Jonathan said he too was tired of farming, and he would go with me. He could manage a boat across Boston Harbour, but he had never been to sea. Next time there was farm stuff to go to Boston, he went with me. We left the boat with his brother and shipped in a whaler bound for the South Seas. I used to show him how to handle the ropes, to knot and splice, and he soon became a pretty good hand, though he was not smart aloft when reefing. His name was Small, but he was not a small man. He was 6'2", and the strongest man on board, and he didn't allow any man to thrash me because I was little. After 18 months' whaling, he persuaded me to run away from the ship at Hobarton. He said he was tired of the greasy old tub. So one night we bundled up our swags, dropped into a boat, and took the road to Launceston, where we expected to find a vessel going to Melbourne. When we were halfway across the island, we called just before sundown at a farmhouse to see if we could get something to eat and lodging for the night. We found 2 women cooking supper in the kitchen, and Jonathan said to the younger one, "Is the old man at home?" She replied quite pertly, "Captain Massey is at home, if that's what you mean by the old man." "Well, my dear," said Jonathan, "will you just tell him that we are 2 seamen on our way to Launceston, and we'd like to have a word with him?" "I am not your dear," she replied, tossing her head, and went out. After a while she returned and said Captain Massey wanted to speak to the little man first. That was me. I went into the house and was shown into the parlour, where the captain was standing behind a table. There was a gun close to his hand in a corner, 2 horse pistols on a shelf, and a sword hanging over them. He said, "Who are you, where from, and whither going to?" To which I replied, "My name is John Moore. Me and my mate have left our ship, a whaler, at Hobarton, and we are bound for Launceston." "Oh, you are a runaway foremost hand, are you? Then you know something about work on board ship." He then put questions to me about the work of a seaman, making sail and reefing, about masts, yards, and rigging, and finished up telling me to box a compass. I passed my examination pretty well, and he told me to send in the other fellow. He put Jonathan through his sea catechism in the same way, and then said we could have supper and a shakedown for the night. After supper the young lady sat near the kitchen fire sewing, and Jonathan took a chair near her and began a conversation. He said, "I must beg pardon for having ventured to address you as my dear on so short an acquaintance, but I hope you will forgive my boldness. Fact is, I felt quite attached to you at first sight," and so on. If there was one thing that Jonathan could do better than another, it was talking. The lady was at first very prim and reserved, but she soon began to listen, smiled, and even tittered. A little boy about 2 years old came in and stood near the fire. Having nothing else to do, I took him on my knee and set him prattling until we were very good friends. Then an idea came to my head. "I guess, Jonathan, This little kid is about the same age as your youngest boy in Boston, ain't he?" Of course Jonathan had no boy and was not married, but the sudden change that came over that young lady was remarkable. She gave Jonathan a look of fury, jumped up from her seat, snatched up her sewing, and bounced out of the kitchen. The old man came in and told us to come along and he would show us our bunks. We thought he was a little queer, but he seemed uncommonly kind and anxious to make us comfortable for the night. He took us to a hut very strongly built with heavy slabs, left us a lighted candle, and bade us good night. After he closed the door, we heard him put the padlock on it. He was a kindly old chap and did not want anybody to disturb us during the night, and we soon fell fast asleep. Next morning he came early and called us to breakfast. He stayed with us all the time, and when we had eaten, said, "Well, have you had a good breakfast?" Jonathan spoke. "Yes, old man, we have. You are a gentleman. You have done yourself proud, and we are thankful, aren't we, Jack? You are the best and kindest man we've met since we sailed from Boston. And now I think it's time we made tracks for Launceston. Bye-bye, Captain. Come on, Jack." "No, you won't, my fine coves," replied the captain. "You'll go back to Hobarton and join your ship if you have one, which I don't believe. You can't humbug an old salt like me. You are a pair of runaway convicts, and I'll give you in charge as such. Here, constables, put the derbies on them and take them back to Hobarton." Two men who had been awaiting orders outside the door now entered, armed with carbines, produced each a pair of handcuffs, and came towards us. But Jonathan drew back a step or two, clenched his big fists, and said, "No, you don't. If this is your little game, Captain, all I have to say is you're the darndest double-faced old cuss this side of perdition. You can shoot me if you like, but neither you or the four best men in Van Diemen's Land can put them irons on me. I am a free citizen of the great United States, and a free man I'll be or die. I'll walk back to Hobarton if you like with these men, for I guess that greasy old whaler has gone to sea again by this time, and we'll get another ship there as well as Launceston." Captain Massey did not like to venture on shooting us off-hand, so at last he told the constables to put up their handcuffs and start with us for Hobarton. After we had travelled a while, Jonathan cooled down and began to talk to the constables. He asked them how they liked the island, how long they had been on it, if it was good country for farming, how they were getting along, and what pay they got for being constables. One of them said, "The island is pretty good in parts, but it's too mountainous. We ain't getting along at all, and we don't have much chance to do any good till our time is out." "What on earth do you mean by saying until your time is out? Aren't your time your own?" asked Jonathan. "No, indeed. I see you don't understand. We are government men, and we ain't done our time. We were sent out from England." "Oh, you were sent out, were you? Now I see. That means you are penitentiary men and ought to be in jail. Jack, look here. This kind of thing will never do. You and me are two honest citizens of the United States, and here we are, piloted through Van Diemen's Land by two convicts, and Britishers at that. This team has got to be changed right away." He seized both carbines and handed them to me. Then he handcuffed the constables, who were so taken aback they never said a word. Then Jonathan said, "This is training day. Now march." The constables worked in front of me, and Jonathan behind, shouldering the guns. In this way we marched until we sighted Hobarton. But the two convicts were terribly afraid to enter the city as prisoners. They said they were sure to be punished, would be most likely sent into a chain gang, and would soon be strangled in the barracks at night for having been policemen. We could see they were really afraid, so we took off the handcuffs and gave them back the carbines. Before entering the city, we found that the whaler had left the harbour, and felt sure we would not be detained long, as nothing could be proved against us. When we were brought before the beak, Jonathan told our story and showed several letters he had received from Boston, so he was discharged. But I had nothing to show. They knew I was an Irishman, and the police asked for a remand to prove that I was a runaway convict. I was kept 3 weeks in jail, and every time I was brought to court, Jonathan was there. He said he would not go away without me. The police could find nothing against me, so at last they let me go. We went aboard the first vessel bound for Melbourne, and when the sale was made I went up the cross trees and cursed Van Diemen's Land as long as I could see it. Jonathan took ship for the States, but I went shepherding and grew so lazy that if my stick dropped to the ground I wouldn't bend my back to pick it up. But when I heard of the diggings I woke up, humped my swag and ran away. I was always man enough for that, and I don't intend to shepherd again. End of section 11. Section 12 of the Book of the Bush. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Book of the Bush by George Dunderdale. Section 12. Among the Diggers in 1853, Part 2. When Philip returned from his excursion down the gully, he gave me a detailed report of the results and said, "Gold mining is remarkable for two things, one certain, the other uncertain. The certain thing is labour, the uncertain thing is gold." This information staggered me, so I replied, "Those two things will have to wait till morning. Let us boil the billy." Our spirits were not very high when we began work next day. We slept under our small calico tent, and our cooking had to be done outside. Sometimes it rained, and then we had to kindle a fire with stringy bark under an umbrella. The umbrella was mine, the only one I ever saw on the diggings. Some men who thought they were witty made observations about it, but I stuck to it all the same. No man could ever laugh me out of a valuable property. We lived principally on beefsteak, tea, and damper. Philip cut his bread and beef with his bowie knife as long as it lasted. Every man passing by could see that we were formidable and ready to defend our gold to the death, when we got it. But the bowie was soon useless. It got a kink in the middle and a curl at the point, and had no edge anywhere. It was good for nothing but trade. A number of our shipmates had put up tents in the neighbourhood, and at night we all gathered round the camp fire to talk and smoke away our misery. One, whose name I forget, was a journalist, correspondent for the Nonconformist. Scott was an artist, Harrison a mechanical engineer, Doran a commercial traveller, Moran an ex-policeman, Beswick a tailor, Burney a clogger. The first lucky digger we saw after Piccaninny Jack came among us one dark night. He came suddenly head foremost into our fire, and plunged his hands into the embers. We pulled him out, and then two other men came up. They apologised for the abrupt entry of their mate. They said he was a lucky digger, and they were his friends and fellow countrymen. A lucky digger could find friends anywhere from any country without looking for them, especially if he was drunk, as was this stranger. They said he had travelled from Melbourne with a pack-horse, and near Mount Alexander he saw a woman picking up something or other on the side of a hill. She might be gathering flowers, but he could not see any. He stopped and watched her for a while, and then went nearer. She did not take any notice of him, so he thought the poor thing had been lost in the bush, and had gone cranky. He pitied her, and said, "My good woman, have you lost anything? Could I help you look for it?" "I am not your good woman, and I have not lost anything, so I don't want anybody to help me look for it." He was now quite sure she was cranky. She stooped and picked up something, but he could not see what it was. He began to look on the ground, and presently he found a bright little nugget of gold. Then he knew what kind of flowers the woman was gathering. Without a word he took his horse to the foot of the hill, hobbled it, and took off his swag. He went up the hill again, filled his pan with earth, and washed it off at the nearest waterhole. He had struck it rich. The hillside was sprinkled with gold, either on the surface or just below it. For 2 weeks there were only 2 parties at work on that hill, parties of one, but they did not form a partnership. The woman came every day, picking and scratching like an old hen, and went away at sundown. When the man went away, he took with him more than 100 weight of gold. He was worth looking at, so we put more wood on the fire and made a good blaze. Yes, he was a lucky digger, and he was enjoying his luck. He was blazing drunk, was in evening dress, wore a black bell topper and kid gloves. The gloves had saved his hands from being burnt when he had thrust them into the fire. There could be no doubt that he was enjoying himself. He came suddenly out of the black night and staggered away into it again with his two friends. One forenoon about 10 o'clock, while we were busy peacefully digging and puddling, we heard a sound like the rumbling of distant thunder from the direction of Bendigo Flat. The thunder grew louder till it became like the bellowing of 10,000 bulls. It was the welcome accorded by the diggers to our trusty and well-beloved government when it came forth on a digger hunt. It was swelled by the roars and cooeys and curses of every man above ground and below, in the shafts and drives, on the flats, and in the tunnels of the White Hills, from Golden Gully and Sheep's Head to Job's Gully and Eaglehawk, till the warning that Joey's out had reached to the utmost bounds of the goldfield. There was a strong feeling among the diggers that the licence fee of 30 shillings a month was excessive, and this feeling was intensified by the report that it was the intention of the government to double the amount. As a matter of fact, by far the larger number of claims yielded no gold at all, or not enough to pay the fee. The hatred of the hunted diggers made it quite unsafe to send out a small number of police and soldiers, so there came forth at irregular intervals a formidable body of horse and foot, armed with carbines, swords, and pistols. This morning they marched rapidly along the track toward the White Hills, but wheeling to the left up the bluff, they suddenly appeared at the head of Piccaninny Gully. Mounted men rode down each side of the gully as fast as the nature of the ground would permit, for it was then honeycombed with holes and encumbered with the trunks and stumps of trees, especially on the eastern side. They thus managed to hem us in like prisoners of war, and they also overtook some stragglers hurrying away to right and left. Some of these had licences in their pockets and refused to stop or show them till they were actually arrested. It was a ruse of war. They ran away as far as possible among the holes and logs, in order to draw off the cavalry, make them break their ranks, and thus to give a chance to the unlicensed to escape or hide themselves. The police on foot, armed with carbines and accompanied by officers, next came down the centre of the gully, and every digger was asked to show his licence. I showed that of William Matthews. It was not that the policy of William Patterson was tried and found wanting. He was at work on his claim a little below mine, and knowing he had no licence, I looked at him to see how he would behave in the face of the enemy. He had stopped working and was walking in the direction of his tent with head bowed down as if in search of something he had lost. He disappeared in his tent, which was a large one, and had near the opening a chimney built up with ironstone boulders and clay. But the police had seen him. He was followed, found hiding in the corner of his chimney, arrested, and placed among the prisoners, who were then halted near my tub. Immediately behind Patterson, and carrying a carbine on his shoulder, stood a well-known shipmate named Joint, whom poverty had compelled to join the enemy. He would willingly have allowed his friend and prisoner to escape, but no chance of doing so occurred, and long after dark Patterson approached our camp-fire, a free man, but hungry, tired, and full of bitterness. He had been forced to march along the whole day like a convicted felon, with an ever-increasing crowd of prisoners, had been taken to the camp at nightfall, and made to pay £6 10s. That is, a fine of £5 and £1 10s. For a licence. The feelings of William Patterson and of thousands of other diggers were outraged, and they burned for revenge. A roll-up was called, and 3 public meetings were held on 3 successive Saturday afternoons, on a slight eminence near the government camp. The speakers addressed the diggers from a waggon. Some advocated armed resistance. It was well known that many men, French, German, and even English, were on the diggings, who had taken part in the revolutionary outbreak of '48, and they were eager to have recourse to arms once more in the cause of liberty. But the majority advocated the trial of a policy of peace, at least to begin with. A final resolution was passed by acclamation that a fee of 10 shillings a month should be offered, and if not accepted, no fee whatever was to be paid. It was argued that if the diggers stood firm, it would be impossible for the few hundreds of soldiers and police to arrest and keep in custody nearly 20,000 men. If an attempt was made to take us all to jail, digger hunting would have to be suspended, the revenue would dwindle to nothing, and government would be starved out. It was in fact no government at all. It was a mere assemblage of armed men sent to rob us, not to protect us. Each digger had to do that for himself. Next day, Sunday, I walked through the diggings and observed the words "No licence here" printed or pasted outside every tent, and during the next month only about 300 licences were taken out, instead of the 14,000 or 15,000 previously issued. The digger hunting was stopped, and a licence fee of 40 shillings for 3 months was substituted for that of 30 shillings per month. As no man who had a good claim would be willing to run the risk of losing it, the number of licences taken out after the last meeting would probably represent the number of really lucky diggers then at work on Bendigo, that is, 300 more or less, and of that 300 I don't think our gully could boast of one. All were finding a little gold, but even the most fortunate were not making more than tucker. By puddling 8 tubs of wash dirt I found that we could obtain about £1 worth of gold each per day, but this was hardly enough to keep hope alive. The golden hours flew over us, but they did not send down any golden showers. I put the little that fell to my share into a wooden matchbox which I carried in my pocket. I knew it would hold 12 ounces, if I could get so much, and looked into it daily and shook the gold about to see if I were growing rich. It was impossible to feel jolly, and I could see that Philip was discontented. He had never been accustomed to manual labour. He did not like being exposed to the cold winds, to the frost or rain, with no shelter except that afforded by our small tent. While at work we were always dirty and often wet, and after we had passed a miserable night, daylight found us shivering till warmth came with hard work. One morning Philip lost his temper. His only hat was soaked with rain, and his trousers, shirt, and boots were stiff with clay. He put a woollen comforter on his head in lieu of a hat. The comforter was of gaudy colours and soon attracted public attention. A man down the gully said, "I observed yesterday we had young Ireland puddling up here, and I perceive this morning we have an Italian bandit or a Sally Rover at work amongst us." Every digger looked at Philip, and he fell into a sudden fury. You might have heard him at the first White Hill. "Yesterday I heard a donkey braying down the gully, and this morning he is braying again." "Oh, I see," replied the donkey. "We are in a bad temper this morning." Father Bacchus was often seen walking with long strides among the holes and hillocks on Bendigo Flat, or up and down the gullies on a visit to some dying digger, for death would not wait till we had all made our pile. His messengers were going around all the time, dysentery, scurvy, or fever, and the priest hurried after them. Sometimes he was too late. Death had entered the tent before him. He celebrated Mass every Sunday in a tent made of drugget and covered with a calico fly. His presbytery, sacristy, confessional, and school were all of similar materials and of small dimensions. There was not room in the church for more than 30 or 40 persons. There were no pews, benches, or chairs. Part of the congregation consisted of soldiers from the camp who had come up from Melbourne to shoot us if the occasion required. 6 days of the week we hated them and called Joey after them, but on the 7th day we merely glared at them and let them pass in silence. They were sleek and lean, and we were gaunt as wolves, with scarcely a clean shirt amongst us. Philip especially hated them as enemies of his country, and the more so because they were his countrymen, all but one, who was a black man. The people in and round the church were not all Catholics. I saw a man kneeling near me reading the Book of Common Prayer of the Church of England. There was also a strict Presbyterian, to whom I spoke after Mass. He said the priests did not preach with as much energy as the ministers in Scotland, and yet I thought Father Bacchus' sermon had that day been powerful, as the Yankees would say. He preached from the top of a packing-case in front of the tent. The audience was very numerous, standing in close order to the distance of 25 or 30 yards under a large gum tree. The preacher spoke with a German accent, but his meaning was plain. He said, "My dear brethren, beatus ille qui pastorum non habeat." Blessed is the man who has not gone after gold, or put his trust in money or treasures. You will never earn that blessing, my dear brethren. Why are you here? You have come from every corner of the world to look for gold. You think it is a blessing, but when you get it, it is often a curse. You go what you call on the spree. You find the sly grog, you get drunk and are robbed of your gold. Sometimes you are murdered, or you fall into a hole and are killed, and you go to hell dead drunk. Patrick Doyle was here at Mass last Sunday. He was then but a poor digger. Next day he found gold, struck it rich, as you say. Then he found the grog also and brought it to his tent. Yesterday he was found dead at the bottom of his golden shaft, and he was buried in the graveyard over there near the government camp. My conscience was quite easy when the sermon was finished. It would be time enough for me to take warning from the fate of Paddy Doyle when I had made my pile. Let the lucky diggers beware. I was not one of them. After we had been at work a few weeks, Father Bacchus, before stepping down from the packing-case, said, "I want someone to teach in a school. If there is anyone here willing to do so, I should like to see him after Mass." I was looking round for Philip amongst the crowd when he came up eager and excited. "I'm thinking of going in to speak to the priest about that school," he said. "Would you have any objection? You know we are doing no good in the gully, but I won't leave it if you think I had better not." Philip was honourable. He would not dissolve our short partnership and leave me alone unless I were quite willing to let him go. "Have you ever kept school before?" "No, never, but I don't think teaching will give me much trouble. There can't be many children around here, and I can surely teach them ABC and the Catechism." Although I thought he had not given fortune a fair chance to bless us, he looked so wistful and anxious that I had not the heart to say no. Philip went into the tent, spoke to the priest, and became a schoolmaster. I was then a solitary hatter. Next day a man came into the gully with a sack on his back with something in it which he had found in a shaft. He thought the shaft had not been dug down to the bedrock, and would bottom it. He bottomed on a corpse. The claim had been worked during the previous summer by 2 men. One morning there was only 1 man on it. He said his mate had gone to Melbourne, but he had in fact killed him during the night and dropped him down the hole. The police never hunted out the murderer. They were too busy hunting us. I was not long alone. A beggarly-looking young man came a few days later and said, "I hear you have lost your mate Philip, and my mates have all gone away and taken the tent with them. So I want to ask you to let me stay in your tent till I can look round a bit." The young man's name was David Beswick, but he was known simply as Bez. He was a harmonious tailor from Manchester. He played the violoncello, also the violin, had a good tenor voice, and a talent for the drama. He and a man named Santley from Liverpool had taken leading parts in our plays and concerts on shipboard. Scott, the artist, admired Bez. He said he had the head, the features, and the talents of a Shakespeare. He had a sketch of Bez in his portfolio, which he was filling with crooked trees, common diggers, and ugly blackamoors. I could see no Shakespeare in Bez. He was nothing but a dissipated tailor who had come out in the steerage, while I had voyaged in the house on deck. I was, therefore, a superior person, and looked down on the young man, who was seated on a log near the fire, one leg crossed over the other, and slowly stroking his Elizabethan beard. I said, "Yes, Philip has left me, but I don't want any partner. I understood you were a tailor by trade, and I don't think much of a tailor." "Well," replied Bez, "I don't think much of him myself, so I've dropped the business. I am now a sailor. You know yourself I sailed from Liverpool to Melbourne. And anyhow, there's only the difference of a letter between a sailor and a tailor." There was a flaw somewhere in the argument, but I finally said, "Valeat quantum valere potest." Bez looked solemn. A little Latin goes a long way with some people. He was an object of charity, and I made him feel it. "In the first place, this tent is teetotal. No grog is to come inside. There is to be no mining partnership. You can keep all the gold you get, and I shall do the same. You must keep all trade secrets, and never confess you are a tailor. I could never hold up my head among the diggers if they should discover that my mate was only the 9th part of a man. You must carry to the tent a quantity of clay and rocks sufficient to build a chimney, of which I shall be the architect. You will also pay for your own tucker, chop wood, make the fire, fetch water, and boil a billy." Bez promised solemnly to abide by these conditions, and then I allowed him to deposit his swag in the tent. The chimney was built in 3 days, and we could then defy the weather and dispense with the umbrella. Bez performed his part of the contract well. He adopted a rolling gait and the frown of a pirate. He swore naval oaths strong enough to still a hurricane. Amongst his digging outfit was a huge pick. It was a 2-man pick, and he carried it on his shoulder to suggest his enormous strength. He threw tailordom to the wind. When a rent appeared in his trousers, he closed it with pins, disdaining the use of a needle, until he became so ragged that I ordered him into dock for repairs. End of section 12. Section 13 of the Book of the Bush. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Book of the Bush by George Dunderdale. Section 13. Among the Diggers in 1853, Part 3. One day, in passing Philip's school, I peeped in at the flap of the tent. He had already acquired the awe-inspiring look of the schoolmaster. He was teaching a class of little boys, whose wandering eyes were soon fixed on my face, and then Philip saw me. He smiled and blushed and came outside. He said he was getting along capitally, and did not want to try digging any more. He had obtained a small treatise entitled The 12 Virtues of a Good Master, and he was studying it daily in order to qualify himself for his new calling. He had undertaken to demonstrate one of Euclid's propositions every night by way of exercising his reasoning faculties. He was also making new acquaintances amongst men who were not diggers, doctors, storekeepers, and the useful blacksmiths who pointed out picks with steel. He had also 2 or 3 friends at the government camp, and I felt inclined to look upon him as a traitor to the diggers' cause. But although he had been a member of the party of young islanders, he was the most innocent traitor and the poorest conspirator I ever heard of. He could keep nothing from me. If he had been a member of some secret society, he would have burst up the secret, or the secret would have burst him. He had some friends among the diggers. The big gum tree in front of the church tent soon became a kind of trysting place on Sundays, at which men could meet with old acquaintances and shipmates, and convicts could find old pals. Amongst the crowd one Sunday were 5 men belonging to a party of 6 from Nyalong. The 6th man was at home guarding the tent. 4 of the 6 were Irish Catholics, and they came regularly to Mass every Sunday. The other 2 were Englishmen, both convicts, of no particular religion, but they had married Catholic immigrants and sometimes went to church, but more out of pastime than piety. One of these men, known as John Barton, he had another name in the indents, stood under the gum tree, but not praying. I don't think he ever thought of praying except the need of it was extreme. He was of medium height, had a broad face, snub nose, stood erect like a soldier, and was strongly built. His small, ferrety eyes were glancing quickly among the faces round him, till they were arrested by another pair of eyes at a short distance. The owner of the second pair of eyes nudged two other men standing by, and then 3 pairs of eyes were fixed on Barton. He was not a coward, but something in the expression of the 3 men cowed him completely. He turned his head and lowered it, and began to push his way among the crowd to hide himself. After Mass, Philip found him in his tent, and suspecting that he was a thief, put his hand on a medium-sized Colt's revolver, which he had exchanged for his duelling pistols, and said, "Well, my friend, and what are you doing here?" "For God's sake, speak low," whispered Barton. "I came in here to hide. There are 3 men outside who want to kill me." "3 men who want to kill you, eh? Do you expect me to believe that anyone among the crowd there would murder you in broad daylight? My impression is, my friend, that you are a sneaking thief, and that you come here to look for gold. I'll send a man to the police to come and fetch you, and if you stir a step I'll shoot you." "For the sake, man, keep quiet. I am not a burglar, not now at any rate. I'll tell you the truth. I was a government flagellator, a flogger, you know, on the Sydney side, and I flogged those 3 men. Couldn't help it, it was my business to do it. I know they are looking for me, and they will follow me and take the first chance to murder me. They are the most desperate characters. One of them was insubordinate when he was assigned servant to a squatter, and the squatter, who was on horseback, gave him a cut with his stockwhip. Then the man jumped at his master, pulled him off the horse, dragged him to the wood heap, held his head on the block, seized the axe, and was just going to chop his master's head off when another man stopped him. That is what I had to flog him for, and then he was sent back to Sydney. So you can think what a man like that would do. When my time was up, I went as a trooper to the Nyalong district under Captain Foster, the Commissioner, and after a while I settled down and married an immigrant woman from Tipperary, a Catholic. That's the way I happen to be here at Mass with my mates who are Catholics, but I'll never do it again. It's as much as my life is worth. I dare say there are lots of men about Bendigo whom I flogged when I was in the business, and every single man jack of them would kill me if he got a chance. And so for goodness sake let me stay here till dark. I suppose you are an honest man, you look like it anyway, and you would not want to see me murdered now, would you?" Barton was, in fact, as great a liar and rogue as you would meet with anywhere, but in extreme cases he would tell the truth, and the present case was an extreme one. Philip was merciful. He allowed Barton to remain in his tent all day and gave him his dinner. When darkness came, he escorted him to the tent of the men from Nyalong, and was introduced to them by his new friend. Their names were Gleeson, Point, and Lyons, and 2 brothers McCarthy. One of these men was brother-in-law to Barton, and had been a fellow trooper with him under Captain Foster. Barton had entered into family relations as an honest man. He could give himself any character he chose till he was found out. He was too frightened to stay another night on Bendigo, and he began at once to bundle up his swag. Gleeson and Poynton accompanied him for some distance beyond the pillar of white quartz on Specimen Hill, and then he left the track and struck into the bush. Fear winged his feet. He arrived safely at Nyalong and never went to another rush. The other 5 men then stayed on Bendigo for several weeks longer, and when they returned home, their gold was sufficient for a dividend of £700 for each man. 4 of them bought farms, 1 kept a store, and Barton rented some land. Philip met them again when he was promoted to the school at Nyalong, and they were his firm friends as long as he lived there. I went to various rushes to improve my circumstances. Once I was nearly shot. A bullet whizzed past my head and lodged in the trunk of a stringy bark a little further on. That was the only time in my life I was under fire, and I got from under it as quickly as possible. Once I went to a rush of Maoris near Job's Gully, and Scott came along with his portfolio, a small pick, pan and shovel. He did not dig any, but got the ugliest Maori he could find to sit on a pile of dirt while he took his portrait and sketched the tattoos. That spoilt the rush. Every man, black and white, crowded round Scott while he was at work with his pencil, and then every single savage shook hands with him and made signs to have his tattoos taken, they were so proud of their ugliness. They were all naked to the waist. Near the Sheep's Head Gully, Jack Moore and I found the cap of a quartz reef with visible gold in it. We broke up some of it, but could not make it pay, having no quartz crushing machinery. Golden Gully was already nearly worked out, but I got a little gold in it which was flaky and sticking on the edge in the pipe clay bottom. I found some gold also in Sheep's Head, and then we heard of a rush on the Goulburn River. Next day we offered our spare mining plant for sale on the roadside opposite Specimen Hill, placing the tubs, cradles, picks and spades all in a row. Bez was the auctioneer. He called out aloud and soon gathered a crowd, which he fascinated by his eloquence. The bidding was spirited, and every article was sold, even Bez's own two-man pick, which would break the heart of a Samson to wield it. When we left Bendigo, Bez, Bernie, Dan, Scott and Moses were of the party, and a one-horse cart carried our baggage. When we came to a swamp, we carried the baggage over it on our backs, and then helped the horse to draw the empty cart along. Our party increased in number along the way, especially after we met with a dray carrying kegs of rum. Before reaching the new rush, afterwards known as Waranga, we prospected some country about 20 miles from the Goulburn River. Here Scott left us. Before starting he called me aside and told me he was going to the Melbourne hospital to undergo an operation. He had a tumour on one leg above the knee, for which he had been treated in Dublin, and had been advised to come to Australia in the hope that a change of climate and occupation might be of benefit. But he had already walked once from Bendigo to Melbourne, and now he was obliged to go again. He did not like to start without letting someone know his reason for leaving us. I felt full of pity for Scott, for I felt he was going to his death alone in the bush, and I asked if he felt sure he could find his way. He showed me his pocket compass and a map, and said he could make a straight course for Melbourne. He had always lived and worked alone, but whenever we moved he accompanied us, not wishing to be quite lost among strangers. He arrived at the hospital, but he never came out of it alive. Dan gave me his money to take care of while he and Bez were living on the rum from the dray, and I gave out as little cash as possible in order to promote peace and sobriety. One night Dan set fire to my tent in order to rouse his banker. Then I dragged Bez outside the tent and extinguished the fire. There was bloodshed afterwards from Dan's nose, and his account was closed. After a while, some policemen in plain clothes came along and examined the dray. They found 14 kegs of rum in it, which they seized, together with 4 horses and the dray. I worked for 7 months in various parts of the Ovens district, till I had acquired the value in gold of my vanished $20 pieces. That was all my luck. During this time some of us paid the £2 licence fee for 3 months. We were not hunted by the military. 4 or 5 troopers and officials rode slowly around the diggings, and the cry of Joey was never raised, while a single unarmed constable on foot went amongst the claims to inspect licences. He stayed with us a while, talking about digging matters. He said the police were not allowed to carry carbines now because a digger had been accidentally shot. He was a very civil fellow, and his price, if I remember rightly, was half a crown. Yet the digger hunting was continued at Ballarat, and it ended in the massacre of December the 3rd, 1854. At that time I was at Colac, and while Dr. Ignatius was absent, I had charge of his household, which consisted of one old convict known as Specs, who acted in the capacity of generally useless, received orders most respectfully, but forgot them as much as possible. He was a man of education who had gone astray in London, and had fallen on evil days in Queensland and Sydney. While alone in the kitchen, he consoled himself with curses. I could hear his voice from the other side of the slabs. He cursed me, he cursed the doctor, he cursed the horses, the cat, the dog, and the whole world and everything in it. It was impossible to feel anything but pity for the man, for his life was ruined, and he had ruined it himself. I had also under my care a vegetable garden, a paddock of Cape barley, 2 horses, some guinea fowls, and a potato patch. One night the potatoes had been bandicooted. To all the early settlers in the bush the bandicoot is well known. It is a marsupial quadruped which lives on bulbs, and ravages potato patches. It is about 18 inches in length from the origin of its tail to the point of its nose. It has the habits of a pickpocket. It inserts its delicate forepaws under the stalks of the potato and pulls out the tubers. That morning I had endeavoured to dig some potatoes. The stalks were there, but the potatoes were gone. I stopped to think and examined the ground. I soon discovered traces of the bandicoot, but they had taken the shape of a small human foot. We had no small human feet about our premises, but at the other side of the fence there was a bark hut full of them. I turned towards the hut suspiciously, and saw the bandicoot sitting on a top rail, watching me and dangling her feet to and fro. She wore tousled red hair, a short print frock, and a look of defiance. I went nearer to inspect her bandicoot feet. Then she openly defied me and said, "You need not look so fierce, mister. I have as much right to sit on this rail as you have." "Lilias," I said, "you won't sit there long. You bandicooted my potatoes last night, and you left the marks of your dirty feet in the ground. The police are coming to measure your feet, and then they will take you to the lock-up." I gazed across the barley paddock for the police, and Lilias looked as well. There was a strange man approaching rapidly, and the bandicoot's courage collapsed. She slid from the fence, took to flight, and disappeared among the tussocks near the creek. The stranger did not go to the garden gate, but stood looking over the fence. He said, "Is Dr. Ignatius at home?" "No, he's somewhere about Fiery Creek, and I don't think he'll return till Saturday." The stranger hung down his head and was silent. He was a young man of small frame, well dressed for those days, but he had no luggage. He looked so miserable that I pitied him. He was like a hunted animal. I said, "Are you a friend of Dr. Ignatius?" "Yes, he knows me well. My name is Carr. I have come from Ballarat." I knew various men had left Ballarat. One had arrived in Geelong on December the 4th and had consulted Dr. Walsh about a bullet between his knuckles. Another was hiding at a house at Chilwell, Peter Layler. He had lost one arm, and the Government were offering £400 for him, so he took outdoor exercise only by night, disguised in an Inverness cape. There was a chance for me to hear exciting news from the lips of a warrior fresh from the field of the battle, so I said, "If you would like to stay here till the doctor returns, you will be welcome." He was my guest for 4 days. He said that he went out with the military on the morning of December the 3rd, and was the first surgeon who entered the Eureka stockade after the fight was over. He found 12 men dead in it, and 12 more mortally wounded. This was about all the information he vouchsafed to give me. I was anxious for the particulars. I wanted to know what arms that he carried to the fray, whether he touched up his sword on the grindstone before sallying forth, how many men or women he had called upon to stand in the name of Her Gracious Majesty Queen Victoria, how many skulls he had cloven, how many diggers he had slewed, and how many peaceful prisoners he had brought back to the Government camp. On all these points he was silent, and during his stay with me he spoke as little as possible, neither reading, writing, or walking about. But there was something to be learned from the papers. He had been a witness at the inquest on Scobie, killed by Bent and 2 others, and simply on his evidence Bentley was discharged, but afterwards rearrested and condemned to 3 years' imprisonment. Dr. Carr was regarded as a colluding associate with Bentley and Dewes, the magistrate, and the official condemnation of Dewes confirmed the popular denunciation of them. At a dinner given to Mr. Tarleton, the American consul, Dr. Otway, the chairman, said, "While I and my fellow colonists are thoroughly loyal to our sovereign lady, the Queen, we do not and will not respect her men servants, her maid servants, her oxen, or her asses." A commission was coming to Ballarat to report on wrongdoings there, and they were looking for witnesses. On Friday, December the 8th, the camp surgeon and Dr. Carr had had a narrow escape from being shot. While the former gentleman was entering the hospital, he was fired at by one of the sentries. The ball passed close to the shoulder of Dr. Carr, who was reading inside, went through the lid of the open medicine chest, and some splinters struck him on the side. There were in the hospital at that time 7 diggers seriously wounded, and 6 soldiers, including the drummer boy. Troubles were coming in crowds, and the bullet, the splinters, and the commission put the little doctor to flight. He left the 7 diggers, the 5 soldiers, and the drummer boy in the hospital, and made straight for Colac. Fear dogged his footsteps wherever he went, and the mere sight of him had sent the impudent thief Lilius to hide behind the tussocks. I always hate a man who won't talk to me and tell me things, and the doctor was so silent and unsociable that by way of revenge I left him to the care and curses of old Specs. After 4 days he departed, and he appeared again at Ballarat on January the 15th, giving evidence at an inquest on one Hardy, killed by a gunshot wound. In the meantime a total change had taken place among the occupants of the Government camp. Commissioner Reid had retired, Dr. Williams, the coroner, and the district surgeons had received notice to quit in 24 hours, and they left behind them 24 patients in and around the camp hospital. Dr. Carr left the colony, and the next report about him was from Manchester, where he made a wild and incoherent speech to the crowd at the Exchange. His last public appearance was in a police court on a charge of lunacy. He was taken away by his friends, and what became of him afterwards is not recorded. Doctors, where there is a dearth of patients, sometimes take to war, and thus succeed in creating a practice. Occasionally they meet with disaster, of which we can easily call to mind instances, both ancient and modern. End of section 13. Section 14 of the Book of the Bush. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Book of the Bush by George Dunderdale. Section 14. Among the Diggers in 1853, Part 4. Diggers do not often turn their eyes heavenwards. Their treasure does not lie in that direction. But one night I saw Bez stargazing. "Do you know the names of any of the stars in this part of the roof?" I asked. "I can't make out many of the Manchester stars," he replied. "I knew a few when I was a boy, but there was a good deal of fog and smoke, and latterly I have not looked up that way much, but I can spot a few of them yet, I think." Bez was a rather prosy poet, and his eye was not in a fine frenzy rolling. "Let me see," he said. "There's the North. Charles Wain and the North Pole ought to be there, but they have gone down somewhere. There are the 7 stars. I could never make 'em 7. If there ever were that number, one of them has dropped out. And there's Orion. He has somehow slipped up to the north and is standing on his head, heels uppermost. There are the 2 stars in his heels, 2 on his shoulders, 3 in his belt, and 3 in his sword. There is the Southern Cross. We could never see that in our part of England, nor those 2 silvery clouds, nor 2 black holes. They look curious, don't they? I suppose the 2 clouds are the gates of heaven, and the 2 black spots the gates of hell, the doors of eternity. Which way shall we go? That's the question. The old adage is still quite true. Cœlium non animum mutant qui trans mare current. When a young gentleman in England takes to idleness and grog and disgraces his family, he is provided with a passage to Australia, in order that he may become a reformed prodigal, but the change of climate does not effect a reform, It requires something else. Dan in Glasgow and Bez in Manchester had both been given to drink too much. They came to Victoria to acquire the virtue of temperance, and they were sober enough when they had no money. Dan told me that when he first awoke after his first week at sea, he sat every day on the topgallant forecastle, thinking over his past wickedness, watching the foam go by, and continually tempted to plunge into it. After the rum, the dray, and the 4 horses were seized by the police, Dan and Bez grew sober, and went to Reed's Creek, passing me at work on Spring Creek. They came back as separate items. Dan called at my tent, and I gave him a meal of damper tea and jam. He ate the whole of the jam, which cost me 2 and 6 per pound. He then humped his swag and started for Melbourne. On his way through the townships, since named Beechworth, he took a drink of liquor which disabled him, and he lay down by the roadside, using an ant-hill for a pillow. He awoke at daylight covered with ants, which were stinging and eating him alive. Some days later Bez came along, passed my tent for a mile, and then came back. He said he was ashamed of himself. I gave him also a feed of damper tea and jam limited. Dan had made me cautious in the matter of lavish hospitality. The Earl of Lonsdale lately spent £50,000 in entertaining the Emperor of Germany, but it was money thrown away. The next time the Kaiser comes to Westmoreland he will have to pay for his board and buy his preserves. Bez made a start for Melbourne, met an old convict, and with him took a job at foot-rotting sheep on a station owned by a widow lady. Here he passed as an engraver in reduced circumstances. He told lies so well that the convict was filled with admiration and said, "I'm sure, mate, you're a flash covey what's done his time in the island." The 2 chums foot-rotted till they had earned 30 shillings each. Then they went away and got drunk at a roadside shanty. At least Bez did. And when the convict picked his pockets, he kindly put back 3 shillings and 6pence, saying that will give him another start on the wallaby track. Bez at last arrived at Flagstaff Hill, which was then bare, with a sand hole on one side of it. He had had nothing to eat for 24 hours, and had only 1 shilling and 6pence in his pocket, which he was loath to spend for fear of arriving in Melbourne a complete beggar. He lay down famishing and weary on top of a hill near Flagstaff, and surveyed the city, the bay, and the shipping. He had hoped by this time to have been ready to take passage in one of those ships to Liverpool, and to return home a lucky digger. But he had only 18 pence, so he said, "I'm afraid, Bez, you will never see Manchester again." There was at that time a small frame building at the west end of Flinders Street with a hill behind it, on which goats were browsing. The railway viaduct now runs over the exact spot. Many parties of hopeful diggers from England and California had slept there on the floor the night before they started for Ballarat, Mount Alexander, or Bendigo. We called it a house of refuge, and Bez now looked for refuge in it. There he met Dan and Moran, who had both found employment in the city, and they fed the hungry Bez. Dan was labouring at his trade in the building business, and he set Bez to work roofing houses with corrugated iron. They soon earned more money than they had ever earned by digging for gold, but on Saturday nights and Sundays they took their pleasure in the old style, and so they went to the dogs. I don't know how Dan's life ended. His real name was Donald Fraser. But Bez died suddenly at the bar of a public house, and he was honoured with an inquest and a short paragraph in the papers. Moran had saved £100 by digging in Picaninny Gully, and he was soon afterwards admitted to serve Her Majesty again in the police department. On the Sunday after Price was murdered by the convicts at Williamstown, I met Moran after Mass in the middle of Lonsdale Street. I reproached him for his baseness in deserting to the enemy, Her Majesty no less, and in self-defence he nearly argued my head off. At last I threatened to denounce him as a Joey. He was in plain clothes, and have him killed by the crowd in the street. Nothing but death could silence Moran. The rest of his history is engraved on a monument at the Melbourne Cemetery. He, his wife, and all his children died many years ago. Rest in peace. He was really a good man, with only one defect. Most of us have many. He was always trying to divide a hair twixt west and south-west side. I met Santley after 30 years, sitting on a bench in front of the Travellers' Rest at Alberton in Gippsland. He had a wrinkled old face and did not recognise my beautiful countenance until he heard my name. He had half a dozen little boys and girls around him, his grandchildren, I believe, and was as happy as a king teaching them to sing hymns. I don't think Santley has grown rich, but he always carried a fortune about with him wherever he went, viz., a kind heart and a cheerful disposition. Nobody could ever think of quarrelling with Santley any more than with George Copen or with that benevolent bandmaster, Herr Plock. He told me that he was now related to the highest family in the world, his daughter having married the Chinese giant, whose brothers and sisters were all of the race of Anak. My mate Philip was so successful with his little school in the tent that he was promoted to another at the Rocky Waterholes. And then he went to the township at Lake Nyalong. Philip had never travelled as far as Lake Nyalong, but Piccaninny Jack told him that he had once been there, and that it was a beautiful country. He tried to find it at another time, but got bushed on the wrong side of the lake. Now he believed there was a regular track that way, if Philip could only find it. The settlers and other inhabitants ought to be well off. If not, it was their own fault, for they had the best land in the whole of Australia. Philip felt sure he would find at least one friend at Nyalong, viz. Mr. Barton, whom he had harboured in his tent at Bendigo, and had sheltered from the pursuit of the 3 bloodthirsty convicts. Some people might be too proud to look forward to the friendship of a flagellator, but in those days we could not pick and choose our chums. Barton might not be clubbable, but he might be useful, and the social ladder requires a first step. Thanks to such men as Dan and Bez in Melbourne, and to other enterprising builders in various places, habitable dwellings of wood, brick, and bluestone began to be used, instead of the handy but uncomfortable tent. And at the Rocky Waterholes, Philip had for some time been lodging in a weatherboard house with a respectable Mrs. Martin. Before going to look for Nyalong, he introduced his successor to her, and also to the scholars. Her name was Miss Edgeworth. The first virtue of a good master is gravity, and Philip had begun at the beginning. He was now graver even than usual, while he briefly addressed his youthful auditors. "My dear children," he said, "I am going away, and have to leave you in the care of this young lady, Miss Edgeworth. I am sure you will find her to be a better teacher than myself, because she has been trained in the schools of the great city of Dublin, and I, unfortunately, had no training at all. She is highly educated, and will be, I doubt not, a perfect blessing to the rising generation of the Rocky Waterholes. I hope you will be diligent, obedient, and respectful to her. Good-bye, and God bless you all." These words were spoken in the tone of a judge passing sentence of death on a criminal, and Miss Edgeworth was in doubt whether it would be becoming under the circumstances to laugh or to cry, so she made no speech in reply. She said afterwards to Mrs. Martin, "Mr. Philip must have been a most severe master. I can see sternness on his brow." Moreover, she was secretly aware that she did not deserve his compliments, and that her learning was limited, especially in arithmetic. She had often to blame the figures for not adding up correctly. For this reason she had a horror of examinations, and every time the inspector came round she was in a state of mortal fear. His name was Bonwick. He was a little man, but he was so learned that the teachers looked forward to his visits with awe. A happy idea came into Miss Edgeworth's mind. She was, it was true, not very learned, nor was she perfect in the practice of the 12 virtues, but she had some instinctive knowledge of the weakness of the male man. Mr. Bonwick was an author, a learned author who had written books, among others a school treatise on geography. Miss Edgeworth bought 2 copies of this work, and took care to place them on her table in the school every morning with the name of the author in full view. On his next visit Mr. Bonwick's searching eyes soon detected the presence of his little treatise, and he took it up with a pleased smile. This was Miss Edgeworth's opportunity. She said in her opinion the work was a most excellent one, and extremely well adapted for the use in schools. The inspector was more than satisfied. A young lady of so much judgment and discrimination was a peerless teacher, and Miss Edgeworth's work was henceforth beyond all question. There were no coaches running to Nyalong, and as Philip's poverty did not permit him to purchase a horse, and he had scruples about stealing one, he packed up his swag and set off on foot. It may be mentioned, as bearing on nothing in particular, that after Philip had taken leave of Miss Edgeworth, she stood at a window, flattened her little nose against one of the panes, and watched him trudging away as long as he was in sight. Then she said to Mrs. Martin, "Ain't it a pity that so respectable a young man should be tramping through the bush like a pedlar with a pack?" "No, indeed, miss, not a bit of it," replied Mrs. Martin. "Nearly every man in the country has had to travel with his swag one time or other. We're all used to it, and it ain't no use you looking after him that way, for most likely you'll never see him again." But she did. About 2 miles from the Waterholes, Philip overtook another swagman, a man of middle age, who was going to Nyalong to look for work. He had tried the diggings and left them for want of luck, and Philip, having himself been an unlucky digger, had a fellow feeling for the stranger. He was an old soldier named Summers. "I am 53 years old," he said, "and I listed when I was 20. I was in all the wars in India for 19 years, and never was hit but once, and that was on the top of my head. Look here." He took off his hat and pointed to a ridge mark made by the track of a bullet. "If I had been an inch taller I shouldn't be here now, and maybe it would all have been better. I have been too long at the fighting to learn another trade now. When I listed I was told that my pay would be a shilling a day and everything found. A shilling a day is 7 shillings a week, and I thought I should live like a fighting cock, plenty to eat and a shilling a day for drink or sport. But I found out the difference when it was too late. They kept a strict account against every man. It was full of what they called deductions, and we had to pay for so many things out of that shilling that sometimes for months together I hadn't the price of a pint of threepenny with a drop of porter through it." "What was the biggest battle you ever were in?" inquired Philip. "Well, I had some coast slaves, but the worst was when we took a stockade from the Burmans. My regiment was the 47th, and one company of ours, 65 rank and file, and 2 companies from the other regiments, were ordered to attack it. Our officers were all shot down before we reached the stockade, but we got in and went at the Burmans with the bayonet. But such a crowd came at us from the rear of the stockade that we had to go out again, and we ran down the hill. Our ranks were broken, and we had no time to rally before a lot of horsemen were amongst us. My bayonet was broken, and I had nothing but my empty musket to fight with. I warded off the sabre guts with it right and left, so dodging among the horses, and I was not once wounded. It was all over in a hot minute or two, but when the supports came up, and we were afterwards mustered, only 5 men of our company answered the roll call. Of course I was one of them, and the barrel of my musket was notched like a saw by all the strokes I had parried with it." The last time Philip saw Summers, he was hammering bluestone by the roadside. The pomp and circumstance of glorious war had left him in his old age little better than a beggar. Philip found Nyalong without much trouble, and renewed the acquaintance begun at Bendigo with Mr. Barton and the other diggers. To all appearance his promotion was not worth much. He might as well have stayed at the Waterholes. Mr. McCarthy acted as school director, an honorary office, and he showed Philip the school. He said, "It is not of much account. I must acknowledge we were short of funds, and had to put it up cheap. Most of the wall, you see, is only half a brick thick, and during the sudden gusts that come across the lake, the north side bulges inward a good deal. So when you hear the wind coming up, you had better send the children outside till the gale is over. That is what Mr. Foy, the last teacher, did. And I must tell you also, this school has gone to the dogs. There are some very bad boys here, the Boyles and the Blakes. When they saw Mr. Foy was going to use his cane, one of them would dart out of the school, the master after them. Then there was a regular steeplechase across the paddocks, and every boy and girl came outside to watch it, screaming and yelling. It was great fun, but it was not school teaching. I'm afraid you will never manage the Boyles and the Blakes. Mr. McGregor, the minister, once found 6 of them sitting at the foot of a gum tree drinking a bottle of rum. He spoke to them, told them they were young reprobates and were going straight to hell. Hugh Boyle held out the bottle and said, "Here, Mr. McLaggan, wouldn't you like a nip yourself?" The minister was on horseback and always carried a whip with a heavy lash, and it was a beautiful sight the way he laid the lash on those Boyles and Blakes. "I really think you had better turn them out of the school, Mr. Philip, or else they will turn you out." Mr. Philip's lips closed with a snap. He said, "It is my duty to educate them. Turning them out of school is not education. We will see what can be done." As everyone knows, the 12 virtues of a good master are gravity, silence, humility, prudence, wisdom, patience, discretion, meekness, zeal, vigilance, piety, and generosity. I don't suppose any teacher was ever quite perfect in the practice of them, but a sincere endeavour is also useful. On reflection, Philip thought it best to add 2 other virtues to the catalogue, viz., firmness and a strap of sole leather. There was a full attendance of scholars the first morning, and when all the names had been entered on the roll, Philip observed that the Boyles and the Blakes were all there. They were expecting some new kind of fun with the new master. In order that the fun might be inside the school and not all over the paddocks, Philip placed his chair near the door and locked it. Then the education began. The scholars were all repeating their lessons, talking to one another aloud and quarrelling. "Please, sir, Josh Blake's a-pinching me." "Please, sir, Hugh Boyle is a-scrooging." "Please, sir, Nancy Toomey is making faces at me." It was a pandemonium of little devils to be changed, if possible, into little angels. The master rose from his chair, put up one hand, and said, "Silence." Every eye was on him, every tongue was silent, and every ear was listening. "Joseph Blake and Hugh Boyle, come this way." They did so. "No one here is to shout or talk or read in a loud voice. If any of you want to speak to me, you must hold up your hand so. When I nod, you can come to me. If you don't do everything I tell you, you will be slapped on the hand or somewhere else with this strap." He held it up to view. It was 18 inches long, 3 inches broad, heavy and pliant. The sight of it made Tommy Traddles and many other little boys and girls good all at once, but Joseph and Hugh went back to their seats grinning at one another. Mr. Foy had often talked that way, but it always came to nothing. Hugh was the hero of the school, or rather the leading villain. In about 2 minutes he called out, "Please, sir, Josh Blake is a-shoving me with his elbow." "Hugh Boyle, come this way." He came. "Now, Hugh, I told you that there must be no speaking or reading aloud. Of course, you forgot what I said. You should have put up your hand." In the course of the day Hugh received 2 slaps, then 3, then 4. He began to fear the strap as well as feel it. That was the beginning of wisdom. Nancy Toomey was naughty and was sent into a corner. She was sulky and rebellious when told to return to her seat. She said, in the hearing of Tommy Traddles, "The master is a carroty red crawler." It is well to remark that Philip's hair was red. A man with red hair is apt to be of a hasty temper, and as a matter of fact, I had seen Philip's fist fly out rapidly on several occasions before he began to practise the 12 virtues. Tommy put up his hand, and at a nod went up to the master. "Well, Tommy, what is the matter?" "Please, sir, Nancy Toomey has been calling you a carroty-headed crawler." Tommy's eyebrows were raised, his eyes and mouth wide open. Philip looked over his head at Nancy, whose face was on fire. He slowly repeated, "Nancy Toomey has been calling me a carroty-head crawler, has she?" "Yes, sir, that's what she called you. I heard her." Well, Tommy, go to your seat like a good boy. Nancy won't call names any more." In a little more than a week perfect discipline and good order prevailed at the school. End of section 14.
Section 15 of the Book of the Bush. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Richard Kilmer. The Book of the Bush by George Dunderdale. Section 15. A Bush Hermit. It is not good for man to be alone, but Philip became a hermit. Half a mile from the school and the main road there was an empty slab hut roofed with shingles. It was on the top of a long sloping hill, which afforded a beautiful view over the lake and the distant hills. Half an acre of garden ground was fenced in with the hut, and it was part of the farm of a man from Hampshire, England, who lived with his wife near the main road. A man from Hampshire is an Englishman, and should speak English. But when Philip tried to make a bargain about the hut, he could not understand the Hampshire language, and the farmer's wife had to interpret. And that farmer lived to the age of 80 years, and never learned to speak English. He was not a fool by any means, knew all about farming, worked 12 or 14 hours a day all year round, having never heard of the 8 hours system, but he talked and prayed and swore all his life in the Hampshire dialect. Whenever he spoke to the neighbours, a look of pain and misery came over them. Sometimes he went to meetings and made a speech, but he was told to go and fetch a Chinaman to interpret. Philip entered into possession of the hut. It had 2 rooms, and the furniture did not cost much. At Adam's store he bought a camp oven, an earthenware stew pot, a milk pan, a billy, 2 pannikins, 2 spoons, a whittle, and a fork. The extra pannikin and spoon were for the use of visitors, for Philip's idea was that a hermit, if not holy, should at least be hospitable. With an axe and a saw he made his own furniture, viz., 2 hardwood stools, one of which would seat 2 men. For a table he sawed off the butt end of a messmate, rolled it inside the hut, and nailed on the top of it a piece of pine packing case. His bedstead was a frame of saplings, with strong canvas nailed over it, and his mattress was a sheet of stringy bark, which soon curled up at the sides and fitted him like a coffin. His pillow was a linen bag filled with spare shirts and socks, and under it he placed his revolver, in case he might want it for unwelcome visitors. Patrick Dugan's wife did the laundry work, and refused to take payment in cash, but she made a curious bargain about it. A priest visited Nyalong only once a month. He lived 50 miles away. When Mrs. Dugan was in her last sickness, he might be unable to administer to her the rites of the church. So her bargain was that in case the priest should be absent, the schoolmaster, as next best man, was to read prayers over her grave. Philip thought there was something strange, perhaps simoniacal, about the bargain. Twice Mrs. Dugan, thinking she was on the point of death, sent a messenger to him to remind him of his duty, and when at last she did die, he was present at the funeral and read the prayers for the dead over her grave. Avarice is a vice so base that I never heard of any man who would confess that he had ever been guilty of it. Philip was my best friend, and I was always loath to think unkindly of him. But at this time I really think he began to be rather penurious, not avaricious, certainly not. But he was not a hermit of the holiest kind. He began to save money and acquire stock. He had not been long on the hill before he owned a horse, 2 dogs, a cat, a native bear, a magpie, and a parrot, and he paid nothing for any of them except the horse. One day he met Mr. McCarthy talking to Bob Atkins, a station hand, who had a horse to sell, a filly, rising 3. McCarthy was a good judge of horses, and after inspecting the filly, he said, "She will just suit you, Mr. Philip. You ought to buy her." So the bargain was made. The price was £10, Bob giving in the saddle, bridle, a pair of hobbles, and a tether rope. He was proud of his deal. 2 years afterwards, when Philip was riding through the bush, Bob rode up alongside and after a while said, "Well, mister, how do you like that filly I sold you?" "Very well indeed. She is a capital roadster and stock horse." "Does she ever throw you?" "Never. What makes you ask?" "Well, that's queer. The fact is, I sold her to you because I could not ride her. Every time I mounted, she slung me a buster." "I see, Bob. You meant well, didn't you? But she never yet slung me a buster. She is quieter than a lamb, and she will come to me whenever I whistle, and follow me like a dog." Philip's first dog was named Sam. He was half collie and half bulldog, and was therefore both brave and full of sagacity. He guarded the hut and the other domestics during school hours, and when he saw Philip coming up the hill, he ran to meet him, smiling and wagging his tail, and reported all well. The other dog was only a small pup, a Skye terrier, like a bunch of tow, a present from Tommy Traddles. Pup's early days were made very miserable by Maggie the magpie. That wicked bird used to strut around Philip while he was digging in the garden, and after filling her crop with worms and grubs, she flapped away on one wing and went round the hut looking for amusement. She jumped on Pup's back, scratched him with her claws, pecked at his skull, and pulled locks of wool out of it, the poor innocent all the while yelping and howling for mercy. Sam never helped Pup, or drove Maggie away. He was actually afraid of her, and he believed she was a dangerous witch. Sometimes she pecked at his tail, and he dared not say a word, but sneaked away, looking sideways at her, hanging down his ears, and afraid to say his tail was his own. Joey the parrot watched all that was going on from his cage, which was hung on a hook outside the hut door. Philip tried to teach Joey to whistle a tune. "There's na luck aboot the house, there's na luck at all." But the parrot had so many things to attend to that he never had time to finish the tune. He was indeed very vain and flighty, sidling along his perch and saying, "Sweet pretty Joey, who are you, who are you, ha ha ha," wanting everybody to take notice and admire him. When Maggie first attacked poor Pup, scratched his back, pecked at his head, and tore locks of wool out of him, and Pup screamed pitifully to all the world for help, Joey poked his head between the wires of his cage, turned one eye downwards, listened to the language, and watched the new performance with silent ecstasy. He had never heard or seen anything like it in the whole course of his life. Philip used to drive Maggie away, take up poor Pup and stroke him, while Maggie, the villain, hopped around flapping her wings and giving the greatest impudence. It really gave Philip a great deal of trouble to keep order among his domestics. One day, while hoeing in the garden, he heard the Pup screaming miserably. He said, "There's that villain Maggie at him again," and he ran up to the hut to drive her away. But when he reached it, there was neither Pup nor Maggie to be seen, only Joey in his cage, and he was bobbing his head up and down, yelping exactly like Pup, and then he began laughing at Philip's, ready to burst. "Ha, ha, ha, who are you, who are you? There's no luck about the hoose, there's no luck at all." The native bear resided in a packing case, nailed on the top of a stump nearly opposite the hut door. He had a strap round his waist, and was fastened to the stump by a piece of clothesline. The boys called him a monkey bear, but though his face was like that of a bear, he was neither a monkey nor a bear. He was, in fact, a sloth. His legs were not made for walking, but for climbing, and although he had strong claws and a very muscular forearm, he was always slow in his movements. He was very silent and unsociable, never joined in the amusement of the other domestics, and when Philip brought him a bunch of tender young gum tree shoots for his breakfast in the morning, he did not even say thanks or smile or show the least gratitude. He never spoke except at dead of night, when he was exchanging compliments with some other bear up a gum tree in the 40-acre paddock. And such compliments! Their voices were frightful, something between a roar and a groan, and although Philip was a great linguist, he was never quite sure what they were saying. But the bear was always scheming to get away. He was like the Boers, and could not abide British rule. Philip would not have kept him at all, but as he had taken him into the family circle when a cub, he did not like to be cruel and turn him out alone in a heartless world. Twice Bruin managed to untie the clothesline and started for the 40-acre. He crawled along very slowly, and when he saw Philip coming after him, he stopped, looked behind him, and said, "Who?" showing his disgust. Then Philip took hold of the end of the clothesline and brought him back, scolding all the time. "You miserable Bruin, you don't know what's good for you. You can't tell a light wood from a gum tree, and you'll die of starvation, or else the boys will find you, and they will kill you, thinking you are a wild bush bear, for you don't show any signs of good education. After all the trouble I have taken to teach you manners, I'm afraid you will come to a bad end." And so he did. The third time Bruin loosed the clothesline, he had a 6 hours' start before he was missed, and sure enough, he hid himself in a lightwood for want of sense, and that very night the boys saw him by the light of the moon, and Hugh Boyle climbed up the tree and knocked him down with a waddy. Pussy, Philip's sixth domestic, had attained her majority. She had never gone after snakes in her youth, and had always avoided bad company. She did her duty in the house as a good mouser, and, when mice grew scarce, she went hunting for game. She had a hole under the eaves near the chimney, through which she could enter the hut at any time of the night or day. While Philip was musing after tea on the Pons Asinorum by the light of a tallow candle, Pussy was out poaching for quail, and as soon as she caught one, she brought it home, dropped it on the floor, rubbed her side against Philip's boot, and said, "I have brought a little game for breakfast." Then Philip stroked her along the back, after which she lay down before the fire, tucked in her paws, and fell asleep with a good conscience. But many bush cats come to an unhappy and untimely end by giving way to the vice of curiosity. When Dinah, the vain kitten, takes her first walk abroad in springtime, she observes something smooth and shiny gliding gently along. She pricks up her ears and gazes at the interesting stranger. Then she goes a little nearer, softly lifting first one paw and then another. The stranger is more intelligent than Dinah. He says to himself, "I know her sort well, the silly thing. Saw her ages ago in the garden. She wants mice and frogs and such things, takes the bread out of my mouth. Native industry must be protected." So the stranger brings his head round under the grass and waits for Dinah, who is watching his tail. The tail moves a little, and then a little more. Dinah says, "It will be gone if I don't mind," and she jumps for it. At that instant the snake strikes her on the nose with his fangs. Dinah's fur rises on end with sudden fright. She shakes her head, and the snake drops off. She turns away and says, "This is frightful. What a deceitful world. Life is not worth living." Her head feels queer, and being sleepy, she lies down, and is soon a dead cat. That summer was very hot at Nyalong, 110 degrees in the shade. Philip began to find his bed of stringy bark very hard, and as it grew older, it curled together so much that he could scarcely turn in it from one side to the other. So he made a mattress, which he stuffed with straw, and he found it much softer than the stringy bark. But after a while the mattress grew flat, and the stuffing lumpy. Sometimes on hot days he took out his bed, and after shaking it, he laid it down on the grass. His blankets he hung on the fence for many reasons, which he wanted to get rid of. The water in the 40 acre to the south was all dried up. An old black snake with a streak of orange along its ribs grew thirsty. His last meal was a mouse, and he said that was a dry mouthful, and wants something to wash it down. He knew his way to the water-hole at the end of the garden, but he had to pass the hut, which, when he travelled that way the summer before, was unoccupied. After creeping under the bottom rail of the fence, he raised his head a little and looked round. He said, "I see there's another tenant here." Bruin was then alive and was sitting on the top of his stump eating gum leaves. "I never saw that fellow so low down in the world before. I wonder what he is doing here, being lagged, I suppose, for something or other. He is a stupid, anyway, and won't take any notice even if he sees me." Sam and Puss were both blinking their eyes in the shade of the lightwood and whisking the flies from their ears. Maggie was walking about with beak open, showing her parched tongue. The heat made her low-spirited. The snake had crept as far as Philip's mattress, which was lying on the grass, when Maggie saw him. She instantly gave the alarm, "A snake, a snake," for she knew he was a bad character. Sam and Puss jumped up and began to bark. Joey said, "There is na luck about the hoose." Bruin was too stupid to say anything. The snake said, "Here is a terrible row all at once. I must make for a hole." He had a keen eye for a hole, and he soon saw one. It was a small one in Philip's mattress, almost hidden by the seam, and had been made most likely by a splinter or a nail. The snake put its head in it, saying, "Any port in a storm," then drew in his whole length, and settled himself comfortably among the straw. Beasts and birds have instincts, and a certain amount of will and understanding, but no memory worth mentioning. For that reason, the domestics never told Philip about the snake in his mattress. They had forgotten all about it. If Sam had buried a bone, he would have remembered it a week afterwards if he was hungry. But as for snakes, it was out of sight, out of mind. Philip took in his mattress and blanket before sundown and made his bed. The snake was still in the straw. He had been badly scared, and thought it would be best to keep quiet until he saw a chance to creep out and continue his journey down the garden. But it was awfully dark inside the mattress, and although he went round and round amongst the straw, he could not find any way out of it. So at last he said, "I must wait till morning," and went to sleep. When Philip went to bed, the snake was disturbed and woke up. There was so heavy a weight on him that he could scarcely move, and he was almost suffocated. He said, "This is dreadful. I have been in many a tight place in my time, but never in one so tight as this. Whatever am I to do? I shall be squeezed to death if I don't get away from this horrid monster on top of me." Philip fell asleep as usual, and by the snake began to flatten his ribs and draw himself from under the load, until at last he was clear of it. Then, heaving a deep sigh of relief, he lay quiet for a while to recover his breath. He knew there was a hole somewhere, if he could only find it, and he kept poking his nose here and there against the mattress. After sleeping an hour or two, Philip turned on his other side, and the snake had to move out of the way in a hurry for fear of being squeezed to death. There was a noise as of something rustling in the straw, and after listening a while, Philip said, "I suppose it's a mouse," and soon fell fast asleep again, because he was not afraid of mice, even when they ran across his nose. In the morning he took his blankets out again and hung them on the fence, shook up his mattress and pillow, and then spread the sheets over them, tucking them in all round, and then he got ready for his breakfast. The whole of that day was spent by the snake in trying to find a way out. The sheets being tucked in, he was still in the dark, and he kept going round and round, feeling for the hole with his nose, until he went completely out of his mind, just as a man does when he is lost in the bush. So the day wore on, night and bedtime came again, and Philip lay down to rest once more, right over the imprisoned snake. Then the snake went raving mad, lost all control of himself, and rolled about recklessly. Philip sat up in bed as a cold sweat began to trickle down his face, and his hair stood on end. He whispered to himself, as if afraid the snake might hear him, "The Lord preserve us, that's no mouse, it's a snake right under me. What shall I do?" The first thing to do was to strike a light. The matches and candle were on a box at his bedside, and he slowly put out his hand to reach them, expecting every moment to feel the fangs in his wrist. But he found the matchbox, struck a light, carefully examined the floor as far as he could see it, jumped out of bed at one bound, and took refuge in the other room. There he looked in every corner and along every rafter for the other snake, for he knew that at this season snakes are often found in pairs, but he could not see the mate of the one he had left in bed. There was no sleep for Philip that night, and, by the light of the candle, he sat waiting for the coming day, and planning dire vengeance. At sunrise he examined closely every hole and crevice and corner and crack in both rooms, floor, slabs, rafters, and shingles. He said at last, "I think there is only one snake, and he is in the bed." Then he went outside and cut a stick about 5 feet long, one end of which he pointed with his knife. Returning to the bedroom, he lifted up with the point of his stick the sheets, blankets, and pillows, took them outside and hung them on the fence. Next he turned over the mattress slowly, but there was nothing to be seen under it. He poked the mattress with the blunt end of his stick here and there, and he soon saw that something was moving inside. "Ah," he said, "there you are, my friend." The thought of having slept 2 nights on a live snake made him shudder a little, but he was bent on vengeance. He took hold of one end of the mattress with one hand, and, holding the stick in the other, he carried it outside and laid it on the grass. Looking carefully at every side of the mattress, he discovered the hole through which the snake had entered. It was so small that he could scarcely believe that a snake had gone through it, but no other hole was anywhere visible. Philip said, "If the beast comes out, it shall be through fire." So he picked up a few pieces of bark, which he placed over the hole and set on fire. The straw inside was soon in a blaze, and the snake was lively. His situation was desperate, and his movements could be traced by the rising and falling of the ticking. Philip said, "My friend, you were looking for a hole, but when you find it, it will be a hot one." The snake at last made a dash for life through the fire, and actually came out into the open air. But he was dazed and blinded, and his skin was wet and shining with oil, or perspiration, or something. Philip gave him a finishing stroke with his stick, and tossed him back into the fire. Of course, a new mattress was necessary, and a keen eye for snakes ever afterwards. The teaching in the school went on with regularity and success. There was, however, an occasional interruption. Once a furious squall came over the lake, and shook the frail building so much that Philip threw open the door and sent out all the children, the little ones and girls first, and then the boys, remaining himself to the last like the captain of a sinking ship. But he was not so much of a fool to stay inside and brave destruction. He went out to a safe distance until the squall was over. Sometimes a visitor interfered with the work of the school, and Philip for that reason hated visitors. But it was his duty to be civil and patient. 2 inspectors called on 2 different occasions to examine the scholars. One of them was scarcely sober, and he behaved in a manner so eccentric that the master had a strong temptation to kick him out. However, he at last succeeded in seeing the inspector outside the door peaceably, and soon afterwards the department dispensed with that gentleman's services. He had obtained his office by favour of a minister at home for services rendered at an election. His salary was £900 per annum. The next inspector received the same salary. He was brother or brother-in-law to a bishop, and had many ancestors and relatives of high degree. Philip foolishly showed him a few nuggets which he had picked up in Piccaninny Gully, and the inspector showed Philip the letter by which he had obtained his appointment and £900 a year. It was only a couple of lines written and signed by a certain lord in London, but it was equivalent to an order for a billet on the government of Victoria. Then the inspector said he would feel extremely obliged to Philip if he would give him one of his little nuggets, that he might send it to my lord as a present. And Philip at once handed over his biggest nugget. Little amenities of this kind make life so pleasant. My lord would be pleased to receive the nugget. The inspector was pleased to send it, and Philip said, "It cannot be bribery and corruption, but this inspector, being a gentleman, will be friendly when he mentions me and my school in his report. He cannot possibly forget the nugget." Barney the Boozer one day visited the school. He opened the door and stood on the threshold. His eyes seemed close together, and there was a long red scar on his bare neck, where he had on a former occasion cut his throat. All the scholars were afraid of Barney, and the girls climbed up on the benches and began to scream. Philip went up to the Boozer and said, "Well, my friend, what do you want here?" "The devil knows," replied Barney. "Very likely, but he is not here. He has gone down the road." Then, taking Barney by the arm, he turned him round and guided him to the road. Barney went about 20 yards until he came to a pool of water. He stepped onto the fence and sat on the top rail, gazing into the pool. At last he threw his hat into it, then his boots, coat, shirt, and trousers. When he was quite naked, he stamped on his clothes until they were thoroughly soaked and buried in mud. Barney then resumed his search for the devil, swinging his arms to and fro in a free and defiant manner. The school was also visited by a bishop, a priest, a squatter, and a judge. The dress and demeanor of the judge were very impressive at so great a distance from any center of civilization, for he wore a tall beaver hat, a suit of black broadcloth, and a white necktie. Philip received him with reverence, thinking he could not be anything less than a lord spiritual, such is the power of broadcloth and fine linen. Nosey the shepherd was then living at Nyalong, having murdered the other shepherd, Baldy, about 6 months before, and this judge sent Nosey to the gallows 17 years afterwards. But neither Nosey nor the judge knew what was to happen after 17 years. This is the story of Nosey and Baldy. End of section 15. Recording by Richard Kilmer, Rio Medina, Texas. Section 16 of the Book of the Bush. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Richard Kilmer. The Book of the Bush by George Dunderdale. Section 16. The Two Shepherds. Part 1. By the men on the run they were known as Nosey and Baldy, but in a former stage of their existence, in the days of the Emperor Augustus Caesar, they were known as Naso and Balbus. They were then rivals in love and song, and accused each other of doing things that were mean. And now, after undergoing for their sins various transmigrations into the forms of inferior animals during 2,000 years, as soon as shepherds are required in Australia Felix, they appear once more following their flocks and herds. But they are entirely forgetful of all Greek and Roman civilization. Their morals have not improved, and their quarrels are more bitter than ever. In the old times they tootled on the tuneful reed, and sang in purest Latin the sweetest ditties ever heard, in praise of Galatea and Amyntas, Delilah and Iola. But they never tootle now, and never sing, and when they speak their tongue is that of the unmusical barbarians. In their pagan days they stained their rustic altars with the blood of a kid, a sacrifice to Jupiter, and poured out libations of generous wine. But they offer up neither prayer nor sacrifice now, and they pour libations of gin down their throats. The Italian rustic is yet musical, and the Roman citizen has not lost the genius of his race. He is still unrivalled in sculpture and architecture, in painting, in poetry, and philosophy, and in every handicraft his fingers are as deft as ever. but empire has slipped from his grasp. An empire once lost, like time, never returns. Who can rebuild Nineveh or Babylon, put new life into the mummies of the pharaohs, and recrown them, raise armies from the dust of the warriors of Sestoris, and send them forth once more to victory and slaughter? Julian the Apostate tried to rebuild the holy city and temple of Israel, to make prophecy void, apparently a small enterprise for a Roman emperor, but all his labors were in vain. Modern Julians have been trying to resuscitate old Rome, and to found for her a new empire, and have only made Italy another Ireland, with a starving people and a bankrupt government. Nos patria finis, nos dulcia liquinis arva. The Italians are immigrating year after year to avoid starvation in the garden of Europe. In every city of the great empire on which the sun never sets, they wander through the streets, clad in faded garments of olive green, the toga long since discarded and forgotten, making sweet music from the harp and violin, their melancholy eyes wandering after the passing crowd, hoping for the pitiful penny that is so seldom given. The two shepherds were employed on a station north of Lake Nyalong. It is a country full of dead volcanoes, whose craters have been turned into salt lakes, and their rolling floods of lava have been stiffened into barriers of black rocks, where the ashes belched forth in fiery blasts from the deep furnaces of the burning world have covered the hills and plains with perennial fertility. Baldy has been entrusted with a fattening flock, and Nosey had in his care a lambing flock. From time to time the sheep were counted, and it was found that the fattening flock was decreasing in numbers. The squatter wanted to know what had become of his missing sheep, but Baldy could give no account of them. His suspicions, however, soon fell on Nosey. The latter was his nearest neighbour, and although he had only the same wages, viz., £30 a year and rations, he seemed to be unaccountably prosperous, and was the owner of a wife and 2 horses. He had been transported for larceny when he was only 15 years of age, and at 28 he was suspected of being still a thief. Girls of the same age were sent from Great Britain to Botany Bay and Van Diemen's Land for stealing one bit of finery, worth a shilling, and became the consorts of criminals of the deepest dye. You may read their names in the indents to this day, together with their height, age, complexion, birthplace, and other important particulars. Baldy went over to Nosey's hut one evening when the blue smoke was curling over the chimney, and the long shadows of the Wombat Hills were creeping over the stony rises. Julia was boiling the billy for tea, and her husband was chopping firewood outside. "Good evening, Julia," said Baldy. "Fine evening." "Same to you, Baldy. Any news today?" asked Julia. "Well, there is," said Baldy, "and it's bad news for me. There's 10 more of my fatteners missing." Nosey stopped chopping and listened. "And the master says I'll have to hump my swag if I can't find out what has become of them. I say, Nosey, you don't happen to have seen any dingoes or blacks about here lately?" "I ain't seen e'er one, neither dingo nor blackfellow. But, you know, if they were after mischief, they'd take care not to make a show. There might be stacks of them about, and we'd never to see one of them." Nosey was proud of his cunning. "Well," said Baldy, "I can hear of nobody having seen any strangers about the Rises, nor dingoes, nor blackfellows. And the dingoes, anyhow, would have left some of the carcasses behind, but the thieves, whoever they are, have not left me as much as a lock of the wool of my sheep. I have been talking about him with old Sharp. He is the longest here of any shepherd in the country, and knows all the blacks, and he says it's his opinion that the man who took the sheep is not far away from the flock now. What do you think about it, Nosey?" "What the should I know about your sheep?" said Nosey. "Do you mean to insinivate that I took 'em? I'll tell you what it is, Baldy, it'll be just as well for you to keep your blasted tongue quiet about your sheep, for if I hear any more about 'em I'll sue you for it. Do you hear?" "Oh, yes, I hear all right, Nosey. We'll see about it," said Baldy. There would have been a fight, perhaps, but Baldy was a smaller man than the other, and was growing old, while Nosey was in the prime of life. Baldy went to Nyalong next day. His rations did not include gin, and he wanted some badly, the more so because he was in trouble about his lost sheep. Gin, known then as Old Tom, was his favourite remedy for all ailments, both of mind and body. If he could not find out what had become of his sheep, his master might dismiss him without a character. There was not much good character running to waste on the stations, but still, no squatter would like to entrust a flock to a shepherd who was suspected of having stolen and sold his last master's sheep. Baldy walked to Nyalong along the banks of the lake. The country was then all open, unfenced, except for the paddocks at the home stations. The boundary between the two of the runs was merely marked by a ploughed furrow, not very straight, which started near the lake and went eastward along the plains. In the rises no plough could make a line through the rocks, and the boundaries there were imaginary. Stray cattle were roaming over the country, eating the grass, and the main resource of the squatters was the pounds act. Hay was then sold at 80 pounds per ton at Bendigo. A draft of fat bullocks was worth a mine of gold at Ballarat, and, therefore, grass was everywhere precious. No wonder if the hardy bullock driver became a cattle lifter after his team had been impounded by the station stockman when found only 400 yards from the bush track. Money in the shape of fat stock was running loose, as it were, on every run, and why should not the sagacious Nosey do a little business when Baldy's fat sheep were tempting him? And a market for mutton could be found no farther away than the Nyalong butcher's shop. Baldy left the township happier than usual, carrying under his arms 2 bottles of Old Tom. He was seen by a man who knew him entering the rises and going away in the direction of Nosey's hut, and then for 15 years he was a lost shepherd. In course of time it was ascertained that he had called at Nosey's hut on his way home. He had the lost sheep on his mind, and he could not resist the impulse to have another word or two with Nosey about them. He put down the 2 bottles of gin outside the door of the hut, near an axe whose handle leaned against the wall. Nosey and his wife Julia were inside, and he bade them good evening. Then he took a piece of tobacco out of his pocket and began cutting it with his knife. He always carried his knife tied to his belt by a string which went through a hole bored in the handle. It was a generally useful knife, and with it he foot-rotted sheep, stirred the tea in his billy, and cut beef and damper, sticks and tobacco. "I have been to Nyalong," he said, "and I hearn something about my sheep. They went to the township all right, strayed away, you know, followed one another's tails, and never came back. The OK bullocks go just the same way. Curious, isn't it?" Nosey listened with keen interest. "Well, Baldy," he said, "and what did you hear? Did you find out who took 'em?" "Oh, yes," said Baldy. "I know pretty well about 'em now, both sheep and bullocks. Old Sharp was right about the sheep, anyway. The thief is not far from the flock, and it's not me." Baldy was brewing mischief for himself, but he did not know how much. "Did you tell the police about 'em?" asked Nosey. "Oh, no, not today," answered Baldy. "Time enough yet. I ain't in no hurry to be an informer." Nosey eyed him with unusual savagery, and said, "Now, didn't I tell you to say no more about your blasted sheep, or I'd see you for it? And here you are again, and you can't leave 'em alone. You're no better than a fool." "Maybe I am a fool, Nosey. Just wait till I get a light, and I'll leave your hut and trouble you no more." He was standing in the middle of the floor, cutting his tobacco, and rubbing it between the palms of his hands, shaking his head and eyeing the floor with a look of great sagacity. Nosey went outside and began walking to and fro, thinking and whispering to himself. It was a habit he had acquired while slowly sauntering after his sheep. He seemed to have another self, an invisible companion, with whom he discussed whatever was uppermost in his mind. If he had then consulted his other self, Julia, he might have saved himself a world of trouble. But he did not think of her. He said to himself, "Now, Nosey, if you don't mind, you are going to be in a hole. That old fool inside has found out something or other about the sheep, and the peelers will have you, if you don't look out, and they'll give you another 7 years, and maybe 10. You've done your time once, Nosey, and how would you like to do it again? Why couldn't you leave the cursed sheep alone, and keep out of mischief, just when you were settling down in life, comfortable, and might have a chance to do better? Baldy will be telling the peelers tomorrow all he knows about the sheep you stole, and then they'll fetch you sure. There's only one thing to stop that old fool's jaw, and you're not game to do it, Nosey. You never done a man yet, and you are not game to do it now, and you'll be damned if you do it, and the devil will have you, and you'll be hanged first maybe, and if you don't do him, you'll be lagged again for the sheep, and in my opinion, Nosey, you are not game. Yes, by the powers you are, Nosey, damned if you ain't. Who's afeard? And you'll do it quick, now or never's your time." While talking thus to himself, Nosey was pacing to and fro, and he glanced at the axe every time he passed the door. The weapon was ready to his hand, and seemed to be inviting him to use it. "Baldy is going to light his pipe, and while he is stooping to get a firestick, I'll do him with the axe." When Baldy turned towards the fire, Nosey grasped the axe and held it behind him. He waited a moment, and then entered the hut, but Baldy either heard his step or had some suspicion of danger, for he looked around before taking up a firestick. At that instant the blow, intended for the back of his head, struck him on the jaw, and he fell forward among the embers. For one brief moment of horror he must have realized that he was being murdered, and then another blow behind the head left him senseless. Nosey dragged the body out of the fireplace into the middle of the floor, intending, while he was doing a man, to do him well. He raised the axe to finish his work with a third blow, but Julia gave a scream so piercing that his attention was diverted to her. "Oh, Nosey," she said, "what are you doing to poor Baldy? You are murdering him." Nosey turned to his wife with upraised axe. "Hold your jaw, woman, and keep quiet, or I'll do as much for you." She said no more. She was tall and stout, had small, sharp, roving eyes, and Nosey was a thick-set man, with a thin, prominent nose, sunken eyes, and overhanging brows. He never had a prepossessing appearance, and now his look and attitude were so ugly and fierce that the big woman was completely cowed. The pair stood still for some time, watching the last convulsive movements of the murdered Baldy. Nosey could now pride himself on having been game to do his man, but he could not feel much glory in his work just yet. He had done it without sufficient forethought, and his mind was soon full of trouble. Murder was worse than sheep stealing, and the consequences of his new venture in crime began to crowd on his mind with frightful rapidity. He had not even thought of any plan for hiding away the corpse. He had no grave ready, and could not dig one anywhere in the neighborhood. The whole of the country round his hut was rocky, little hills of bare bluestone boulders, and grassy hollows covered with only a few inches of soil, rocks everywhere, above ground and below. He could burn the body, but it would take a long time to do it well. Somebody might come while he was at work, and even the ashes might betray his secret. There were shallow lakes and swamps, but he could not put the corpse into any of them with safety. Search would be made wherever there was water, on the supposition that Baldy had been drowned after drinking too freely from the gin he had brought from Nyalong, and if the body was found, the appearance of the skull would show that death had been caused not by drowning, but by the blows of that cursed axe. Nosey began to lay all the blame on the axe, and said, "If it had not stood up so handy near the door, I wouldn't have killed the man." It was the axe that tempted him. Excuses of that sort are of a very ancient date. Luckily, Nosey owned 2 horses, one of which was old and quiet. He told Julie to fasten the door, and to open it on no account whatever while he went for the horse, which was feeding in the rises, hobbled, and with a bell tied round his neck. When he returned, he saddled the animal, and Julie held the bridle while he went into the hut for the body. He observed Baldy's pipe on the floor near the fireplace, and he replaced it in the pocket in which it had been usually kept, as it might not be safe to leave anything in the hut belonging to the murdered man. There was a little blood on the floor, but he would scrape that off by daylight, and he would also then look at the axe and put away the 2 bottles of gin somewhere. He could do all that the next morning before Baldy was missed, but the corpse must be taken away at once, for he felt that every minute of delay might endanger his neck. He dragged the body outside, and with Julia's help lifted it up and placed it across the saddle. Then he tried to steady his load with his right hand and to guide the horse by the bridle with his left. But he soon found that a dead man was a bad rider. Baldy kept slipping towards the near side or the off side with every stride of the horse, and soon fell to the ground. Nosey was in a furious hurry. He was anxious to get away. He cursed Baldy for giving him so much trouble. He could have killed him over again for being so awkward and stubborn, and he begun to feel that the old shepherd was more dangerous dead than alive. At last he mounted his horse and called to Julia to come and help him. "Here, Julia, lift him up till I catch hold of his collar, and I'll pull him up in front of me on the saddle and hold him that way." Julia, with many stifled moans, raised the body from the ground. Nosey reached down and grasped the shirt collar, and thus the 2 managed to place the swag across the saddle. Then Nosey made a second start, carefully balancing the body and keeping it from falling with his right hand while he held the bridle with his left. The funeral procession slowly wound its way in a westerly direction among the black rocks, over the softest and smoothest ground to avoid making any noise. There was no telling what stockman or cattle stealer the devil might send at any moment to meet the murderer among the lowly rises, and even in the darkness his horrible burden would betray him. Nosey was disturbed by the very echo of his horse's steps. It seemed as if somebody was following him at a little distance, perhaps Julia, full of woman's curiosity, and he kept peering round and looking back into the darkness. In this way he travelled about 1.5 miles, and then, dismounting, lowered the body to the ground and began to look for some suitable hiding place. He chose one among a confused heap of rocks, and by lifting some of them aside, he made a shallow grave, to which he dragged the body, and covered it by piling boulders over and around it. He struck several matches to enable him to examine his work carefully, and closed up every crevice through which his buried treasure might be visible. The next morning Nosey was astir early. He had an important part to act, and he was anxious to do it well. He first examined the axe and cleaned it well, carefully burning a few of Baldy's grey hairs which he found on it. Then he searched the floor for drops of blood, which he carefully scraped with a knife, and washed until no red spot was visible. Then he walked to Baldy's and pretended to himself that he was surprised to find it empty. What had happened the previous night was only a dream, an ugly dream. He met an acquaintance and told him that Baldy was neither in his hut nor with his sheep. The 2 men called at old Sharp's hut to make inquiries. The latter said, "I seen Baldy's sheep yesterday going about in mobs, and nobody to look after them." Then the 3 men went to the deserted hut. Everything in it seemed undisturbed. The dog was watching at the door, and they told him to seek Baldy. He pricked up his ears, wagged his tail, and looked wistfully in the direction of Nosey's hut, evidently expecting his master to come in sight that way. The men went to the nearest magistrate and informed him that the shepherd was missing. A messenger went to the head station. Inquiries were made at the township, and it was found that Baldy had been to Nyalong the previous day, and had left in the evening, carrying 2 bottles of gin. This circumstance seemed to account for his absence. He had taken too much of the liquor, and was lying asleep somewhere, and would reappear in the course of the day. Men, both on foot and on horseback, roamed through the rises, examining the hollows and the flats, the margins of the shallow lakes, and peering into every wombat hole as they passed. They never thought of turning over any of the boulders. A drunken man would never make his bed in blankets of rocks. He would be found lying on the top if he had stumbled amongst them. One by one, as night approached, the searchers returned to the hut. They had discovered nothing, and the only conclusion they could come to was that Baldy was taking a very long sleep somewhere, which was true enough. End of section 16. Section 17 of the Book of the Bush. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Richard Kilmer. The Book of the Bush by George Dunderdale. Section 17. The Two Shepherds, Part 2. Next day, every man from the neighbouring stations, and some from Nyalong, joined in the search. The chief constable was there, and as became a professional detector of crime, he examined everything minutely, inside and outside the 2 huts, but he could not find anything suspicious about either of them. He entered into conversation with Julia, but the eye of her husband was on her, and she had little to say. Nosey, on the contrary, was full of suggestions as to what might have happened to Baldy, and he helped to look for him eagerly and actively in every direction but the right one. For many days the rises were peopled with prospectors, but one by one they dropped away. The chief constable was loath to leave the riddle unsolved. He had the instinct of the sleuth hound on the scent of blood. He had been a pursuer of bad works amongst the convicts for a long time, both in Van Diemen's Land and in Victoria, and had helped to bring many men to the gallows or the chain gang. He had once been shot in the back by a horse thief who lay concealed behind the door of a shepherd's hut, but he secured the horse thief. He was a man without nerves, of medium height, strongly built, had a broad face, massive ears, wide, firm mouth, and strong jaws. One night, after the searchers had departed to their various homes, the chief remained alone in the rises, and, leaving his horse hobbled at a distance, cautiously approached Nosey's hut. He placed his ear to the outside of the weatherboards, and listened for some time to the conversation of Nosey and his wife, expecting to obtain by chance some information about the disappearance of the other shepherd. Nosey was in a bad temper, swearing and finding fault with everything. Julia was prudent and said little. It was best not to say too much to a man who was so handy with the family axe. But at last she made use of one expression which seemed to mean something. She said, "Oh, Nosey, you murdering villain, you know you ought to be hanged." There was a prophetic ring in these words which delighted the chief constable, and he glued his great ear to the weatherboards, eagerly listening for more. But the wrangling pair were very disappointing. They would not keep to the point. At last he walked round the hut, suddenly opened the door and entered. Nosey was struck dumb at once. His first thought was that his plan had been sprung, and that the murder was out. The chief addressed Julia in a tone of authority, imitating the counsel for the crown when examining a prevaricating witness. "Now, missus, remember, you will be put on your oath. You said just now, 'Oh, Nosey, you murdering villain, you know you ought to be hanged.' Those were your very words. Now, what did you mean? On your oath. Mind, out with it at once." But Julia was not to be caught so easily. She replied, "Oh, bad luck to him. He is always angry. I don't know what to do with him. I did not mean anything." "You did not mean anything about Baldy, I suppose, did you now?" queried the constable, shamefully leading the witness, and looking hard at Nosey. Julie parried the question by heaving a deep sigh and saying, "Hi ho, Harry, if I were a maid I never would marry," and then she began singing a silly old song. The constable was disgusted, and said, "My good woman, you'll find there will be nothing to laugh at in this job when I see you again." As he left the hut, he turned at the door and gave one more look at Nosey, who had stood all the time riveted to the ground, expecting every moment that the constable would produce the handcuffs. Soon afterwards Julia went outside, walked round the hut, and stayed a while, listening and looking in every direction. When she returned, Nosey said in a hoarse whisper, "Is he gone yet?" "I think," replied Julia, "he won't be coming again tonight. He has thrown away his trouble this time, anyhow, but ye must hold your tongue, Nosey, if you want to save your neck. He means to have you if he can." Nosey stayed on the run some weeks longer, following his sheep. It would not be advisable to go away suddenly, and moreover he recollected that what the eye could not see might sometime be discovered by another of the senses. So he waited patiently, standing guard as it were over the dead, until his curiosity induced him to pay a farewell visit by daylight to the place where Baldy was buried. There had been hot weather since the body had been deposited in the shallow grave, and the crevices among the piles of bluestone had been filled by the wind with the yellow stalks of decayed grass. Nosey walked round his own particular pile and inspected it closely. He was pleased to find that it showed no signs of having been touched since he raised it. It was just like any of the other heaps of rocks around it. He had, at any rate, given Baldy as good a funeral as circumstances would permit, better than that of many a man who had perished of hunger, heat, and thirst in the shelterless wastes of the Never Never Land, beyond Moneygrub's farthest run. Nosey and the weather had done their work so well that for the next 15 years no shepherd, stockman, or squatter ever gave a second look at that unknown grave. The black snake coiled itself beneath the decaying skeleton, and spent the winter in secure repose. The native cat tore away bits of Baldy's clothing, and with them and the yellow grass made year after year a nest for its young among the whitening bones. Everything so far had turned out quite as satisfactorily as any murderer could expect. Nosey had been game to do his man, and he had done him well. Julia was prudent enough to hold her tongue for her own sake. It was unlikely that any further search would be made for the lost shepherd. He had been safely put out of sight, and not even Julia knew where he was buried. Nosey began to have a better opinion of himself than ever. Neither the police nor the law could touch him. He would never be called to account for putting away his brother shepherd, in this world at any rate, and as for the next, why, it was a long way off, and there was time enough to think about it. The day of reckoning was distant, but it came at last, as it always does, to every sinner of us all. Nosey resigned his billet and went to Nyalong. He lived in a hut in the eastern part of the township, not far from the lake, and near the corner of the road coming down from the Bald Hill. Here had been laid the foundation of a great inland city by a bush publican, 2 storekeepers, a wheelwright, and a blacksmith. Another city had been started at the western side of Wangdong Creek, but its existence was ignored by the eastern pioneers. The shepherd soon began to forget or despise the advice of his wife, Julia. His tongue grew loose again, and at the bar of the inn of the crossroads his voice was often heard loud and abusive. He felt that he had become a person of importance, as the possessor of a secret which nobody could discover. What he said and what he did was discussed about the township, and the chief constable listened to every report, expecting that some valuable information would accidentally leak out. One day a man wearing a blue jumper and an old hat came down the road, stepped on the veranda of the inn, and threw down his swag. Nosey was there, holding forth to Bill the Butcher, Dick Smalley, Frank Barton, Bob Atkins, Charlie Goodall, and George Brown the liar. A dispute occurred, in which the presumptuous stranger joined, and Nosey promptly knocked him off the veranda into the gutter. A valid claim to satisfaction was thus established, and the swagman showed a disposition to enforce it. He did not attempt to regain his position on the boards, but he took his stand on the broad stone of honour in the middle of the road. He threw his hat into the air, and began walking rapidly to and fro, clenched his fists, stiffened his sinews, and at every turn in his walk said, "You'll find me as good a man as you ever met in your life." This man's action promised real sport, and true Britons as we all were, we were delighted to see him. Nosey stood on the veranda for a minute or two, watching the motions of the swagman. He did not seem to recollect all at once what the code of honour required, until Bill the Butcher remarked, "He wants you, Nosey." Then Nosey went. The two men met in the middle of the road, and put up their hands. They appeared well matched in size and weight. The swagman said, "You'll find me as good a man as you ever met in your life." Nosey began the battle by striking out with his right and left, but his blows did not seem to reach home or to have much effect. The swagman dodged and parried, and soon put in a swinging blow on the left temple. Nosey fell to the ground, and the stranger resumed his walk as before, uttering his war cry, "You'll find me as good a man as ever you met in your life." There were no seconds, but the rules of chivalry were strictly observed. The stranger was a true gentleman, and did not use his boots. In the second round Nosey showed more caution, but the result was the same, and it was brought about by another hard blow on the temple. The third round finished the fight. Nosey lay on the ground so long that Bill the Butcher went over to look at him, and then threw up the sponge, metaphorically, as there was no sponge nor any need of one. The defeated Nosey staggered towards his hut, and his temper was afterwards so bad that Julia declined to stay with him any longer. She loosed the marriage bonds without recourse to law, and disappeared. Her husband went away westward, but he did not stay long. He returned to Nyalong, and lived a while alone in his hut there, but he was restless and dissatisfied. Everybody looked at him so curiously. Even the women and children stood still as he passed by them, and began whispering to one another, and he guessed well enough why they were looking at him and what they were saying. "That's Nosey the murderer. He killed Baldy and hid him away somewhere. His wife said he ought to be hanged, and she has run away and left him." When the hungry hawk comes circling over the grove of crookedy gum in which two magpies are feeding their callow young, the bush is soon filled with cries of alarm. The plump quail hides himself in the depths of a thick tussock. The bronze-winged pigeon dives into the shelter of the nearest scrub, while all the noisiest scolds of the air gather round the intruder. Every magpie, mynah, and wattle bird within a mile joins in the clamour. They dart at the hawk as he flies from tree to tree. When he alights on a limb, they give him no peace. They flap their wings in his face, and call him the worst of names. Even the Derwent jackass, the hypocrite with the shining black coat and piercing whistle, joins in the public outcry, and his character is worse than that of the hawk himself, for he has been caught in the act of kidnapping and devouring the unfledged young of his nearest neighbour. The distracted hawk has at length to retreat, dinnerless, to the swampy margin of the river, where the tallest tea leaves wave their feathery tops in the wind. In like manner the human hawk was driven from the township. He descended in the scale of crime, stole a horse, and departed by night. Bill the Butcher said next day, "Nosey has gone for good this time. He will ride that horse to death, and then steal another." At this time I rode through the Rises and called at the two huts. I found them occupied by two shepherds, not unlike the former tenants, who knew little and cared less what had become of their predecessors. Time empties thrones and huts impartially, and the king feels no pride in his monument of marble, nor the shepherd any shame beneath the shapeless cairn which hides his bones. At this time the old races both of men and animals were dying out around Lake Nyalong, and others were taking their places. The last black child ever seen in the township was brought by its mother to the hut of a white woman. It was naked and very dirty, and she laid it down on the clay floor. The white woman's heart was moved with pity at the sight of the miserable little bairn. She took it up, washed it with warm water and soap, wrapped it in flannel, and gave it back to the mother. But the lubra was loath to receive it. She said, "Black pickaninny all die, no good. White pickaninny live." The kangaroo, wombat, and dingo were fast dying out, as well as the blackfellow. We could see all well enough how the change was brought about. Millions of years ago new species may have been evolved out of the old species, but nothing of the kind happens now. The white men of Australia were not evolved out of the black men. There are no family ties, and never will be, between the kangaroo, the wombat, and the wallaby, and their successors, the cattle, the sheep, and the goats. We can kill species, but we can't create any. The rabbit, destined to bring Nosey to the gallows, was a favourite animal on Austin Station at the Barwon. It was a privilege to shoot him in small quantities, he was so precious. But he soon became, as the grammar says, a noun of multitude. He swarmed on the plains, hopped over the hills, burrowed among the rocks in the rises, and nursed his multitudinous progeny in every hollow log of the forest. Neither mountain, lake, or river ever barred his passage. He ate up all the grass and starved the pedigreed cattle, the well-born dukes and duchesses, and on tens of thousands of fertile acres left no food to keep the nibbling sheep alive. Every hole and crevice of the rocks was full of him. An uninvited guest, he dropped down the funnel-shaped entrance to the den of the wombat and made himself at home with the wildcat and snake. He clothed the hills with a creeping robe of fur, and turned the Garden of the West into a wilderness. Science may find a theory to account for the beginning of all things, but among all her triumphs she has been unable to put an end to the rabbit. War has been made upon them by fire, dynamite, phosphorus, and all deadly poisons, by dogs, cats, weasels, foxes, and ferrets, but he still marches over the land triumphantly. For 15 years Nosey roamed from station to station under various names, between Queensland and the Murray, but wherever he went the memory of his crime never left him. He had been taught in his boyhood that murder was one of the 4 sins crying to heaven for vengeance, and he knew that sooner or later the cry would be heard. Sometimes he longed to unburden his mind to a priest, but he seldom saw or heard of one. The men with whom he worked and wondered were all like himself, lost souls who had taken the wrong turn in the beginning of their days, the failures of all trades and professions, thieves, drunkards, and gamblers, criminals who had fled from justice, men of pleasure and therefore of misery, youths of good family exported from England, Ireland, and Scotland to mend their morals, to study wool and become rich squatters. All these men get colonial experience, but it does not make them saintly or rich. Here and there, all over the endless plains, they at last lie down and die. The dingoes hold inquests over them, and literally they go to the dogs, because they took the wrong turn in life and would not come back. In 1868 Nosey and his 2 mates were approaching a station on the Lachlan. Since sunrise they had travelled 10 miles without breakfast, and were both hungry and weary. They put down their swags in the shade of a small grove of timber within sight of the station buildings. Bob Castles said, "I was shearing in them sheds in '52 when old Shentley owned the run. He was a rum old miser, he was. Would skin 2 devils for 1 hide. Believe he has gone to hell. Hope so, at any rate. He couldn't read nor write much, but he could make money better'n any man I ever heard of. Bought 2 runs on the Murray, and paid £180,000 for 'em in one cheque. He kept a lame schoolmaster to write his cheques and teach his children. Gave him £40 a year, the same as a shepherd. Lived mostly on mutton all year round. Never killed no beef for the station, but now and then an old bullock past work. Salted him down in the round swamp for a change of grub. Never grew no cabbage or vegetables, only paddocks of potatoes. Didn't want no visitors, 'cause he was afraid they'd want to select some of his run. Wanted everything to look as poor and miserable as possible. He put on a clean shirt once a week, on Sabbath to keep it holy and by way of being religious. Kept no fine furniture in the house, only a big hardwood table, some stools and candle boxes. After supper, old Mother Shenty scraped the potato skins off the table into her apron. She always boiled the potatoes in their jackets, and then Shenty lay down on it and smoked his pipe till bedtime, thinking of the best ways to keep down expenses. The parson came along one day, lifting a subscription for a church or school or something. He didn't get anything out of old Shenty, only a pannikin of tea and some damper and mutton. The old cove said, "Church nor school never gave me nothing, nor do me no good, and I could buy up a heap of parsons and schoolmasters if I wanted to, and they were worth buying. Us squatters is the aristocracy out here. The lords at home send out their good-for-nothing sons to us to get rich and be out of the way, and much good they does. Why don't you parsons make money by your education, if it's any good, instead of going round begging? You are all after the filthy lucre, wanting to live on other folks." I was holding the parson's horse, and when he got into the saddle he turned to old Shenty and says, "From rottenness you sprung, and to rottenness you'll go. Your money will drag you down to hell. You'll want to throw it away, but it will burn into your soul for all eternity." "I am mortal hungry," continued Bob, "and they don't give no rations until about sundown, and we'll have to wait 6 hours. It's hard lines. I see there's an orchard there now, and most likely a vegetable garden and cabbages. I'd like some boiled beef and cabbage. It wouldn't be no harm to try and get something to eat anyhow. What do you say, Ned? You was a swell cove once, and knows how to talk to the quality. Go and try 'em." Ned went and talked to the quality so well that he brought back rations for 3. End of section 17. Section 18 of the Book of the Bush. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Richard Kilmer. The Book of the Bush by George Dunderdale. Section 18. The Two Shepherds. Part 3. Towards the end of the year, Nosey arrived at Piney Station, about 40 miles from the Murray, and obtained employment. Baldy's bones had been lying under the rocks for nearly 15 years. It was absurd to suppose that they could ever be discovered now, or, if they were, that any evidence could be got out from them. Nosey felt sure that all danger for himself was past. But still the murder was frequently in his mind. The squatter was often lonely, and his new man was garrulous, and one day Nosey, while at work, began to relate many particulars of life in the old country, in Van Diemen's Land, and in the other colonies, and he could not refrain from mentioning the greatest of his exploits. "I once done a man in Victoria," he said, "when I was shepherding. He found me out taking his fat sheep, and was going to inform on me. So I done him with an axe, and put him away, so as nobody could ever find him." The squatter thought that Nosey's story was mostly blowing, especially that part of it referring to the murder. No man who had really done such a deed would be so foolish as to confess it to a stranger. Another man was engaged to work at the station. As soon as he saw Nosey, he exclaimed, "Hello, Nosey, is that you?" "My name is not Nosey." "All right, a name is nothing. We are old chums, anyway." That night the two men had a long talk about old times. They had both served their time in the island, and were moreover townies, natives of the same town at home. Nosey began the conversation by saying to his old friend, "I've been a bad boy since I saw you last. I done a man in Victoria," and then he gave the full particulars of his crime, as already related. But the old chum could not believe the narrative, any more than did the squatter. "Well, Nosey," he said, "you can tell that tale to the Marines." In the meantime, the runs around Lake Nyalong had been surveyed by the government and sold. In the rises the land was being subdivided and fenced with stone walls, and there was a chance that Baldy's grave might be discovered if one of the surveyed lines ran near it, for the stonewallers picked up the rocks as near as possible to the wall they were building, and usually to about the distance of one chain on each side of it. A man who had a contract for the erection of one of these walls took with him his stepson to assist in the work. In the month of August, 1869, they were on their way to their work, accompanied by a dog, which chased a rabbit into a pile of rocks. The boy began to remove the rocks in order to find the rabbit, and in doing so uncovered part of a human skeleton. He beckoned to his stepfather, who was rather deaf, to come and look at what he had found. The man came, took up the skull, and examined it. "I'll be bound this skull once belonged to Baldy," he said. "There is a hole here behind, and yes, one jaw has been broken. That's Nosey's work for sure. I wonder where he is now." No work was done at the wall that day, but the information was given to the police. Mounted Constable Carey came over to the rises. The skeleton was found to be nearly entire. One jawbone was broken, and there was a hole in the back of the skull. The feet were still encased in a pair of boots, laced high above the ankles. There were portions of a blue striped shirt and of a black silk necktie with reddish stripes. There was also the brim of an oiled southwester hat, a pipe, and a knife. The chin was very prominent, and the first molar teeth on the lower jaw were missing. The remains were carefully taken up and conveyed to Nyalong. They were identified as those of Baldy. An inquest was held, and a verdict of wilful murder was returned against Nosey and his wife. After the inquest, Mounted Constable Carey packed up the skeleton in a parcel with every small article found with it, placed it in a sack, put it under his bed, and slept over it every night, and patiently waited for some tidings of the murderer. In those days news travelled slowly, and the constable guarded his ghastly treasure for 18 months. Nemesis was all the time on her way to Piney Station, but her steps were slow, and she did not arrive until the 17th anniversary of the disappearance of Baldy. On that day she came under the guise of constable, who produced a warrant and said, "Cornelius Nassau, alias Nosey, alias Pye, I arrest you under this warrant, charging you with having murdered a shepherd named Thomas Balbus, alias Baldy, at Nyalong, in the colony of Victoria, on the 28th day of February, 1854. You need not say anything unless you like, but if you do say anything, I shall take it down in writing, and it will be used as evidence against you at your trial." Nosey had nothing to say except, "I deny the charge." He had said too much already. He was handcuffed and taken to the police station at Albury. In one of his pockets a letter was found purporting to be written by Julia and disclosing her place of residence. Soon afterwards Nosey and his wife met in captivity after their long separation, but their meeting was not a happy one. They had no word of welcome for each other. The preliminary examination was held in the courthouse at Nyalong, and there was a large gathering of spectators when the proceedings commenced. On a form below the witness box there was something covered with a white sheet. Men craned their necks and looked at it over one another's shoulders. The two prisoners eyed it intently. It was guarded by Constable Carey, who allowed no one to approach it, but with an authoritative wave of the hand kept back all impertinent intruders. That day was the proudest in all his professional career. He had prepared his evidence and his exhibits with the utmost care. At the proper moment he carefully removed the white sheet, and the skeleton was exposed to view, with everything replaced in the position in which it had been found under the rocks in the Rises. Nosey's face grew livid as he eyed the evidence of his handiwork. Julia threw up both hands and exclaimed, "Oh, there's poor Baldy that you murdered." Nosey felt that this uncalled-for statement would damage his chance of escape, so, turning to the bench, he said, "Don't mind what the woman says, your lordship. She is not in her right senses, and always was weak-minded." The constable, being sworn, related how, on information received, he had gone to the Stony Rises, and had uncovered a skeleton, which was lying on a broad, flat stone. The bones of the legs, from the knees downward, were covered with stones. The boots were attached to the feet, and were pointing in such a direction as to show that the body must have rested on the right side. Large stones, but such as one man could lift, had been placed over the feet and the legs. The other bones were together, but had been disturbed. With them he found the brim of an oiled southwester hat, a clay tobacco pipe, a rusty clasp knife with a hole bored through the handle, fragments of a blue shirt, also pieces of a striped silk neckerchief, marked DS over 3. The marks had been sewn in with a needle. There was a hole in the back of the skull, and the left jaw was broken. Just at this time a funeral procession, with few attendants, passed the courthouse on its way to the cemetery. Julia's father was going to his grave. He had come over to sea lately to spend the rest of his days in peace and comfort in the home of his daughter, and he found her in jail under the charge of murder. There was nothing more to live for, so he went out and died. The two prisoners were committed, but they remained in jail for more than 7 months longer, on account of the difficulty of securing the attendance of witnesses from New South Wales. But when the evidence was given, it was overwhelming. Every man who had known Baldy seemed to have been kept alive on purpose to give evidence against the murderer. Every scrap of clothing which the wildcats had left was identified, together with the knife, the pipe, the hat brim, and the boots, and the prisoner's own confession was repeated. Julia also took the side of the prosecution. When asked if she had any questions to put, she said, "My husband killed the man, and forced me to help him to put the body on his horse." The jury retired to consider their verdict, and spent 2 hours over it. In the meantime the two prisoners sat in the dock as far apart as possible. They had never spoken to each other during the trial, and Nosey now said in a low voice, "You had no call, Julia, to turn on me the way you did. What good could it do you? Sure, you might have at least said nothing against me." The pent-up bitterness of 17 years burst forth. The constable, standing near, tried to stop the torrent, but he might as well have tried to turn back a southeast gale with a feather. "I was to say nothing, indeed, was I? And what call had I to say nothing? Is that what you ask? Was I to stand here all day and say never a word for myself, until they were ready to hang me? Tell me now, did I murder poor Baldy, or did you? Was it not you who struck him down with the axe, without saying as much as by your leave, either to me or to him? Did you say a word to me until you finished your bloody work? And then you threatened to cut me down too with the axe if I didn't hold my tongue and help you to lift the man onto your horse. It is this day you should have remembered before you began that night's work. Sorrow's the day I ever met you at all, with the miserable life you led me. And you know I was always the good wife to you until you gave yourself entirely to the devil with your wicked ways. Wasn't I always on the watch for you every evening, looking for you, and the chop on the fire, and the hot tea, and everything comfortable? And is it to hang me now you want to pay me back for the trouble I took for you, and all the misery I suffered these long years? and the death of my poor father, who found me in jail, is at your door too, for he would have been alive and well this day but for the deed you done, which broke his poor old heart. The Lord have mercy on him. And who is to blame but your own self for being in this place at all? You not only done the man to death, but you must go about the bush bragging of it to strangers, and twisting the halter for your own neck like a born idiot, and that's what you are, in spite of your roguery and cunning." And so on for 2 hours of hell, until the jury came back. They acquitted Julia, and found her husband guilty. She left the court without once looking back, and he faced the jury alone. Judge Pullman had never before sent a man to the gallows. He made the usual little moral speech, and bewailed his own misfortune in having to perform so disagreeable a duty. Then he put on the black cap and passed sentence. At the concluding words, "May the Lord have mercy on your soul," the condemned man responded with a fervent "Amen," adding, "And that's the last of poor Nosey." He seemed greatly relieved when the ceremony was over, but it was not quite the last. There was another to follow. For 10 days he remained in his cell, and no one visited him except the priest. His examination of conscience was not difficult, for he had often rehearsed it, and much of it had been done for him in public. He made his last journey between 2 priests, joining fervently in their prayers for the dying. His step was firm, and he showed neither fear nor bravado. The hangman quickly drew down the cap, but he seemed more flurried than his victim. The sheriff, without speaking, motioned him to place the knot in the correct position under the ear. Then the bolt was drawn, and the story of the 2 shepherds was finished. The man who Philip met at Bendigo had farms in the country, thinly timbered. North, south, east, and west, the land was held under squatting licenses. With the exception of the home paddocks, it was unfenced, and the stock was looked after by boundary riders and shepherds. To the south, between Nyalong and the sea, a distance of 50 or 60 miles, the country was not occupied by either the white or the black men. It consisted of ranges of hills heavily timbered, furrowed by deep valleys, through which flowed innumerable streams, winding their way to the river of the plains. Sometimes the solitary bushman or prospector, looking across the deep valley, saw, nestled amongst the opposite hills, a beautiful meadow of grass. But when he had crossed the intervening creek and scrubby valley, and continued his journey to the upland, he found that the deceitful meadow was only a barren plain, covered not with grass, but with the useless grass tree. There is a little saccharine matter in the roots of the grass tree, and a hopeful man from Corio once built a sugar mill near the stream, and took possession of the plain as a sugar plantation. There was much labor, but very little sugar. In the dense forest, cattle had run wild, and were sometimes seen feeding in the thinly timbered grassland outside. But whenever a horseman approached, they dashed headlong into the scrub, where no horseman could follow them. Wild boars and their progeny also rooted among the tall tussocks in the marshes by the banks of the river, where it emerged from the ranges into the plains. Blackfish and eels were plentiful in the river, but they were of a perverse disposition, and would not bite in the daytime. The bend nearest to Nyalong was 12 miles distant, and Philip once spent a night there with Gleeson and McCarthy. A fire was kindled, and some fish were caught, but Philip took none home. Gleeson and McCarthy reserved their catches for their wives and families, and Philip's fish were all cooked on the fire at sunrise and eaten for breakfast. Fishing was sport, certainly, but it was not profitable, nor exciting except to the temper. Sometimes an eel took the bait, and then twisted himself round the limb of a tree at the bottom of the river. He then pulled all he was able until either the line or the hook was broken, or his jaw was torn into strips. After midnight Philip was drowsy, and leaned his back against a tree to woo sweet sleep. But there were mosquitoes in millions, bandicoots hopping close to the fire, and monkey bears, night hawks, owls, possums, and dingoes, holding a corroboree hideous enough to break the sleep of the dead. After breakfast the horses were saddled for home. Philip carried his revolver in his belt, and Gleeson had a shotgun. A kangaroo was seen feeding about 100 yards distant, and Gleeson dismounted and shot at it, but it hopped away unharmed. A few minutes afterwards, as the men were riding along at an easy walk, 3 other horsemen suddenly came past them at a gallop, wheeled about, and faced the fishermen. One was Burridge, a station manager. The other 2 were his stockmen. The 6 men looked at one another for a few moments without speaking. Both Gleeson and McCarthy had the Tipperary temper, and it did not remain idle long. "Well," asked Gleeson, "is anything the matter?" "I dinna ken yet," said Burridge. "Didna you hear a gunshot just now?" "Yes, I fired at a kangaroo." "A kangaroo, eh? Are you sure it was a kangaroo?" "Yes, it was a kangaroo. What of that?" "Oh, I see. You think we are after shooting your cattle. Is that it? Speak out like a man." "Sometimes a beast is shot about here, and I'd like to find out who does it." "Oh, indeed. You'd like to know who does it, would you? I can tell you, anyway. Who's the biggest cattle duffer round here, if you'd like to know?" Gleeson touched one flank of his horse with his heel and rode close up to Burridge, with the gun in his right hand. "His name is Burridge, and that's yourself. Everybody knows you, you old Scotch hound. You have as many cattle on the run with your brand on them as your master has. There is no bigger cattle thief than old Burridge within 100 miles, and you'll be taken off the run in irons yet. Get out of my way, or I'll be tempted to send you to blazes before your time." Burridge did not go off the run in irons. He left it honourably for another run, which he took up, and stocked with cattle bearing no brand but his own. Evil tongues might tattle, but no man could prove that Burridge ever broke the law. One fishing excursion to the bend was enough for Phillips, but a pig hunt was organized, and he joined it. The party consisted of Gleeson, McCarthy, Bill the butcher, Bob Atkins, and George Brown the liar, who brought a rope net and a cart in which all the game caught was to be carried home. 5 dogs accompanied the party, viz., Lion and Tiger, crossed bull and mastiffs, experienced pig fighters, Sam as reserve, and 3 mongrels as light skirmishers. The first animal met with was a huge old boar, the hero of 100 fights, the great-grandfather of pigs. He stood at bay among the tussocks, the dogs barking furiously around him. Bill the butcher said, "Keep back, you men, or he'll rip the guts out of your horses. I know him well. He has only 1 tusk, but it's a boomer. Look out sharp till the dogs tackle him. He might make a rush at some of us." The boar was a frightful-looking beast, long, tall, and slab-sided, in perfect condition for fight, all bone, muscle, and bristle, with not an ounce of lard in his lean body. He stood still and stiff as a rock, watching the dogs, his one white tusk long and keen, sticking out above his upper lip. The loss of the other tusk left him at a disadvantage, as he could only strike effectively on one side. Lion and Tiger had fought him before, and he had earned their respect. They were wary and cautious, and with good reason. Their best hold was by the ears, and these had been chewed away in former wars, till nothing was left of them but the ragged roots. Bill the butcher dismounted, dropped his bridle, and cheered on the dogs at a prudent distance. "Good dogs. Seek him, Lion. Hold him, Tiger." The dogs went nearer and nearer, jumping away whenever the boar made an attack. At last they seized him by the roots of his ears, one on each side, and held on. Bob Atkins and Bill approached the combatants, carrying some strong cord of New Zealand flax. A running noose was secured around the hind legs of the boar. He was then thrown on his side, and his forelegs were tied together. Lion and Tiger stood near panting, with blood dripping from their open jaws. Philip could not imagine why Bill did not butcher the beast at once. It seemed impossible that a leathery old savage like that could ever be transformed into tender pork. For the present he was left prone on the field of battle, and the pig hunt proceeded. There was soon much squealing of pigs and barking of dogs among the tussocks. Gleason's dog pinned a young boar, and after its legs were tied, Philip agreed to stand by and guard it, while Gleason fetched the cart. But the boar soon slipped the cord from his legs, and at once attacked his nearest enemy, rushing at Philip and trying to rip open his boots. Philip's first impulse was to take out his revolver and shoot, but he was always conscientious, and it occurred to him that he would be committing a breach of trust, as he had undertaken to guard the game alive until Gleason came back with the cart. So he tried to fight the pig with his boots, kicking him on the jaws right and left, but the pig proved a stubborn fighter and kept coming up to the scratch again and again, until Philip felt he had got into a serious difficulty. He began to think as well as to kick quickly. If I could only throw the animal to the ground, I could hold him down. The dogs had shown him that the proper mode of seizing a hog was by the ears. So at the next round he seized both ears and held them. There was a pause in the fight, and Philip took advantage of it to address his enemy, after the manner of the Greeks and the Trojans. "I have got you at last, my friend, and the curse of Cromwell on you. I'd like to murder you without mercy, and if Gleason doesn't come soon, he'll find here nothing but dead pig. I must try to throw you somehow." After examining the pig narrowly, he continued, "It will be done by the hind legs." He let go one ear and seized a hind leg instead, taking the enemy, as it were, both in front and rear. For some time there was much kicking and squealing, until one scientific kick and a sudden twist of the hind quarter brought the quarry to earth. Philip knelt on the ribs of his foe, still holding one ear and one hind leg. Then he proceeded with his speech, gasping for breath. "And this is what happens to a poor man in Australia. Here have I been fighting a wild beast of a pig for half an hour just to keep him alive, and all to oblige a cockatoo farmer, and small thanks to me for that same. May all the curses the Lord preserve us and give us patience. I am forgetting the 12 virtues entirely." Gleason came at last with the cart, and George Brown the lyre. The pig's legs were again tied together. He was lifted into the cart and covered with a rope net. 4 other pigs were caught, and then the hunters and dogs returned to the place in which the old boar had been left. But he had broken or slipped his bonds, and had gone away. He was tracked to the river, which was narrow but deep. So he had saved his bacon for another day. At the division of the game, Philip declined to take any share. He said, "Thanks, I have had pig enough for the present." So there were exactly 5 pigs for the other 5 men. End of section 18. Section 19 of the Book of the Bush. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Richard Kilmer. The Book of the Bush by George Dunderdale. Section 19. The Two Shepherds, Part 4. Having been satiated with the pleasures of fishing and pig hunting, Philip was next invited to try the pursuit of the kangaroo. The first meet of men and hounds took place at Gleason's farm. McCarthy brought his dogs, and Philip brought Sam, his revolver, and a club. Barton was too proud to join in the sport. He despised inferior game. It might amuse new chums, but it was below the notice of the old trooper, whose business had been for many years to hunt and shoot bushrangers and blackfellows, not to mention his regular duty as flagellator. Gleason that morning was cutting up his pumpkin plants with an axe. "Good morning, Mr. Gleason," said Philip. "Is anything the matter? Is it a snake you are killing?" Gleason began to laugh, a little ashamed of himself, and said, Look at these cursed pumpkins. I think they are bewitched. Every morning I come to see if the fruit is growing. But this is what they do. As soon as they get as big as a small potato, they begin to wither and turn yellow, and not a bit more will they grow. So I'm cutting the blessed things to pieces." Philip saw that about half the runners had already been destroyed. He said, "Don't chop any more, Gleeson, and I'll show you how to make pumpkins grow." He picked up a feather in the fowl yard and went inside the garden. "Now look at these flowers closely. They are not all alike. This flower will never turn into a pumpkin, but this one will if it gets a little of the dust from the first flower. The bees or other insects usually take dust from one flower to the other, but I suppose there are no bees about here just now." Philip then dusted every flower that was open and said, "Now, my friend, put away the axe, and you will have fruit here yet." And the pumpkins grew and ripened. The two men then went towards the house, and Philip observed the fragments of a clock scattered about the ground in front of the veranda. "What happened to the clock?" said Philip. "Why," replied Gleeson, "the thing wasn't going right at all. So I took it to pieces just to examine it, and to oil the wheels, and when I tried to put it together again, the fingers were all awry, and the pins wouldn't fit in their places, and the pendulum swung crooked, and the whole thing bothered me, so I just laid it out on the floor of the veranda and gave it one big kick that sent it to smithereens. But don't mind me or the clock at all, master. Just come inside, and we'll have a bit of dinner before we start." Gleeson was the kindest man in the world. All he wanted was a little patience. The kangaroo gave better sport than either the fish or the pig, and Philip enjoyed it. His mare proved swift, but sometimes shied at the start when the kangaroos were in full view. She seemed to think that there was a kangaroo behind every tree, so she jumped aside from the trunks. That was to kill Philip at last, but he had not the least idea what was to happen, and was as happy as hermits usually are, and they have their troubles and accidents just like other people. The kangaroos, when disturbed, made for the thick timber, and the half-grown ones, called Flying Joeys, always escaped, they were so swift, and they could jump to such a distance that I won't mention it, as some ignorant people might call me a liar. Those killed were mostly does with young, or old men. Any horse of good speed could round up a heavy old man, and then he made for the nearest gum tree, and stood at bay with his back to it. It was dangerous for a man or dog to attack him in front, for with his long hind claws he could cut like a knife. Philip's family began to desert him. Bruin, as already stated, sneaked away and was killed by Hugh Boyle. Joey opened his cage door and flew up a gum tree. When Philip came home from the school and saw the empty cage, he called aloud, "Joey, Joey, sweet pretty Joey," and whistled. The bird descended as far as the lightwood, but would not be coaxed to come any nearer. He actually mocked his master and said, "Ha, ha, ha, who are you, who are you? There is na luck about the hoose," which soon proved true, for the next bird Pussy brought into the house was Joey himself. Pup led a miserable life and died early. The coroner suspected that he had been murdered by Maggie, but there was no absolute proof. Maggie had really no conscience. She began to gad about the bush. In her girlish days she wore short frocks, as it were, having had her wings clipped, but the next spring she went into society, was a debutante, wore a dress of black and white satin which shone in the sun, and she grew so vain and flighty, and strutted about so, that it was really ridiculous to watch her. She began also to stay out late in the evening, which was very improper, and before going to bed Philip would go under the lightwood with a lighted candle and look for her amongst the leaves, saying, "Maggie, are you there?" She was generally fast asleep, and all she could do was blink her eyes and say, "Pete, Pete," and fall asleep again. But one night she never answered at all. She was absent all the next day, and many days after that. October came, when all the scrub, the lightwood, and wattle were in full bloom, and the air everywhere was full of sweetness. Philip was digging his first boiling of new potatoes, when all at once Maggie swooped down into the garden and began strutting about, picking up the worms and grubs from the soil newly turned up. "Oh, you impudent hussy," he said, "where have you been all this time?" He stooped and tried to stroke her head as usual with his forefinger, but Maggie struck her bill in the ground, turned a complete somersault, and caught the finger with both claws, which were very sharp. She held on for a short time, then dropped nimbly to her feet, and said, "There now, that will teach you to behave yourself." "Why, Maggie," said Philip, "what on earth is the matter with you?" "Oh, there's nothing the matter with me, I assure you. I suppose you didn't hear the news. You are such an old stick in the mud. It was in the papers, though. No cards, and all the best society ladies knew it, of course." "Why, Maggie, you don't mean to say you've got a mate?" "Of course I have, you horrid man. You are so vulgar. We were married ages ago. I didn't invite you, of course, because I knew you would make yourself disagreeable, forbid the banns or something, and scare away all the ladies and gentlemen, for you are a most awful fright, with your red hair and freckles. So I thought it best to say nothing about the engagement until the ceremony was over. It was performed by the Reverend Sinister Cornix, and it was a very select affair, I assure you, and the dresses were so lovely. There were 6 bridesmaids, the Misses Mudlark. The Mudlarks, you know, have a good pedigree. They are come from the younger branch of our family. We were united in the bonds under a cherry tree. Oh, it was a lovely time, it was indeed, I assure you." "And where are you living now, Maggie?" "Oh, I'm not going to tell you. You are too inquisitive. But our mansion is on the top of a gum tree. It is among the leaves at the end of a slender branch. If Hugh Boyle tries to kidnap my babies, the branch will snap, and he will fall and break his neck, the wretch." "Oh, I assure you, we've thought of everything beforehand, for I know you keep a lot of boys bad enough to steal anything." "And what sort of mate, husband I mean, have you got?" "Oh, he is a perfect gentleman, and so attentive to me. Latterly he has been a little crusty, I must admit, but you must not say a word against him. If you do, I'll peck your eyes out. A family, you know, is so troublesome, and it takes all your time to feed them. There are 2 of them, the duckiest little fluffy darlings you ever saw. They were very hungry this morning, so when I saw you digging, I knew you wouldn't begrudge them a breakfast, and I just flew down here for it. But bless my soul, the little darlings will be screaming their hearts out with hunger while I am talking to you, and himself will be swearing like a Derviner. So, bye-bye." Philip found Maggie's mansion easily enough, for in spite of all her chatter, she had no depth of mind. The tallest gum tree was on Barlow's farm, which adjoined the 40 acres on the east. Barlow had been a stockman for several years on Calvert's Run, and had saved money. He invested his money in the Bank of Love, and the bank broke. It happened in this way. A new shepherd from the other side was living with his wife and daughter near the Rises, and one day when Barlow was riding over the run, he heard some strange sounds and stopped his horse to listen. There was nobody in sight in any direction, and Barlow said, "There's something the matter at the new shepherd's hut," and he rode swiftly towards it. As he approached the hut, he heard the screams of women and the voice of a blackfellow, who was hammering on the door with his waddy. He was a tame blackfellow who had been educated at the missionary station. He could write English, say prayers, sing hymns, read the Bible, and was therefore named Parson Bedford by the Derviners, after the Tasmanian missionary. He could box and wrestle so well that few white men could throw him. He could also drink rum, so whenever he got any white money, he knew how to spend it. He was the best thief and worst bully of all the blacks about Nyalong, because he had been so well educated. I knew him well and attended his funeral, walking in the procession with the doctor and 20 blackfellows. He had a white man's funeral, but there was no live parson present, so King Cocoquine made an oration, waving his hand over the coffin, all same as whitefellow parson. Then we all threw clods on the lid. So much noise was made by the women screaming and the parson hammering that the stockman was able to launch one crack of his stockwhip on the parson's back before his arrival was observed. The parson sprang up into the air like a shot deer, and then took to his heels. He did not run towards the open plains, but made a straight line for the nearest part of the Rises. As he ran, Frank followed at an easy canter, and over again he landed his lash with a crack like a pistol on the behind of the black, who sprang among the rough rocks, which the horse could not cross, and where the lash could not reach him. Then there was a parley. The parson was smarting and furious. He had learned the colonial art of blowing along with the language. He threw down his waddy and said, "You stockman, Frank, come off that horse, drop your whip, and I'll fight you fair, same as whitefellow. I am as good a man as you any day." "Do you take me for a blooming fool, parson? No fear. If I ever see you at that hut again, or anywhere on the run, I'll cut the shirt off your back. I shall tell Mr. Calvert what you have been after, and you'll soon find yourself in chokey with a rope round your neck." The parson left Nyalong, and when he returned he was dying of rum and rheumatism. Frank rode back to the hut. The mother and daughter had stood at the door watching him flog the parson. He was in their eyes a hero. He had scourged their savage enemy and had driven him to the rocks. They were weeping beauties. At least the daughter was a beauty in Frank's eyes. But now they wiped away their tears, smoothed their hair, and thanked their gallant knight over and over again. Two at a time they repeated their story, how they saw the blackfellow coming, how they bolted the door, and how he battered it with his club, threatening to kill them if they did not open it. Frank had never before been so much praised and flattered, at least not since his mother weaned him. But he pretended not to care. He said, "Tut, tut, it's not worth mentioning. Say no more about it. I would, of course, have done as much for anybody." Of course he could not leave the ladies again to the mercy of the parson, so he waited until the shepherd returned with his flock. Then Frank rode away with a new sensation, a something as near akin to love as a rough stockman could be expected to feel. Neddy the shepherd asked Mr. Calvert for the loan of arms, and he taught his wife and daughter to use the old Tower muskets. He said, "If ever that parson comes to the hut again, put a couple of bullets through him." After that Frank called at the hut nearly every day, inquiring if the parson had been seen anywhere abroad. "No," said Cicely, "we haven't seen him any more." And she smiled so sweetly, and lowered her eyes, and spoke low, with a bewitching Tasmanian accent. Frank was in the mud, and sinking daily deeper and deeper. At last he resolved to turn farmer and leave the run, so he rented the land adjoining Philip's garden and the 40-acre. There was on it a 4-roomed weatherboard house and outbuildings, quite a bush place. Farming was then profitable. Frank ploughed a large paddock and sowed it with wheat and oats. Then, while the grain was ripening, he resolved to ask Cicely a very important question. On Sunday he rode to the hut with a spare horse and side saddle. Both horses were well groomed. The side saddle was new. The bits, buckles, and stirrup irons were like burnished silver. Cicely could ride well, even without a saddle, but had never owned one. She yielded to temptation, but with becoming coyness and modesty. Frank put one hand on his knee, holding the bridle with the other. Then Cicely raised one of her little feet and was lifted lightly onto the saddle, and the happy pair cantered gaily over the plain to their future home. Frank showed his bride-elect the land and the crops, the cows and the horses, the garden and the house. Cicely looked at everything, but said next to nothing. She is shy, Frank thought, and I must treat her gently. But the opportunity must not be thrown away, and on their way over the plains Frank told his tale of love. I don't know precisely what he said, or how he said it, not having been present, but he did not hook his fish that day, and he took home with him the bait, the horse and the empty side-saddle. But he persevered with his suit, and before the wheat was ripe, Cicely consented to be his bride. He was so overjoyed with his success that instead of waiting for the happy day when he had to say, "With this ring I thee wed, with all my worldly goods I thee endow," he gave Cicely the worldly goods beforehand, the horse with the beautiful new side-saddle and bridle, and nearly all his cash, reserving only sufficient to purchase the magic ring and a few other necessaries. The evening before the happy day the pair were seen walking together before sundown on a vacant lot in the township, discussing, it was supposed, the arrangements for the morrow. It was the time of the harvest, and Philip had been engaged to measure the work of reapers on a number of farms. I am aware that he asked and received £1 for each paddock, irrespective of area. On the bridal morn he walked over Frank's farm with his chain and began the measurement. The reapers, most of them broken-down diggers, following him and watching him. Old Jimmy Gillen took one end of the chain. He said he had been a chainman when the railway mania first broke out in Scotland, so he knew all about land surveying. Frank was absent, but he returned while Philip was calculating the wages payable to each reaper, and he said, "Here's the money, master. Pay the men what's coming to 'em, and send 'em away." Frank looked very sulky, and Philip was puzzled. He knew the blissful ceremony was to take place that day, but there was no sign of it, nor of any bliss whatever. No wedding garments, no parson, no bride. The bare matter of fact was, the bride had eloped during the night. For young Lochinvar had come out of the west, an underbred, fine-spoken fellow was he. He was a bullock driver of superior manners and attractive personality, and was the only man in Australia who waxed and curled his moustaches. Cicely had for some time been listening to Lochinvar, who was known to have been endeavouring to cut out Frank. She was staying in the township with her mother, preparing for matrimony, and her horse was in the stable at Howell's Hotel. When Frank rode away to his farm on that fateful evening, Lochinvar was watching him. He saw Cicely going home to her mother for the last night, and while he was looking after her wistfully, and the pangs of despairing love were in his heart, Bill the butcher came up and said, "Well, Lock, what are you going to do?" "Why, what can I do? She is going to marry Frank in the morning." "I don't believe it, not if you are half the man you ought to be." "But how can I help it?" "Help it? Just go and take her. Saddle your horse and her own. Take 'em up to the cottage, and ask her just to come outside for a minute. And if you don't persuade her in 5 minutes to ride away with you to Ballarat, I'll eat my head off. I know she don't want to marry Frank. All she wants is an excuse not to, and it will be excuse enough when she has married you." These two worthy men went to the hotel and talked the matter over with Howell. The jolly landlord slapped his knee and laughed. He said, "You are right, Bill. She'll go. I'll bet a fiver. And here it is, Lock. You take it to help you along." This base conspiracy was successful, and that was the reason Frank was so sulky on the harvest morning. He was meditating vengeance. Love and hate, matrimony and murder, are sometimes not far asunder, but Frank was not by nature vengeful. He had that foolish hanging of the nether lip which shows a lack of decision. I would not advise any man to seek in law court a sovereign remedy for the wounds inflicted by the shafts of Cupid, but Frank tried it. During his examination in chief his mien was gloomy and his answers brief. Then Mr. Aspinall rose and said, I appear for the defendant, your Honor, but from press of other engagements I have been unable to give that attention to the legal aspects of this case which its importance demands, and I have to request that your Honor will be good enough to adjourn the court for a quarter of an hour." The court was adjourned for half an hour, and Mr. Aspinall and his solicitor retired to a room for legal consultation. It began thus: "I say, Lane, fetch me a nobber of brandy, a sniffer, mind." Lane fetched the sniffer in a soda-water bottle, and it cleared the legal atmosphere. When the court resumed business, Frank took his stand in the witness box, and a voice said, "Now, Mr. Barlow, look at me." Frank had been called many names in his time, but never Mr. Barlow before now. He looked and saw the figure of a little man with a large head, whose voice came through a full-grown nose like the blast of a trumpet. "You say you gave Cicely some money, a horse, saddle, and bridle?" "I did." "And you bought a wedding ring?" "I got it in my pocket." "I see. Your Honor will be glad to hear that the ring, at any rate, is not lost. It will be ready for another Cicely, won't it, Mr. Barlow?" Barlow, looking down on the floor of the court and shaking his head slowly from side to side, said, "No, it won't. No fear. There'll be no more Cicely's for me." There was laughter in the court, and when Frank raised his eyes and saw a broad grin on every face, he too burst into a fit of laughter. End of Section 19. Recording by Richard Kilmer, Rio Medina, Texas.